We are live at Collectible for Friday? Yeah, Friday the 20th. Friday, June 20th. Oh my gosh. It's almost the 4th of July, right, Ed? The fireworks stands are open in Lebanon. When I left the gym this morning at 5 a.m., the one in Planet Fitness parking lot, they were unloading fireworks. We might have to set off some live bottle rockets during Metal Night here in the store. Just shoot bottle rockets up. I don't know if that'd work or not. All right, so we got Matt Ketron, John Robb, Laura Bryant, and Matt Ketron. Now, I think Laura sent me a hot picture. I hadn't even posted it yet, so. Tanner said, nice going. Yeah, I know. Well, everybody that has seen me so far today said, are you okay from last night? Meaning, I think everybody knows how crazy last night was. I didn't even get a chance to. I don't know who I am right now. As Crazy Joe Davola said, who am I? Who am I supposed to be? That was from episode The Opera, season 5. Crazy Joe Davola. Oh, air horns. Yes, I just ripped open the box up there. I think I'm going to keep tonight's auctions a secret. Or I might post that one picture over in the group. I think I might keep them a secret tonight. I do that occasionally, but I might upload it over in the group. Let me go ahead and do that. Because if I don't, I better go ahead and upload it. Let me go ahead and post it. It's just a small preview. Because it's a small preview. We're just going to leave it at that, right, Tanner? He's not paying any attention. He did say sure, but you know, nowadays it's hard to. Oh. Okay. So let's see here. We are live on Collectible for Friday night. All right. 0620. Okay, the hot picture is in Whole Lot of Records. The hot picture is on Whole Lot of Records. I probably got to approve some posts too. Yep. We need to approve that. We need to approve. Whoop. We need to approve that and that. And this. This. Okay, so when you're on Facebook, be sure to let me know. And be sure you hit the like button. I just did myself. I've hit the share button. I've hit share in group. I've hit share in group. Friday night live stream link. All right, and then we're also live over on YouTube. Okay, now let's get this over here. All right, that's done. I am sharing links, Tanner. I'm posting hot pictures. It's also posted on Instagram as of right now. Okay, I'm back on my feet. I've been sitting down doing all that. I got focused a lot faster. It's a lot easier to focus sitting down. Price gun, yeah, that was Ed clicking. Ed's pricing some new vinyl for us. Okay. Ed is now also going to come over here and do a magic trick. A deck of cards. Ed's probably like, I want to price all this vinyl so I can go home. You know, everybody is working for the weekend. Neva might be mad at me. Why is Ed still at the store? Okay, let's plug this up. Here we go, folks. Here we go. All right, let me go ahead and put the first crate I'll be going through right here. Hammer of Justice coming in. Okay. All right, I'm on where I can see the chat and ready to go now. So welcome everybody. I'm gonna do a little bit of sorting first. Not for sure about these. We're gonna sell this all together. That, this, not that. Okay. Not that. Or that. This. Not those. Not this. Or this. Or this. Or this. Or this. Or this. Okay. Well, welcome everybody. It's going to be a fun night of buying vinyl and other music-related collectibles. Here comes John, probably to retrieve this. I'll make your job even easier. I'll go ahead and take these off. I didn't even get to show those last night, so we're 2 crates ahead already. One of the first auction lots I'm going to do is right over here. One of the first auction lots I'm going to do is right here. What happened to volume 2? I had volume. Where's the other volume at? Aha, there's more back here behind me. Okay, here we go. And then there's even more bush, I think. Yeah. Okay. So we got a Fleetwood Mac like CD box here, unreleased stuff. The vaudeville years of Fleetwood Mac, 68 to 70, and Showbiz Tunes, Fleetwood Mac Volume 2. Really cool CD box sets, 2-disc, book, information, Fleetwood Mac, 4-disc total, $10 start on Fleetwood Mac. That's now for bid. We're going to have a huge lot of Bush here in just a second. We have like a crazy collection of Bush singles, promos, a couple box sets. And when I was sorting through stuff last night, I would have shown them, but I was like, man, we just need to sell all these together. Okay. And then what I'm also going to do is when I was doing all the CDing last night, I kept all the metal separate. So I have one stack here of every metal CD still left from last night. And I'm going to read through those right quick, including a bundle lot. We got down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Devin Townsend CDs that I bundled for $35. 7 Devin Townsend CDs. That's $35. And then these are now $6.99. And we'll start right here with him. I've got him, Screamworks, Love and Theory and Practice and Chapters. I've got him, Love Metal. Also Paradise Lost, Draconian Times. These are $6.99. Turbo Negro, Retox. Nightwish, Endless Forms, Most Beautiful, a double disc. Nightwish, these are all $6.99. Napalm Death. Harmony Corruption. Nightwish, Dark Passion Play. We got Morgoth, Cursed. Agent Steel, Skeptic's Apocalypse. And Gorguts, The Erosion of Sanity. Those are all $6.99. And so are these. Zyklon B, Blood Must Be Shed. Blind Guardian, A Twist in the Myth. Cancer, To the Gory End. Disincarnate, Dreams of the Carrion Kind. And De Beguile, Savage Immunity. And I'm not for sure if I read some of those titles correctly, but those are all just $6.99. And don't forget about the Devin Townsend bundle, 7 for $35. Okay? I've reduced those a couple times now. And there was 2 metal cassettes left. Well, I don't know if you put the darkness in the metal category, but there they are. Easter is canceled. And then Samael, Blood Ritual. When I hear darkness, I believe in a thing called love. Ooh, with that guy with a high-pitched voice. But I've never really listened to much of their other stuff. Darkness, The Darkness. Oh my gosh, John's bringing a whole... This is like a freight train coming through here. There's 6 crates of vinyl and 2 crates of 45s. I was about to step over here and get an empty crate. Man, we're going to be busy tonight. Holy moly. Let's crack open the V8s and smash them together like Stone Cold Steve Austin. Yeah, give me another V8. You know, Stone Cold would be like, give me another beer. Tonight I'm going to be like, give me another V8. Tony Kepler. First, Donna put PL, and that's for Paradise Lost. So, Donna, I've got you down for Paradise Lost. $6.99. First sell of the night to Donna Mitchell. $6.99. Tony Kepler on Gore Guts. Nice. Gore Guts. Perfect. Perfect metal name. Gore Guts. That is so to Tony Kepler. Kenny Stanley wants Cancer. That didn't sound too good, but we are referring to the band. That's so to Tony Kenny Stanley. Chris wants to see the Devin Townsend titles. The Devin Townsend bundle was Devin Townsend Presents, Devin Townsend Project Ghost, Devin Townsend Project Epic Cloud, Devin Townsend Project maybe also self-titled, Devin Townsend Project Deconstructed, Devin Townsend Project Addicted, and Devin Townsend Project Transcendence. 7 for $35. And then we have Fleetwood Macs at 22, 16, 22, 25, 23, 26. And we are good to go. And what was the goth one? There was a band called Morgoth. Morgoth. All right, so there's all the CDs from last night. We sold 2, essentially, crates of metal miscellaneous stuff last night. So Him, Turbo Negro, Nightwish, Napalm Death, Nightwish, Morgoth, Agent Steel, Zyklon B, and what was this one? Blind Guardian, Disincarnate, and The Beguile. Chris Riddlings takes the 7 Devin Townsends for $35. 7 Devin Townsends for $35. All right, we're done there. And then Fleetwood Macs are at 27, and that's with Tommy Call. That's these 2 double disc kind of sets. Now, I try to keep all the metal CDs together, but I was eventually going to build a post. And do you have any luck finding that invoice with a Van Halen or Tool? Okay. I can probably price them on the fly if you got to go, because I'll have to print it and find it. And I have a feeling it's leftover stuff from a, you know, like where they split a shipment or something. So I might have already tossed that one. I tossed about 20 old invoices last night because I reordered stuff off of them. That's why I keep them. I use them for a reference to reorder stuff that we sold out of that there wasn't a waiting list. We sell out of stuff that we don't have waiting lists for, and I forget to reorder it. So I go back through our old invoices, and then I toss them because I know new ones will be coming. But let's see if I can find that right quick. It was right here. I can find those pretty quick. Let's see. Invoices. It's got to be recent. Let's see if it's right here. Ramones. Nope, I priced that one today. AC/DC Slayer. I priced that one today. It's got to be this one, Ed. Tool. Yeah, here it is. It's all on one page, Ed. Okay. So, do the Disincarnate have bonus tracks? Let's see. Fleetwood Mac. All right, these 2 were sold to Tommy Call for $27. Thank you, Tom. And let me go check on that. Sorry, everybody. The show has begun, and we're selling stuff basically by cleaning off the table back here behind me. And I've got more where that came from. So let me look at the Disincarnate right quick. Disincarnate. There's demos. Yeah, there's the last 3 tracks are demos. Hey, it's numbered too. It's numbered. It's numbered too. So yeah, $6.99. Okay, let's go ahead and get an auction going. This will be a big night for Japanese pressings. And Laura's working on other auctions right now. So we're about a half day behind on, not really behind, but far as posting the auctions. So we didn't get word out as fast on those. Do you want me to price them, or do you have? I get them. Okay. I got them. All right, let's do this then right quick. I can knock this out very quickly. Except that one, I'm going to need a calculator. I didn't know that was a box set. Let me do some math right here. Let's see. Divided by, yeah, that works. Good. My price is less than the MSRP. That's great. We can do them for that then. And then we'll do them for this. And then we'll do those for that. And then we'll do those for these. And this. And we'll do those for that. And I know how much that is. Nice and nice. All right. Thank you, Ed, as always. Okay, so our first auction, Hiram said so, thank you. Disincarnate sold to Hiram for $6.99. We have Footloose, a master sound. Now, Japanese pressings are already kind of on an audiophile label, but they do have audiophile pressings of audiophile pressings. And here's one they do. It's called the Master Sound Series. Very, very nice. $35 start on that. It has a Japanese book. They stored them in really rigid inner sleeves inside of these anti-static bags. $35 start on Footloose. It comes with a Master Sound catalog. Very cool for your collection. So you can go through and see which other ones. The Michael Jackson Thriller Master Sound sounds incredible. I've listened to that one before. And I think I've listened to a Billy Joel. They sound really cool. Really good. I guess they can sound really cool too. All right, so that's going to go up for a $35 start. Let's knock out the rest of these CDs and clear the table. And this is everything left over last night that didn't sell during the CD Blitz, okay? So let's start right here with these. And these are some good ones right in here, okay? So these are all $6.99. Tommy Conwell and the Young Rumblers, Rumble. Peter Bruntnell, Normal for Bridgewater. Sunvolt Trace. Okay, then I've got a bundle deal. I've got a 4-disc set of Beach Music Anthology, which has a lot of tracks on each disc. That first disc there has 23 tracks. 4 for $20. Beach Music Anthology, 4 for $20. And then I've got Happy Days of the 60s, 3 for $15. Disc 1, 2, and 3. Happy Days of the 60s. Rod Stewart Unplugged is $6.99. So is Smokey Robinson, One Heartbeat. Also over here, we've got Johnny Otis, Hand Jive 85, Spin Doctor's Pocket Full of Kryptonite, and Bad Religion, Stranger Than Fiction. We also have the Wallflowers, Breaking Down the Horse. So these over here on the left are all $6.99. The $6.99 ones are Tommy Call, Peter Bruntnell, Sunvolt, Rod Stewart, Smokey Robinson, Johnny Otis, Spin Doctors, Bad Religion, and Wallflowers. And then I've got the bundle deals, the Happy Days of the 60s, 3 discs for $20, or excuse me, 3 discs for $15. And Melanie wants the 4-disc Beach Music Anthology for $20. Sell her those 4 for $20. What was the name of the Morgoth CD? Let me go grab it over here. And the Morgoth CD is right here. And that is Morgoth Cursed. Morgoth Cursed. And that is $6.99. Okay? $6.99, Morgoth Cursed. Next is Stephen Parton on Wallflowers for $6.99. And we have Spin Doctors. That is sold to Melanie Jennings for $6.99. And Dennis Daly takes the 3 Happy Days for $15. Nice. I'm going to set these right over here. And Footloose is a $35 start. I also have a lot, let's go ahead and do this, a lot of what? I don't know. Oh, I think this is a pretty good one. This was from that bundle we got, Leaves Eyes. Somebody had marked this previously before me for $35. Leaves Eyes. It's a CD box set of some sort here. 4 disc, actually 2 DVDs, 2 CDs. Leaves Eyes, and we'll say a $15 start on that. Leaves Eyes, We Came with the Northern Winds in Saga Abeligia. We Came with the Northern Winds. That's a $15 start. Over here, Thrasher said he will take the Morgoth. What have I done with it? Right here. This is sold to Thrasher. Morgoth. Thank you, Thrasher. And Patrick Fu on Bad Religion. Footloose does have a bid for $35. Leaves Eyes has a bid for $15. Let me knock out the rest of this stack over here. And I'm just trying to clear the table off. I'm not going to show that one yet because I think it's part of a bigger volume. Ike and Tina Turner, Living for the City. And then over here is a pretty cool set. I will do these 4 for $20. This is Dance, The History of Dance, Volume 1, disc number 2, 3, 4, and 5. And I haven't found disc 1 yet. But we'll do those 4 for $20. We might can find the other ones later. If I do, I'll keep your name in the back of my head, and I'll sell it to you right here. I found it already. We got a whole tub we're working out of over here. So History of Dance Volume 1. There we go. So History of Dance Volume 1, number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, $25. So a 5 CD set. Heatwave, Chic, Crusaders, OJs, The Tramps, Aretha Franklin, Isley Brothers, James Brown. It goes through the history of dance music there. That is 5 CDs, $25 on that. Next is Major Lance, Swinging with the Major. Third Eye Blind Blue. These are all $6.99. 311 self-titled. Wax Ecstatic by Sponge. Sponge is $6.99. All for One. John Boy and Billy's Christmas album. Big Bad Voodoo Daddy and Louis Prima Collector Series. Okay? So these are $6.99 each, and that was Major Lance, Third Eye Blind, 311 Sponge. All for One, John Boy and Billy, Big Bad Voodoo Daddy, and Louis Prima. And don't forget the History of Dance set. That looks really cool. 5 for $25. And then Ike and Tina Turner was the last one there. Okay, now Footloose got one bid. I'm going to go ahead and sell it and say that's sold to Joe Salamo for $35. Thank you, Joe Salamo. Master Sound Series. That's sold to him. Just a quick tease here, cleaning off the table of some CDs, and then we'll do them again here in about 5.5 hours. About 5.5 or 6 hours, we'll be doing some more. We got to do about that much time in vinyl here, everybody. Leaves Eyes has one bid for $15 with Javi Soto. Seems like a great price on that. Let me put this Footloose in a sleeve. It's almost the thickness of a box set. This jacket and stuff, this Footloose Master Sound Pressing. And John's heading out. Thank you. Cool shirt. John's wearing a Door shirt. Looks like a concert poster. Very cool. All right. There's that. There's that. I'm wearing a Metallica shirt. And I didn't catch what Ed was wearing a second ago. You usually can walk in here and see somebody wearing a band shirt, obviously. There's usually somebody here wearing some sort of band shirt every day. All right, let's put these away over here. And then 10 on the 2 Nightwish. Was there 2 Nightwish? If there's 2, I'll do 10, but I thought there was only 1, but maybe not. And then over here is this last stack, okay? And then this is Otis Redding, I've Been Loving You Too Long. Otis Redding, Shake and Other Hits. 30-track collection, Kings of Rock and Roll. Mark May and the Agitators, Call on the Blues. Ray Lynch. We also have the Manhattan Transfer. Toga Party Rock. The Rippingtons Moonlighting. Beach Beat Shaggin'. They're shagging, everybody. Genuine House Rock and Music 5. Hooked on Swing and Yellow Jackets 4 Corners. Those are all $6.99 there. All right, and that was the last stack I was going to go through. This stack over here, I'm just going to pick out a few. I'm not going to read through them all. I'm just going to pick out a few, okay? And Laura wears a band or T-shirt. Yeah, that's half of my closet. My closet's like 5 or 10 golf polos. And I only wear about 2 because they're my favorite whenever I do actually go golfing. And then I've got an entire collection of Masters gear that I never wear because I'm afraid to open it. It's all like mint condition. And then I've got 100 band shirts. Most of them I can't fit into anymore. And then I have about 50 gray T-shirts and black T-shirts. And that's about what I wear every day. Okay. And Leaves Eyes is sold, right? Leaves Eyes is sold for $15, and that's sold to Javi Soto for $15. Okay, and then over here, we got to pull Shag, and we got to pull Manhattan Transfer, and we also got to pull 2 Nightwish for $10. All right, so there was 2 Nightwish. There was 2 Nightwish left, okay? We'll do 2 for $10 with Scott Oman. Let me pull them off the shelf here, and then let's get that Beach Beat Shaggin'. And let's get that Manhattan Transfer pulled. Sorry, I don't know why I'm doing this, but I'm walking 20 steps away when I'm putting these away. Then every time I see y'all claim something, I got to walk back and get it. So Manhattan Transfer is sold for $6.99 to David Williams. Rob and Glenn got the old Shag in there. Shag and so to Rob and Glenn. And then the two, Scott Oman got the two Nightwish for $10. Okay? I still have Tenacious D self-titled. Yes. I do still have that. Yes. Okay. Now let me just sort through these. And let's see here. Paula Abdul, $6.99. We also have Foo Fighters. That's the color and shape for $6.99. The Black Keys and more Foo Fighters for $6.99. There's some of those right there. And then over here, I got Everclear, Sparkle and Fade for $6.99. Radio Moscow, live in California. Sun City, Artists Against the Apartheid. Neil Sean, Electric World. Al Martino, folks. And Brant Lewis, The Primitive Truth. Those are all $6.99 there. Those are all $6.99. Okay? And then James Hicks wants the Foo Fighters, or excuse me, James Hicks wants the Tenacious D self-titled. Let's make a note to find that. You're going to have to give me a second to find it, though, okay? I'm going to have to track it down and try to find it. Now, it's in one of these crates around here somewhere, okay? And first thing is, next is James Hicks says he wants Tenacious D. Stephen Parton wants Foo Fighters Color and Shape. Or, yeah, Foo Fighters Color, so does Stephen Parton. Javi Soto on Everclear. Javi Soto on Everclear. And then Melanie on Foo B&W, which was Foo B&W was probably for, which one, Melanie? There's only one Foo Fighters left there. And then anything back here I want to show one more time. I think that's about it. This is a pretty cool deal. It's sealed. It's a Tapestry Revisited. A tribute to Carole King from Celine Dion, Rod Stewart, Amy Grant, Aretha. It is sealed. And then, yeah, we'll just stop right there. Okay. We'll just stop right there. If I read through these another couple hundred times, I guarantee we could sell them. I know we could. I got other stuff to get to. Like vinyl. Oh my gosh, look at all this stuff around me. Holy moly. It's already 6:11 too. All right, and then Greg Gallagher wants the Black Keys. So that stack left Brent Lewis, Al Martino, Neil Sean, and then Sun City. And so Melanie does want Foo Fighters, and Greg Gallagher does want the Black Keys. All right, we're good to go then. And that left Radio Moscow, the Tapestry Revisited. I'm going to put all these right over here behind me. If you change your mind, just let me know. All right, let's get back to auctions now. First, I'm going to go ahead and take this in the operations room. It's amazing how fast these accumulate. Look how many we already sold. Look at that. Unbelievable. So that is all going right around the corner here to Jake. Hopefully we got a new flat spot cleared off because I'm going to be selling a bunch. Right here it is. I'm going to fill up this table again. I fill it up every night. I'm going to start right here, and it's going to be all the way down. Then I'm going to put some over there, and I'm going to put some over here on the table. Everything's available. Amazing. All right, here we go. As soon as I drink some purple juice. Have I took my peel? I have. Whew, I can feel it. The Tapestry Tribute. It's a tribute CD, $6.99. Okay. Now, our next auction is going to be a Japanese pressing of Wings Over America. Maybe I'm amazed. Maybe I'm amazed the way I really love you. This is a triple LP, 1 LP, 2 LP, 3 LP. We got a Wings poster. We got a Wings booklet. We got a Wings 3 inner sleeves. We got a gatefold jacket. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. Wings Over America. There it is. Melanie Jennings also wants some Al Martino. So my next thing I think I'm going to do for 12 o'clock. I wonder, did Tanner tag the flip crate? I wonder what he did with that. Okay, and this is sold to Melanie, and David wants the Tapestry CD. Okay? All right. What I was going to say is, you know, I think what I might can do is the leftovers for a noon post in the group. I think that would be best. Let me ask Tanner if he, where's the flip video at? Let's see here. Boy, I'm going to get locked out of my phone. I keep typing my password in wrong. Okay, there we go. And then, so I was just talking to Laura on the way over here about the KISS stuff. And I think what we're going to do about the KISS stuff is probably the first night is going to be Monday. So, and Laura, if you want to spend more time on pricing, I can pull out easily what I want to run for Monday and photograph it tonight, but whichever. So almost all this collection is going to have to be auctioned. I went through about a third of it, and I didn't see anything that's worthy of just a price tag. I mean, it's just crazy. It's just all bootlegs and sealed KISS limited edition and Japanese KISS and OG KISS and mint condition. And then there's Metallicas and Iron Maidens and all this. I mean, it is just absolutely insane. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to have to stay ahead of the game and advertise it. And so what we're going to do is, I mean, there's dozens and dozens of bootlegs from all those bands. There's dozens of Van Halen concerts. There's dozens of Iron Maiden concerts. There's hundreds of KISS concerts. So I think Monday we're going to have just about 50 or 60 KISS bootlegs just ready to go for Monday. That way we can advertise it for tomorrow, Sunday, and then all day Monday. And then the rest of the stuff will probably be worthy of auctions throughout the week, like Metallica, for example. That's going to obviously be a Thursday night thing. I mean, yeah, it's essentially 2 months of Metal Night stuff that we bought. I mean, it's all going to have to be auctioned, and I'm only going to be posting it when I tell everybody when it's going to be sold. I can't really do too many more teasers. If I do any more teasers, then it's going to get confusing. So I'm basically going to say, here's the first wave. They're sold tonight. They're going to be sold here and there. So the way we have been doing stuff. Patrick Fu on the wings for $39. That's going once, going twice. So yeah, I'd just say none of that's going to be sold unless it's advertised first. You'll definitely know when it's going to be sold, so be on the lookout for it, okay? And some of it may start as soon as probably Monday, and then most of it's going to be sold on Thursday nights, as y'all know, for that, okay? Oh, there's all kinds of Led Zeppelins. I think if I can have time tonight, I'm going to just do one huge video of me flipping through everything. And that way everybody can see exactly the craziness I'm talking about. But then if I do that, we'll have to get on the ball selling it, which I'm obviously okay with. I'm not trying to delay anything. I'm just trying to manage the chaos. It's going to be crazy managing the chaos of it. Okay, here we go. I'm looking for Holy Moses, Universal, Jane's Addiction, New Order, U2, Quicksand, Monsters, Jane's, Disturbed, STP, Saigon, F&J, New Order, Pearl Jam, Van Morrison, and Three Doors Down. How many Van Halen boots? Dozens. Dozens. I would say there's a dozen or two. Dozens. Dozens. I have no idea. I hadn't looked through them. Just like normal. I don't know what's back there. I hadn't got a chance. I don't know. We'll know whenever we're auctioning them. Don't miss Collectible's announcements. That's all I've got to say. Don't miss Collectible's announcements. You don't want to miss Collectible's announcements. Here is our next auction. This is actually came from Japan, but it's a U.S. pressing. Elton John, Your Songs, which is a compilation. Elton John, Your Songs. It's a U.S. press. It came from Japan. It's a $15 start. Elton John, that's now up for bid. Okay, first thing I have is Faster Pussycat's Greatest Hits. This is on colored vinyl. Faster Pussycat is $44.99. It's from Friday Music. $44.99 on that. Dire Straits Brothers in Arms is $44.99. So if anybody asks tonight, we've pretty much decided the first wave of the KISS bootlegs will be sold on Monday night. Now, what you got to understand, Monday will be one night. There'll be enough for 20 nights probably. I mean, there's 900 albums, 80% of them are Kiss, and it's all great high-end stuff. So if you do the math, that's multiple weeks, if not months, of selling off Kiss records here at auction. It's a bunch. Brother in Arms is $44.99, Dire Straits. $44.99, Brothers in Arms, Dire Straits. That's a 2 LP. 2 LP on that. It's new and sealed. Everything in here is new and sealed. So is Wolves in the Throne Room, Diadem of the 12 Stars. Wolves in the Throne Room is $38.99. And then Wolves in the Throne Room, Primidora Arcana, that is $29.99. Here we have Bright Eyes, I'm Wide Awake, It's Morning. That's a Vinyl Me Please edition, $34.99. $34.99. Rush Vapor Trails. Rush Vapor Trails is a 2 LP, $44.99 for Rush. And then over here is Pearl Jam Yield. And Pearl Jam's $33.99. This is sold to Greg Preston. Thank you, Greg Preston. That's sold to him. If anybody else wants a copy, let me know. I'll put you on a waiting list. Let's do a final call on the Wings. This is the live Wings Over America triple LP Japanese pressing. Natasha has it for $45. Maybe I'm amazed by you. And then Elton John's at $20 with Patrick Fu. Elton John with $20, Patrick Fu. But what I'm probably excited most about doing is flipping through the rest of that tonight because it really hadn't been touched since it got unloaded. And then I looked through it just last night. And y'all basically seen what I did. I popped open the lids. I took pictures. I pulled a couple out. It's not like I have actually flipped through this collection. I looked at the top of the crates. I opened up some tubs and I took some pictures out and snapped pictures. And it was like this. Kiss, 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 kiss. And then it was like 100 more times. And then I'd go to another tub and it'd be like Judas Priest, Judas Priest, Van Halen, Van Halen, Van Halen, Van Halen, Zeppelin, kiss, 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 kiss. You know, so it's just like, and then a bunch of more, you know, Iron Maiden stuff. So it is, it's all kind of just jumbled back there. But I'll try my best tonight to get it sorted and maybe do some videos like where I flip through it all. If I do a video flipping through it all, it'll be about a 45-minute video. But I can piece them together and edit it and be like, here you go. Here's the entire collection. Tune in over the next 2 months to see them sell. Traveling Wilburys is $36.99. That's new and sealed. How about Led Zeppelin, $44.99? Are you going to pull the claims from the third hot pick? Yes. That's the next thing I'm going to do when I get done with the new vinyl. Yes. Led Zeppelin's $44.99. So Natasha does get Wings for $45. That is sold to Natasha for $45. $45 on that. That is sold to Natasha. Now, the Elton Johns with Robert Barnett at $21. And that is with Robert Barnett. I'm going to have to open up a folding table, get it under the lighting, and just like go through tub after tub. It's hard to flip through those tubs, though, because they fall back on you. I'll have to do some really good staging to set up a flip video for 1,000 records. You know, it'd be like a 30-minute video, but I can do it. I'm sure it'll get a crazy response if I post it all. Flotsam and Jetsam, a natural selection. That is sold to Shannon Lee. Thank you, Shannon Lee. That's sold to you. The Rush Vapor Trails is a 2 LP. Rush is $44.99 for Vapor Trails. That's available. Are we done on Elton? I got to make sure Patrick Fu's done bidding. We got a buku of Japanese pressings to sell tonight. And what better way to start right now than with David Bowie's Tonight, or to continue with David Bowie's Tonight. David Bowie's a Japanese pressing. It's a $35 start. A Japanese pressing. Here is the lyric insert, and here is the cover and obi. David Bowie Tonight. That is a $35 start. We got Pet Shop Boys Please. Pet Shop Boys is $33.99. And then over here we have Depeche Mode London Dungeon. Depeche Mode live at the Crystal Palace National Sports Center, 1993. Live Depeche Mode is $38.99, and I still have one of those available. Just FYI, here is Rush, Hold Your Fire. That's 180 gram, time stand still. Rush is $33.99. David Bowie has a bid. Elton John is done. That's sold to Robert Barnett for $21. Robert Barnett for $21. Thank you, Robert Barnett. That's sold to you for $21. Jennifer Corbin has David Bowie at $35. And then over here, Rush is sold to Richard Bradshaw, $44.99. Now, Steve, everything in here is sticker price. For example, if you want to buy Rush Hold Your Fire, just put Rush Hold or Rush Hold Your Fire. These are sticker price. They're no more, no less. This is all new sealed vinyl. It's sticker price, no more, no less. I wouldn't even take more if you tried to offer it. And I know I'm not going to take less. Here's our next auction. It's Jeff Beck, the best of Jeff Beck. This is a $35 start. And here is the gatefold with Obi. And it has the booklet with it. It has a photo. What is this? It is some kind of photo thing of Jeff Beck. Or no, it's not. No, that's, that looks like Chicago. That looks like Chicago, and this is some Japanese band. $35 start on that. George Burleson. Did I miss something from George? George says, guess he don't want to sell it later all. George Burleson, can I get the Primitive CD? Can I get the Primitive CD? I never did see that. I was answering questions about the Van Halen boots, the Kiss boots, Led Zeppelin boots. Can I get the Primitive CD? Let me figure out what that was. Primitive CD, George Burleson. That's got to be over here in this stack. I never did see it the first time. George, Primitive CD. You got to stay on. You got to stay on to me about stuff. Also, I really don't know what that is exactly. Primitive CD. Is that the name of the artist, the band? I don't really remember reading that. Primitive CD. I'm looking. Maybe if you give me one more clue, maybe can find it. Maybe if I can find it. All right, back to the crate. Smiths, Strange Ways, here we come. The Smiths is $33.99. We also have Code, a different kind of pain. Code is a music on vinyl pressing limit of 1,000. That is $38.99. And we have Lizzie Borden, Give 'em the Axe, white blue vinyl, $33.99. Now, the next craziest thing I have over here is in this entire collection, CD collection from Bush. Okay? So the first thing I have is Bush Star Profile. It is a CD box set deal with books sealed. We've got Bush Borderline. Looks like a CD single import. Bush Machine Head, UK single CD. Bush Everything Zen, CD single. Bush Swallowed, CD single. Bush Keep It All the Way. It's a live bootleg from Washington, D.C., 1995. Bush The Chemicals Between Us, CD import. Bush Greedy Fly, CD single import. Bush The Science of Things, interactive CD-ROM. A CD-ROM has a Tower Records price tag on it. Bush, another CD single, Swallowed. Bush CD single of Come Down. Bush CD single of Glycerin. Bush Little Things. Bush Letting the Cable Sleep. Bush Greedy Fly CD single. Bush Something single. And Bush Little Things. All Bush related singles. And then here's another one. Ambush by Bush, I think. That is all going to be auctioned together. Now, normally, those have been randomly slipped in for $6.99 each. And I probably would have sold a bunch of them. Somebody might have last night even took them all at $6.99 each. So what I've decided to do, though, is bundle them all together. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I mean, there's nearly 20 maybe. Close to 20. There's some thin ones in there. So we'll say a $65 start. $65 start for Mr. Bush there. And then the David Bowie is sold to Jennifer Corbin for $35. Final call on Jeff Beck, which is a $35 start. There's about 20 CD singles there and a couple bootlegs and that box set deal on the bottom. Okay? That is Soda Jennifer Corbin, and the Bush is a $65 start. Next is Petra self-titled, $38.99. Promise, Frizzle Fry, $29.99. Blackberry Smoke, Like an Arrow, that's a Gatefold 2 LP for $36. Pavement is $29.99. Concrete Blonde Bloodletting is $34. I still got a couple of those. Offspring Smash is $28.99. Also, New Order, and this one's Low Life. New Order is $38.99 for Low Life. Now, there was a New Order claim. There's two for Republic. We hadn't got to that yet. Exciter, Violence and Force. Exciter is $29.99. Deftones Around the Fur is $33. Holy Moses is sold to Danny Thomason. Thank you, Danny Thomason. That's so to you. Deftones White Pony is $39.99. And then some MoFi here. The Cosmic Thing, B-52s, $34.99 on that. And then Hall & Oates is $44.99. Rock and Soul Part 1. Rock and Soul Part 1. So, Jake, if somebody comments on Discord, does it show up on everybody's platform? That'd be a great thing for... That's all the comments? Okay. Okay. I was about to say, like, if Craig, when he comments track listing, it only shows up on Facebook. If he were to post it over there, would it show up on everybody's feed or just on Discord? Okay. Trying to get away, Craig. When you post track listings, everybody can see it. We got a couple new things working over here. We're trying to get all the comments coming to one place where we got them archived. Okay. Everybody still out there? Test 1, 2. We got Holy Moses sold. Let me make sure there was nothing else in there I needed to pull. I don't think so. The rest of the stuff's in upcoming crates. So we got Hall & Oates. We got B-52s. Is the comments working at all? Test 1, 2. Jeff Beck is a no bid to my knowledge. A $35 buy it now. Thank you, Craig, for commenting. Jeff Beck is a buy it now for $35. Bush is a $65 start for that CD lot. Jeff Beck's a no bid, a $35 start. I think I got into a lull there. I probably zoned some people out. I read off 20 Bush titles. Everybody's like, oh, what's next, Chad? Okay, Jeff Beck, the best of, a $35 buy it now. Steve Mason, we've already sold Vapor Trails. Now, if you want on a waiting list, I'll put you on a waiting list. They'll be back in next week. Unfortunately, right now, I have 0 copies left. There we go. The comments are working. Everybody's back. They said, yes, Chad, we're here. Glad to see y'all are still alive. Thank you. Let me jump over here. By the way, the pre-order for the Doors, Rhino Hi-Fi, self-titled is up. They are releasing all the Doors Rhino High Fidelity series here to independent stores. So for indie stores. So yes, we will be able to get those, and I'm going to be posting each one individually. Tom Sullivan got White Pony. Thank you. Hall & Oates, the MoFi Greatest Hits. Essentially, Rock and Soul Part 1, $44.99. Or Rock and Soul Part 1, Essentially Greatest Hits. So, Hall & Oates, Cosmic Thing, Deftones, New Order, Offspring, Concrete Blonde, Pavement, Blackberry Smoke Promise, Petra, Lizzie Borden. We also have, I'm trying to keep all the metal together, Cold, Smiths, Rush, Depeche Mode, Pet Shop Boys, Led Zeppelin, Traveling Wilburys, Bright Eyes, Dire Straits, and Faster Pussycat. So, all those are available. If anybody wants them, we got a couple more crates here of new vinyl to knock out just very quickly. And then we'll be showing new stuff for the rest of the night, including new vinyl, new Japanese stuff, and new vintage, pre-owned, and other discount stuff, okay? That's all coming up righty now. One of the first things I'm going to do, though, is put up a Japanese pressing of Paul McCartney's Tug of War. And Paul McCartney Tug of War is going to go up for a $35 start. This one has the poster with it. Paul McCartney, very cool poster that comes with this one. It says, thank you to all my Japanese fans, or something like that. There he is, Sir Paul. And to the Japanese fans, with love, Sir Paul McCartney, and he doodled on it. It's just a copied signature, of course. I wish it was actually signed. Instead of a $35 start, we'd be saying a $3,500 start. But here it is, and it's up for bid, a $35 start. Now, I'm going to make all these Bush CDs a buy it now for $65. Nobody bid. Take advantage of that bundle lot. I bet there's close to 20 there. If you want me to count exactly, I can. But all those are going to be a buy it now for $65. Bush, $65 buy it now. Here it is. You see it almost every night. The John Hughes mixtapes, and I'm down to this last one, only because it was a Hatchet Ed putback. Otherwise, we'd be sold out. We can't get them anymore. So last one there, $139.99. And then both of these new order albums sold. Both new order albums sold. Let me go ahead and pull back up my comments here. The new order here is sold to Kelly Gabney, and the new order here is sold to Chris Smith. And George Jones does want the Bush CDs. Thank you, George. Those are all sold to you for $65. So we'll say whoever's tagging, it's everything from the box set to this one right here on top. I'm going to put them right here. So those are all sold. Thank you. And so far tonight, we have sold more CDs than vinyl. Right now, vinyl CDs is far outpaced in vinyl tonight. So we got to get vinyl back up the pace, okay? We got Tyler Childers' Purgatory, $28.99. Feathered Indians, $28.99. I know every lyric to every song on that album probably. Nile, not Vile Nilotic Rights by Nile. That's $34.99. Nile is $34.99. 2 LP red vinyl. Disturbed Evolution. Disturbed Evolution. This is $33.99. This is still available. Disturbed Evolution. And then over here is Paradise Lost Obsidian, $24.99. $24.99. And then George Burleson, Something Not Smithing. Now, George, I don't know if you answered me earlier. I was trying to find a CD that you said you wanted, but I never did get back with your information. Okay, now here is going to be a lot of some Zeppelin CDs. The first one's a bootleg, Led Zeppelin Back to College. Man, somebody paid $17 for this 30 years ago. This is Led Zeppelin live at Southampton, England. Let's sell this one probably by itself. It's a 2-disc Led Zeppelin bootleg, Roman Panther Records. That is going to go up. Let's take a closer look at it. Here is Led Zeppelin Back to College. It is a 2-disc Zeppelin bootleg CD. Let's put that up for a $10 start. Led Zeppelin. I'm probably going to bundle these deluxe editions, and we'll probably bundle these 2 bootlegs. But I think that one's worthy of itself. I think that's worthy of itself. Kelly, I was looking for that. I was like, where's that Disturbed comment? I was looking for it. That's why I paused over here. Okay, you got it in with 3 others. Yes, Disturbed. This is sold to Kelly Vladerchek. Thank you, Kelly Vladerchek. Hey, it did pop up. Discord. There it is. Look, a new. Oh, that's Twitch. We're also on Twitch. There's a little Twitch bot. There it is. See, there we are. What we probably need to do is give Craig. I probably need to get the login for that and just give it to Craig. I'll get that from you. So I trust Craig enough of our login information. But is this it here? Is this for Twitch too? Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Craig, I'll probably get with you over the weekend. I'm going to give you the login to our Twitch so you can, or we could give them Restream too, I guess. Yeah, Restream. Yeah, we'll give him a Restream, and that way when he comments track listings, everybody can see it everywhere. So we really don't have a Discord. It's just an empty profile right now. We're using it to pull all of our comments, but there's that. Okay, sorry. There's that, and thank you, Kelly, for the Disturbed. Here's Traveling Wilburys Volume 3. $36.99. And David is right. Why don't we go ahead and put 2 or 3 Japanese up at a time? The first one I'll make a buy now then is Paul McCartney, Tug of War. It's a no bid $35 buy now. And that also leaves Jeff Beck over here. And Paul McCartney's a buy now for $35. And then send me your credit card as well. Yeah. I trust Craig. I think, don't y'all agree? We can trust Craig with some of our login information. I consider him at this point an employee. He seems like a very trustworthy dude. Led Zeppelin, Nick Bergeron, you're out. The high bid on that's $10 with Robert Warner. Nas Illmatic is $33.99. Radiohead, OK Computer. Radiohead is $44.99. And then Jane's Addiction. This is sold to Kelly Vladerchek. Jane's Addiction, that's sold to you that's sold to Kelly Vladerchek. Waitlist for Traveling Wilburys 3. If there was, this is a recap. If there was, I've already tagged it, Nick. I can open up my laptop right now. Excuse me, it's already open. But yeah, if there was, then yes, they've already come in. Let me look it up right quick. Traveling, you already got one, sir. Yes. Nick Bergeron, you've already been tagged. You've already been tagged, okay? Over here, and we have Ryan Bingham Mescalito, $34.99. And yes, I think I said that out loud, but just so the taggers get this, the taggers, Steve Mason does one on the Vapor Trails waiting list. Thank you. Okay, Ryan Bingham Mescalito is $34.99. And then we got Led Zeppelin at $15, Back to College. Now, I follow Led Zeppelin concerts closely. That's one that's not really circulating too much on vinyl. That's probably a pretty tough one to get. Southampton University, 1973, a 2-disc. That is at $15 with Robert Warner, okay? Also, we got Volbeat, their newest album, Gods of Angels Trust. That's $46.99. And we still got some copies of Veruca Salt. Veruca Salt is $33.99. Let's go ahead and put up some more Japanese. So the next one is a Donovan compilation. Donovan is going to go up for a $35 start. Donovan is a $35 start. And this is new gold disc. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. We have a lyric book with it and an inner sleeve. Great music on here. Sunshine Superman's on here. The Hurdy-Gurdy Man. They Call Me Mella Yellow. Very cool stuff there. Donovan, a $35 start on that. Here is Stranger Things, music from seasons 1 and 2, $33.99. I've got 2 copies of that. Also, ZZ Top DeGuelo, 180 gram, all analog. That's $33.99. King Gizzard's $33.99. And Queensryche, Operation Mindcrime, a 2 LP. Last copy here, $46.99. We also have the newest Red Clay Strays release. That's their concert live at the Ryman on Red Clay vinyl for $34. And then here is STP, the MoFi pressing, sold to Scott Smith. That is Tiny Music, a 2 LP, 45 RPM, sold to Scott Smith. Over here, we got John Williams, conducts John Williams, and there's even more tonight in the new arrivals. This is $46.99, numbered, lenticular cover, blue vinyl. White Zombie 2000's $38.99. The Cure is $38, 17 seconds. And White Line Pride's $38. Our next auction, another Japanese pressing. Unfortunately, no Obi, but a great one to have a Japanese pressing of. U.S. copies are tough to find in perfect condition like this. It is The Last Waltz, which is an incredible live experience. One of my favorite things to watch live is when Neil Young's doing Helpless and Joni Mitchell's behind the stage, kind of behind a curtain, and all you can see is her silhouette, and she's doing the backing vocals. It's kind of like a goosebump type thing. That is complete with all the guts. No Obi, though, unless this is a U.S. press. Is this a U.S. press? Hold on a second. This might be a U.S. pressing from Japan. Give me 1 second. Is this Japanese? Or is this a U.S. press? Yeah, this is Japanese. Okay. Yeah, this is a Japanese press. I was about to say, very nice. Very, very nice here, yes. So just no Obi, and that's also going to go up for $35. The Led Zeppelin is a bootleg CD, Back to College. It's from Southampton University. It is $19. It's a 2-disc. Has a ad from Cream Magazine there on the bootleg inside of it, and that's up for bid. Robert Warner on $19, okay? Now, there's that, and there's that. And anybody else on this crate? I think everything out of here I've been pulled. White Line, The Cure, White Zombie, John Williams, STP, Red Clay Strays, Queensryche, King Gizzard, ZZ Top, Stranger Things, Veruca Salt, Volbeat, Ryan Bingham, OK Computer, Nas, Traveling Wilburys, Paradise Lost, Tyler Childers, and John Hughes, okay? The STP is $59.99. That's the list price for MoFi. It's a 2 LP, 45 RPM. Very, very nice. That's the only way that's in print, unless you get the CD box set, which I don't know if I can get that right now if I tried. Maybe. I'm not real for sure. Okay. Sorry, I was drinking some purple juice. While I'm changing crates, I also wanted to explain bootlegs, because we're going to be selling a bunch of them. And a lot of people that may be relatively new to vinyl collecting could get confused, and I want to give everybody my stance on bootlegs, and we'll probably have to do it again when we're selling all the KISS stuff. So a bootleg and an unofficial pressing is the same thing. A bootleg is a kind of a more sinister word. Now a lot of people's calling them unofficials, and essentially You know, even some of my big distributors that distribute vinyl all around the world to record stores, they deal in these bootleg unofficials. And a lot of it's like loopholes because they're pressed overseas in Europe, et cetera, et cetera. Now, sometimes we get bootlegs of like Tool albums. Like if I bought a collection with a bootleg Tool Anima or a bootleg 10,000 Days, I would definitely put it up for auction. It's not like I'm just going to throw it in the trash. But what I've always told everybody is I'm not going to deal in copyrighted bootlegs here in mass quantities. I've been offered from sources and dealers. People reach out to me all the time. Chad, do you want to get into some bootlegs? I can get you this. I can get you that. This and that. Those I stay away from because that is heavily copyrighted music and it's being pretty much made and distributed illegally. And those we do not distribute and deal in. Now, some of this stuff is vintage. It's now just kind of being pre-sold or resold. That's the stuff I'm going to put up for sale. Mostly concert recordings and stuff like that. But you're never going to see me with a whole crate of just a bootlegged album that's never been released on vinyl. That's the kind of stuff I do not want to touch because you're not supposed to be touching it. It's basically illegal merchandise. Now, a lot of the live recordings, they've been bootlegged for years. There's loopholes. They're still making them overseas. A lot of it I don't really understand. You'd have to talk to probably international law and Euro laws and all kinds of different stuff. But if I can get it from a distributor who's also selling it to record stores all over the country and they're a legit dealer, then it's some kind of loophole where you can sell it. Otherwise, I'm not going to be selling like crate and crates full of bootlegged, counterfeit, fake albums. So I think that's the best stance. Right, Ed? Yeah. Ed said yes. So that's the kind of stuff I do not want to touch. Now, like I said, if I get one in a collection, is this pre-owned? We get it in, I'm going to put it up for auction. But I'm not going to be here distributing thousands of counterfeited albums all over the world. I don't think that's a good look. And plus, it confuses people. When I have had a few in a collection, people's like, wait a minute, is that a bootleg? Is this a real one? And it makes all of your real stuff, like all this, all the new vinyl that's legitimate, it makes all of it look really bad all of a sudden. So I'm like, yeah, I'm just going to stay away from that. Okay, here we have Godsmack. This is a 2 LP. For example, this was bootlegged a lot back before it was released on vinyl. And here it is as an official release. I remember people reaching out to me, Chad, do you want to get some bootleg Godsmacks? I'm like, no, I don't. I don't want to get a letter in the mail from who? Sony, UME, saying, hey, yeah, don't be selling these or you're going to hear again from our lawyer. We have Godsmack, $39.99. Gorilla Song Machine is $33.99. Gorilla Song Machine is $33.99, and TV on the Radio Return to Cookie Mountain. That is $29.99. Also, Back to the Future soundtrack. That is $34.99, Back to the Future. And we have Macho Man Randy Savage. That is on orange vinyl, $29.99. But also, at the end of the day, the live recording bootlegs, somebody's still not getting paid. The artist, at the end of the day, still isn't getting paid, but the counterfeit stuff, you know, they're really getting, you know, screwed over because it wasn't a live recording where somebody may have taped it and recorded it and redistributed. They're really like people are copying their music and selling it. Donovan is sold to Christopher Dean for $35. So thank you. That's sold to you. I like dealing in legit and original vintage stuff, but every once in a while we do get in these bootleg collections and, you know, stuff that's pre-owned, audio sourced, concert, stuff like that. I mean, look at the Grateful Dead. How many Grateful Dead bootlegs are out there in the world? Millions. There's millions. Donovan is sold for $35, and that's sold to Christopher Dean. All right, Led Zeppelin is still getting bids. It's a 25. Brooks Valder wants a Back to the Future. And Mark Raleigh, I think I put that STP in the crate, and I didn't say your name. I think that's what I was doing. I was yakking about bootlegs. So this is sold to you. This is sold to Mark Riley. Thank you, Mark Riley. That's sold to you. I don't think it's an issue at all, but just want to let everybody know. And I'll probably have to explain all that again whenever we're selling the KISS stuff because some people don't really understand maybe even what a bootleg or unofficial is. They see something with KISS's name on it, and they just assume maybe it's something KISS released. But most of that stuff back there are you know, they're kind of collectible bootlegs is what people call them. So here's this. All right, we got the band. It's a buy it now for $35. Beautiful. Triple LP with book and inner sleeve. There is that. And then this Led Zeppelin CD bootleg is at $26 with Robert Warner. I mean, at the end of the day, a band like Led Zeppelin is not ever going to release all this music. They're never going to put all this out officially. I mean, it might be years after they're all dead and their family and their heirs and their wives and their children wanting money. They get a hold of these tapes and they finally, but Page, Plant, John Paul Jones, they're never, one, they probably don't have the actual tapes. They're never going to release this stuff officially. So obviously fans and collectors want it, but it's going to be, it could be decades before that stuff is out officially. And you never know. Their family might not even want to release it. Kevin J. Reitz on the band for $35. Kevin J. Reitz got the band for $35. Mini guitars, we may have time tonight for them. Yes, we may have time because more came in today. The Godfather soundtrack is $38.99. The Godfather is $38.99. That's a triple LP. And Queens of the Stone Age, this is a 2 LP, $39.99 for Queens of the Stone Age. That's a 2 LP. That's still available. So is the new album from Lil Wayne, The Carter 6. That is $39.99. Lil Wayne, The Carter 6. And here is Flesh God Apocalypse Opera. Flesh God Apocalypse Opera, that's $29.99. And Bootsy's Rubber Band, this boot is made for Funkin'. Limited edition 1500 on magenta colored vinyl, $34.99. And Three Doors Down's Greatest Hits. Three Doors Down's Greatest Hits. Thank you, Dennis Daly. He grabbed a copy of that from the video. Thank you, Dennis. That is so to you. And then now Led Zeppelin's at $29. Another band's Pink Floyd. You know, Pink Floyd's never going to cooperate together to release more live material. I mean, they did put out that one live Dark Side of the Moon a while back. They remastered some of their previous ones, but, you know, it could be like, I might see it in my lifetime, but like after, unfortunately, when Gilmore's gone and Waters and their family, you know, they have access to these live recordings and they're like, hey, we can put out this live Pink Floyd concert and, you know, but they're just not going to be able to work together until then. So a lot of people collect the bootlegs up until then. Madonna True Blue is a $35 start. Madonna True Blue, this is a Japanese pressing. It is complete with obi and inner sleeve, a $35 start. And this one looks really cool here. Wham! The Final. Now, it's awfully heavy. I think it's a 2 LP. It is. I think this is like a Wham! Compilation, one I don't get as often. It has the Wham! Story book. And it is a gatefold jacket, double LP, gatefold jacket. Very, very nice. Wham! Is a $35 start. All right, they're still bidding on Led Zeppelin. It's at $29. We got Mayhem. This is Mayhem, $36.99. Mayhem Live and Ski, that's $36.99. Judge, there's one left here, $39.99 for Judge. And Zach Sabbath Vertigo. Now we're getting into some of the newest stuff from yesterday. Zach Sabbath is on purple vinyl, that's $33.99. Saigon Kick, this is sold here. Saigon Kick, that's sold to Scott Smith. Thank you, Scott Smith. That's sold to you. I need a Dark Side. I think we're sold out, unbelievably. I used to never run out of those, but I don't think we have any right now, Michael. When I go up front to pull from the racks, I'll check, but I don't think there was any in the pictures this morning. Saigon Kick is $38.99. One sold to Scott Smith. There's one left, and we have Yes Fragile. Yes Fragile is $33.99. This is the Steven Wilson remix on green vinyl, $33.99 on that. And Action Adventure, DJ Shadow, Action Adventure is $38.99. Action Adventure, and then U2 October. We still have this. Very cool. I think I saw where somebody claimed one of these. Maybe not. This is $34.99. U2 October. Yeah, Kelly Gabney. Thank you on that. There was a Dark Side. Okay, I'll go grab that for Michael Rudolph then. I thought there was. We usually keep at least one. In the back of my mind, I'm like, there's got to be at least one Dark Side of the Moon in the store or I start hyperventilating. All right, we got Led Zeppelin. This is a bootleg CD, Back to College, a 2 LP CD, Southampton. I've never heard this one. One I don't see too often. I've went through YouTube and when we had all those Zeppelin bootleg vinyl from Dale's from the 70s, original bootlegs, I listened to every one of them before we sold them because my favorite band and you know, just they really only have about 3 live recordings out there. the BBC sessions, the How the West Was Won, and The Song Remains the Same. They've never really released hardly any other live material. And plus concerts like this, nobody was thinking to record it, and it would be a valuable recording to have years later. So a lot of that's gone, and you might not ever see it again. Famous Monsters Speak. And this is sold to Danny Thomason. We sold several of these, actually. There's one to Danny Thomason. And then we have one to Cynthia Herdren. And then we have one to Kelly Vlodarchek. Okay, so those are all sold and sold and sold. And then over here, we got one left, Famous Monsters Speak, $26.99. The new Van Morrison album, it's a Gatefold 2 LP. Van Morrison is $39.99. And one is sold to Clifford Umstead. Now there's two left, and here's the new reissue of Quicksand Slip. New issue of Quicksand Slip, and this is sold to John Howard, and if anybody else wants one, let me know. That means there's only one waiting list, and that's Carla Brecky for Jane's Addictions. Nothing shocking. Did we not have two of those? Maybe we sold one last night, and there was only one left. Yeah. So we need to put Carla Brecky down on a waiting list for Jane's Addictions. Nothing shocking. Okay, Wham! And Celebration Day. Yes, their most recent, Celebration Day. That's true. That's it. That's only the 4 live concerts Led Zeppelin's ever put out. Of course, if you think about it, a lot of bands don't put out a ton of live stuff, but, I mean, Pink Floyd has out more than Led Zeppelin, I guess, if you think about it. Yeah, they definitely do. So, you know, you can get the Live at Nebworth, you can get Pulse, you can get, what's that other one I'm thinking of? They have a lot of live material, actually, all eras of Pink Floyd. Wham's at 37, Led Zeppelin's at 32. Led Zeppelin, and there's only one bid on Madonna, and it's sold for $35 to Jeremy Rourke. Nice pickup there. Beautiful copy. Jeremy's like, yes, no contest on Madonna Japanese pressing. I'll take it. Sold. Wham is, I will read you the OB number. I don't have exact information on this one. Wham is 38-3P-751 squiggly line 2. So 38-3P. I would put money that it's an OG. I would put money if it's OG. There's that. Yeah, think about how many maiden bootlegs, but also how many official live releases. So, but unfortunately, there's just not a lot of great video recordings of Zeppelin. You got the Royal Albert Hall. Nebworth is a high quality, of course, Madison Square Garden, but there's just not a lot of footage, great high quality pro shot footage of Zeppelin out there. It's all, if you do find something, if something discovers, it's like it pops up on YouTube, and then sometimes it gets taken down. It's really hard to keep it up. All right, Led Zeppelin is at $32 with Robert Warner. I think it's up to Nick Bargeron, and Nick, it's a final call to you. We can move all this over here. And Laura's loading up the auction bin. And let's go ahead and introduce another auction. And the only other thing I got to do is walk up front, and I'm going to pull some stuff off the racks. Hey, speaking of Led Zeppelin, song remains the same. Here is a Japanese pressing of it right here. This is Led Zeppelin, The Song Remains the Same. It is a 2 LP. There's the entire Dazed and Confused, 26 minutes and 53 seconds on side 2 there. And then here's the other disc. Moby Dick, Whole Lot of Love, $35 start. It has the insert. There is the Japanese booklet. There's the gatefold jacket. Led Zeppelin, a $35 start. And then my next auction right here is going to be, what? Oh, I'm going to try some more singles tonight too. But y'all should be able to hear me. I'm going to take my phone up front. So first thing I got to do, let's put Carla Brecky on a Jane's Addiction waiting list. Michael Rudolph wants Monsters Speak. Thank you, Michael Rudolph. That's so to you. And I'm going to go up front, and I posted some pictures of some of these records here on the rack. And I think there was there is a Dark Side of the Moon. Okay, so y'all should still be able to hear me. I'm going to go ahead and knock this out right now so y'all can possibly see some stuff and see some stuff that's sold. And I'm going to read off some titles. We got Dio Donington 87. And then let's go ahead and pull that. Dio Donington 87. We also sold Beetlejuice. So, and I'll tell you who we're selling to when I get back here. And then Cecil Groffskopf got the Dream Theater. We'll pull that in 1 second. But first of all, we got the Beatles White Album also to pull. And then Queens of the Stone Age and Foo Fighters. Queens of the Stone Age and Foo Fighters. We also sold an Enough's Enough. There's Michael Rudolph's Pink Floyd Dark Side of the Moon. And let's see what else we got here. We got this picture here. So somebody wanted Enough's Enough. Any more picture comments on those? Nope. So we got to pull Dio Donington 87. And then we got to find Dream Theater. And then we sold the White Album as well. And then Queens of the Stone Age and Foo Fighters. Queens of the Stone Age and Foo Fighters. I think those are right over here. Pretty cool idea, I think. Spread some of this stuff. Of course, it's my idea. Of course, I think it's a good idea. It was my idea. There's the White Album. That is sold. And then over here, we got Queens of the Stone Age. That's sold. And Foo Fighters. That was sold. And now we just need Dio Donington. What happened to that one? Dio Donington. That's the only one I'm looking for. Dio Donington. It was hopefully right here in front of me. Now I don't see it anymore. Dio Donington 87 has the lenticular cover. Right here it is in front of me. Boom. There it is. All right. Boom. Boom. Hopefully y'all can still hear me. What is in this giant box? I tell you what, there's stuff that shows up in the store and I'm just like, what the heck? So much stuff shows up sometimes. Okay, here we go. Welcome everybody. Led Zeppelin has a new bid for $45. This is still getting bids. Michael Hamburger, $45. $45. So a new bid with Joe Kolowski and now Michael Hamburger at $45. Wait till y'all see some of these Zeppelin vinyl bootlegs we got in this new collection. Holy moly. Just wait. Wham's at $55. Or maybe, wait a minute, maybe y'all are bidding on Zeppelin vinyl. Hold on a second. Maybe y'all are bidding on the Zeppelin vinyl. I forgot there's two things. I was like, golly, this has took off. So this was at $32, and then let's go ahead and sell this to Nick Bargeron for $34. Okay, this is sold to Nick Bargeron for $34. Now, I think they're bidding on the Led Zeppelin vinyl back here, right? I think y'all are bidding on this. And Michael Hamburger has it for $45. Joe Kolowski, you're out. And then John Robb has Wham for $55. So I posted a picture of some racks that's up front in the store, also full of vinyl. And here's what we sold. Mark Morris, you got Donington 87 from Dio with lenticular cover, $46.99. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Foo Fighters Greatest Hits. Foo Fighters Greatest Hits. That's sold to Alvo Dabney Jr. Thank you on that, Alvo. And then the Beetlejuice here. Beetlejuice is sold to Andrew Eisensmith. And then Enough's Enough. Enough's Enough was right here. And this one was sold. Enough's Enough was sold to Terry Lee Watts. And then Amanda and Jesse Perez says how much for Enough's Enough. And it is $39.99. And there's one left. Okay, and I've replied to them unless somebody buys it right now. And then Michael Rudolph, thank you. There's your 50th anniversary remaster of Dark Side of the Moon. That's sold to you. And then the White Album here was sold to Mr. Reitz. Kevin J. Reitz on the White Album. Thank you, Kevin. That's sold to you. If anybody else wants one, let me know. The White Album is sold. And then Queens of the Stone Age is also sold to Alvy C. Dabney Jr. All right, so they were definitely bidding on Led Zeppelin. So that means the last bid's Michael Hamburger, $45. Joe Kolowski is out. And Chad, you remember if the Led Zeppelin songs the same for you yesterday I got was Japanese too? Yeah, the other one we sold yesterday was Yes. And John Robb, Wham is sold for $55. Yes, it has all the inserts with it. It has the Wham insert. It has the Wham book. It is complete. And that is sold to John Robb for $55. And now I think we're done on the Japanese Led Zeppelin as well. And then Laura just delivered the other auctions, which there's pretty much, there is a hot picture posted in the group under my name. And the rest of these tonight are going to be nothing but surprises. So a good night to kick back and relax and just see record after record sold. And I think we got everything taken care of for the video. We got everybody's comments liked. I even liked my own comments. That person never replied to me. And we got all those likes. And then Tom Sullivan, I'll get you a Jim Sullivan whenever they come in. And I think we're good to go, okay? So in those, we're done. All right, that's all been tagged. I think we just got the discount flip to do. And how much is Quicksand? Quicksand is $34.99. 30th anniversary, red and orange or orange black marble vinyl. Let's go ahead and sell Led Zeppelin. All new auctions coming up right now. This is sold to Michael Hamburger for $45. Thank you on that, Michael Hamburger. And Ed just left. I heard him back there with the tape gun. He was still packing up orders. Ed working up until the last second. All righty. Mini guitars. Yes, those are coming too. First of all, Chad needs some more purple juice though. And let's see what else is going on over here. Here we go. All right. Here we go. Adult beverage. David Allen Coe. First auction here. David Allen Coe is a 1985 USOG Steel and the Shrink. Near mint minus on the vinyl. David Allen Coe, Darlin', a $25 start on David Allen Coe. Our next auction is Dexy's Midnight Runners. To Lee. Come on, Eileen. Dexy's Midnight Runners. That's going to go up for a $35 start. That's up for bid, a $35 start. There's the insert. And then here is the cover and obi, a $35 start. That's up for bid. And let's swap out crates. We've gone through all three of those. Now, the only thing I don't know what I've done with, or what Tanner's done with, was the vintage flip crate. I don't know what's happened to that. It was all $6.99 stuff. I'm trying to figure out what I've done with it, or what he's done with it. Oh, here it is. Did everything sell? Oh, I know why I can't find it. There's no tabs. That's why. This is a weird one. I actually know what I did. I grabbed an old crate. And I just said, everything is $6.99. And I think we sold almost half of it. Yeah, or probably 2/3 of it. So everything you're seeing me pull out of here sold. And that saved me a lot of time last night. I didn't have to actually like mix one up. This was the quick and lazy way to get a flip crate done. I grabbed one. I didn't pull anything out. And I said, everything in here is $6.99. And that's exactly what we did. Now, you're going to see what's left for $6.99. Here's all the stuff that did sell, and that has officially filled up the crate, the first crate tonight, and that was a fun one. And because all I did was grab a crate and said these are all $6.99. Let me grab another empty crate here, and I'm going to show y'all what's left, and everything in here is $6.99. I'm going to read through them quickly. So everything in here is a final price, $6.99, okay? David Allen Coe, no bid, looking for a $25 start, and Dexy's Midnight Runner, $35. There was a question, do you have the DOC? No one does it better. The DOC, no one does it better. Lamont, I'm going to be honest, I'm not too familiar with that. Dexy's has bids for $35 and $38. Okay, no bid only tonight is Paul McCartney, complete with poster, near mint for $35, and the best of Jeff Beck for $35, Japanese pressings. Here's what's left for $6.99. Leo Kottke, Dreams and all that stuff. These are all $6.99. I Remember Radio by Frank Knight. That's a 2 LP. I told everybody in the video, those are like very nostalgic timepieces. Go back, you know, listen to those old radio broadcasts on vinyl. It's really cool to hear. Leo Sayer, Another Year. Leo is $6.99. We have Seals and Croft 1 and 2, which is a 2 LP. Warner Brothers, original under sleeve, a little bit of cover wear, but nice vinyl, $6.99. The Tasmanian Devil, self-titled, a gold stamp promo. That was $6.99. Pat Benatar didn't get claimed. Wow. Pat Benatar is $6.99. It has the original under sleeve with it. Also, Michael Rudolph on radio. That is sold to Michael Rudolph for $6.99. And we have Sold Out, SOULED, The Righteous Brothers. That's $6.99. Bill Keenum, second on radio. And Me and the Rye, Atmosphere Run Hondow. And that is now $6.99. Von Stom on Pat Benatar, sold. Bill Keenum on Seals and Croft, sold to Bill Keenum. And wow, a no bid on David Allen Coe, just a $25 buy it now. That's going right over here. Dexy's Midnight Runner, the last bid on that was Joe Salamo at $38. We're about to sell it, waiting for one other person. Hammers up. Next Japanese pressing is John Lennon Collection. John Lennon is near mint minus and pristine. This is a great Japanese compilation. This is a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint. There is this, and here is this, and that's a $35 start. Next thing we have is Bill Keenum on the Righteous Brothers. That is sold to Bill Keenum for $6.99. Thank you, Bill Keenum. That's sold to you. Also is Micro Disney. The clock comes down the stairs. Micro Disney is $6.99. And Other Bright Colors, Endlessly Rocks the Cradles. That is Other Bright Colors. That is $6.99. So right over here, evidently the feed is frozen. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Let me see what's going on. Let me see. Let me let the feed refreeze, re-warm up. All right. Next new comment. Michael, you did get radio, yes. Danny Thomason got the David Allen Coe for $25. And then Pat Benatar is already sold. And then Dexy's Midnight Runners. I'm going to give it one more chance because Parton may have bid and I couldn't have seen it. But this is a final call for $38 to Joe Salamo. $38 with Joe Salamo. So let's go back over here. We have Leo Kottke, Dreams and All That Stuff, $6.99. Leo Sayer, Another Year. Leo Sayer is $6.99. The Tasmanian Devils, Gold Stamp Promo, that's $6.99. Me in the Rye, and that's Atmosphere Har Handel, and that is $6.99. Von Stom, you did get Pat Benatar, yes. And he's out on Dexy's Midnight Runner, so Joe Salamo, this is sold to you for $38. Thank you, Joe Salamo. That's sold to Joe Salamo for $38. Thank you on that. John Lennon is going once, going twice. I'm looking for a $35 start. The next auction, oh boy, The Clash live at Shea Stadium. The Clash is a 2008 USOG with the original sleeve, VG Plus, a $25 start. Bill Keenum wants Leo and Leo. He wants Leo Kottke and Leo Sayer. Both sold to Bill Keenum, $6.99 and $6.99. I still got that one. I still got that one. I got Micro Disney. The clock comes down the stairs. Micro Disney, just $6.99. Also, Other Bright Colors, that was $6.99. And Johnny Rivers, A Touch of Gold. Johnny Rivers is $6.99. A Touch of Gold, Johnny Rivers. Next item I have here to auction is this. It's a Journey. Let me make sure everything's in here. I think it's a complete box set here from Journey. Let's see what I got going on here. Should be 3 disc. Yep, there's the book and 3 disc. And yep, 1, 2, 3. And it has the inserts with it. Journey box set. This is going to go up. It's called Time Cubed. It's going to go up for a $15 start. $15 start on Journey. John Lennon is called the John Lennon Collection. It's a Japanese pressing of Obi, near mint minus. It is a $35 start. Over here is The Clash, live at Shea Stadium. The Clash is a 2008 OG. Vladimir has it for $20. And then right now we're going through a $6.99 crate. Everything in here is $6.99. And we still got Johnny Rivers, A Touch of Gold. We got Joe King Carrasco, The Crowns. That is $6.99. And that is Party Weekend. We also have Lonesome Romeos. Lonesome Romeos is $6.99. Todd Fisher's in on Journey at $15. And of course, Amanda, make sure if you're bidding on John Lennon, you do put a 3.5 for a 35. Over here is Mystic Eyes, Our Time to Leave. Mystic Eyes is $6.99. Journey has another $15 bid. Clash has a bid for $25. John Lennon has a bid with Fred for $35. Echoes of an Era, the Art Tatum, Monroe Garner, Bud Powell, Billy Taylor years. That's VG Plus $6.99. We have Steam, Nah Nah, Hey Hey. EX, $9.99 on Steam. That's on this Red Mercury label. Now John Lennon's at $35. The Temptations Power, EX edition, $6.99. We have Working, a new musical, a white label promo, VG $9.99. Clash has another bid for $30. John Lennon has another bid for $35. And Journey has a bid for $30. Also, On Campus, Doug Clark and the Hot Nuts. That is $6.99. So is Susie Quattro, Susie and Other 4-letter words. That was $6.99. And we have Dan Seals on the front line. That is $6.99. Now the Clash is at $35. Now the Clash is at $40. And now we have Mix Amy on Power. Power for $6.99. That was Power. Power, $6.99. Let me figure out what that was. Working, Power, Temptations, yes. And Bill Keenum says he meant to bid 20 on Journey. Okay, so the bids on Journey were 15, 15, and now 20. 20 on Journey. Now John Lennon's at 36. Now another 36. Now the Clash is at 42. And now we have Chubby Checker. Chubby Checker's folk album, Loady Low. Chubby is $6.99. And what about old Joe King again? He's also $6.99. Just Mix. Mix, I'll try that. I try to say as much as I can, though, so the people tagging know who I'm talking about, but I think they'll be able to figure it out. $6.99. What does it actually say? Mix Amy T. Mix Amy TE1. Clash 42, Clash 42. Some of these handles I got to zoom in. I'm like, okay, what exactly does this say? I think there's some that I still say that I don't know if I'm getting right anymore. Okay, John Lennon 37, Clash is at 42. Two people's tied at 42. And I guess it's up to the first bidder on the Journey. Bill Keenum has this for 20. Todd Fisher, I think it's just up to you. I think it's just up to you. Anybody else want anything in here out of the $6.99 batch? These are all from the flip crate of $6.99. This was full, and that's all that's left. Amazing. Let's remind you of those one more time. And then we're about to go into new vinyl, sealed, more vintage discount stuff, more new vintage arrivals, etc., etc. We have Stephen Parton on Dan Seals. That's sold to Stephen for $6.99. Kristen Barnett on Chubby Checker for $6.99. He's out on Journey, so this Journey box set, final call for him for $20. Now the Clash is tied at 42. John Durden, you're out. Vladimir came in first. And Fred has the Clash for 37. Debbie, you're out. And Amanda, you're out. Here's what's left for $6.99. Joe King, Susie, and other four-letter words, Susie Quattro, Doug Clark and the Hot Nuts, Working, a new musical, Steam, Na Na Hey Hey, Goodbye, Echoes of an Era, Art Tatum, Earl Garner, Mystic Eyes, Our Time to Leave, Lonesome Romeos, Joe King, Johnny Rivers, Our Bright Colors, also Micro Disney, Me and the Rye, and the Tasmanian Devils. Those are all $6.99. What was the radio station record? Radio station record? I don't know if there is one. There's this one, Mystic Eyes, Our Time to Leave. It says DJ Not For Sale. Looks like it might have been at a radio station. It is WRKC. Mystic Eyes is $6.99. Journey price, it's got a high bid right now for $20. It's got a high bid right now for $20. It is a 3-disc CD box set. The Clash has a tiebreaker at 43. And yes, I'm going to offer this as a bundle deal. I'm going to make sure everybody has made their selections, though. Final call for selections. If not, I'm about to count them, and Michael Rudolph's about to buy the rest. I know he will. I know he will. Then we're going to clear that out. I'll have to go up front and get one of our... No, I still got an air horn back here. And then I'm going to grab our next crate of new stuff. I do have more VHS and DVDs to try to slip in tonight, just FYI. Clash is at 45, Journey's at 41. Those are still getting bids. All right, so we got... Fred Cardinale. We'll make sure Kristen Barnett doesn't want this. If not, Fred Cardinale. All right, so we're going to pause there and say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. There's 13 records left. 13 records left, and we'll say 13 records for $45. 13, that's less than $3.50 a piece, Michael. And this is sold to Kristen for $6.99. Fred, though, you do get John Lennon for $37. That's sold to you for $37. The Clash, live at Shea Stadium, still getting bids, just FYI. And Michael Rudolph gets the rest of the crate. So we'll give him the bundle deal here. The rest of these for $45 sold to Michael Rudolph. Nice. Those are all sold. Michael Rudolph. All right, those are done. Let me put sticky notes around them. Nice. Wow, we can do that again later tonight. Friday and Saturday night, after we get through all the new stuff, it's going to be half-off crates. It's going to be buy it now, best offer crates. It's going to be let's sell some vinyl crates, okay? Mystic Eyes was still in there. That was, I pulled it out when she asked about it. Oh, wait a minute. I pulled out Joe King instead. Oh, my bad. I pulled out Joe King. I did. I pulled out Joe King. Let me pull Mystic Eyes. Sorry. Yep, y'all are right. I pulled out another white cover. So there it is. Sorry. And now we're good to go. That is what's sold to Kristen. Okay? Not the Joe King. And now we're good to go. Now, the Journey, Bill Keenum, you got outbid on the Journey at 21. Travis Woods has it. And now, if Lauder checks out on the Clash, live at Shea Stadium, 2008 USOG VG Plus Original Runner Sleeves, final call for 46. All right, and we have our first air horn of the night. It's going to be an air horn in your face. We have a cleared crate. I grabbed that last night. I was like, this one looks like an easy one for me to sell out if I make everything $6.99. I flipped through it. We flipped through it here. We bundled them. They're gone. Hope everybody was prepared for that. Okay. Was Laura right around the corner? I hope he was prepared too. She was somewhat prepared. She can hear it live. Okay, let's go over here, and it looks like a whole new crate of Japanese came in, and then a whole nother crate of new vinyl, or a whole crate of Japanese, and then more new vinyl. But we got 2 pre-orders to tag. So while it's still relatively early, let's go ahead and tag these pre-orders. Laura's over here digging for some stuff to price tonight. Possibly potential auctions in the future. But guess what? We got a new big release in from our MoFi distributor. Here it is. That was not one of the new air horns. No, they're still up front in the Amazon boxes, but I am going to get to one. That was not one of the new air horns. We might bring out one of the big ones in a big moment. Unfortunately, I lost Bill Keenum, so Travis Woods, that sold to you for $21. And now the Clash is sold to John Durden for $46. And that was a great crate. And that saved me a lot of time. I was trying to get out here a little early. You know what, though? I got home and I couldn't go to sleep. You know, I was looking up stuff. I was buying stuff. And I still didn't go to sleep till like 9 or 10 o'clock again. It was just my body's just so used to it. I was like, all right, I'm going to try to go home and get in bed before 7 a.m. And it just didn't work. Not happening. It's just not happening. All right, let's get back to those other bootleg CDs I have over here. And I've got 2. They look like they're partial. I'm not for sure, but you get some Zeppelin live recordings. So this one here is Led Zeppelin, the Best of Tour 73, Volume 2. Best of Tour 73, Days of Fuse, Heartbreaker, Whole Lot of Love. Live in Fort Worth, Michigan, New York City, Chicago, all from 1973. And this is a Close Shave Part 2. Or is this Doors? Hold on a second. No, that's Led Zeppelin. There for a second, it looks like Jim Morrison. Let me see if I can get this old McKay sticker off of it. Sometimes they peel off nicely. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Okay, I'll leave those stickers on there. I'll let y'all deal about those. But this is a Close Shave Part 2. This is live at Cologne, 1980. Wow, 1980. So 2 Zeppelin CDs there. Bootleg, live recordings, a $10 start. $10 start. And we got a big pre-order here, but not before we introduce some more Japanese pressings. Next Japanese pressing is Phil Collins. No jacket required. No jacket required. Here he is. First, let me show you the vinyl. This is a $35 start. It's near mint minus and pristine. It has this insert. It has that insert. There's a girl that's been on my mind all the time. Studio. It does have the obi. It needs to be put back on the jacket. Let me see if I can do it right now for you. Let's see here. Kind of a trick to put these on there. There we go. See? Now it's on there. There we go. Phil Collins. That's a $35 start. No jacket required. That's up for bid. Led Zeppelin CDs already have a bid. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And it is going to be a Best of Bread. Is this Volume 2 or 1? I can just see the top of it. Hold on a second. Nice. It's Volume 2. With Guitar Man, Best of Bread, a Japanese press, obi, a Japanese import here. The vinyl is near mint minus. I love how they do their logo. Bread, and it looks like a slice of bread, loaf bread. I love Publix bread. Publix sub. I might have to stay up all night so I can walk in Publix at 7 a.m. and say, I'll take a sub. Actually, go ahead and give me 5 of them. The Best of Bread is a $35 start. Phil Collins, a $35 start. Final call on those CDs. There's one bid for $10. Now, let me find my cellular device over here because we got a pre-order that's due out this week. Hope everybody remembered this was coming in. Here it is. Here's this. Here's this. Hope y'all ready. What is it called? It's one of my favorite albums. I love Side 1. I could listen to it on repeat. Let me find it here. Hold on. Give me stand by. Stand by. There it is. This is new. It comes out, well, it was scheduled for June 6th, but you just never know about MoFi. MoFi don't really stand by the release dates. It said June 6th. It's actually out this week. So Heart, Dreamboat Annie, this is $59.99. And this is it. It's a 2 LP, 45 RPM. 2 LP, 45 RPM. Heart, Dreamboat Annie, $59.99. Here's everybody that got one. Hector Patino. If you wasn't on the pre-order and you want one, now's the time. What about Rob Fordham? Thank you, Rob Fordham. We got one for Ken Crooker. Dreamboat Annie, nice, beautiful, 2 LP, 45 RPM. Joshua Cross also got one. There's one for Joshua Cross. Let me count some more of these out. Bill Samus and John Leeson. Bill Samus and John Leeson. There's Bill Samus, there's John Leeson. Those are sold and sold. Let me get these standing up straight. There we go. And then Fred Carnell and Marsha French. Fred Carnell and Marsha French. Thank you, Fred Carnell. Thank you, Marsha French. Bill Walton and Peter Mazzolino. Bill Walton and Peter Mazzoliano. Those are sold and sold. We got one for Mark Barbosa and one for Joshua Day. And there's one for Mark Barbosa. There's one for Joshua Day. We got one for Scott Beebe and Clarissa Zavala. There's one for Scott Beebe and there's one for Clarissa Zavala. Those are sold and sold. Von Galipsy and Susie Breedlove. Von Galipsy and Susie Breedlove. There's one for Vaughn. There's one for Susie. And then Robert Matthews and Paul Brothers. Uh-oh, I might not have enough. Robert Matthews and Paul Brothers. Robert Matthews and Paul Brothers. There's more sold. There's more sold. And how many does that leave me? Just 2 more. And I still have pre-orders. And yeah, I still have pre-orders too. So let me count all those off. I'll do that in a second. I got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 14, 16, 18, 2, 20. Yeah, okay. Yeah, looks like I'm going to immediately need more. So there's that. Looks like we're going to automatically have a waiting list on this one. I think what happened, sometimes they send me the solicitations and they're like, we need your order now. And I'm like, oh no, how many can I sell? Can I sell 20? Can I sell 50? Can I sell 5? And I think I put in for 20 and probably never did go back and double check the pre-order. Plus the last 5 pre-orders was almost 2 weeks after I posted it. So we got Kathy Webb and John Gollin. So the last 2 goes to Kathy Webb and John Gollin. And the first person on the waiting list is Brian DeLeon and Marsha French. And then anybody that's commented live, I'm going to put you on a waiting list. If you don't want on the waiting list, let me know. The first thing is, Robert, you get these 2 Led Zeppelin CDs for $10. Thank you, Robert. And then over here, we put up Phil Collins for $35. Scott Smith on the Heart waiting list. So now it's Brian DeLeon, Marsha French, Scott Smith. And then we got Phil Collins 36, Monty Reed. And then Phil Collins 38, Phil Collins 39. And Breakfast Club is new and sealed. It is $34.99. You need that, Ryan. Don't you forget about me. Best of Bread is a buy it now for $35. Best of Bread, a $35 buy it now. Thank you, Robert Warner. Enjoy your Led Zeppelin boots. Nice. I might have to pop those in my Tahoe on the way home and then bring them back tomorrow. We have Best of Bread. That's a $35 buy it now. The Guitar Man over here. Okay, so we got a waiting list going for Heart MoFi. Here's one I haven't had in stock in a while. Bob Dylan, Blood on the Tracks. Bob Dylan's is a single LP. It is $44.99 for Dylan. Phil Collins is now at $40. And then our next auction, I don't know if you're all ready for this one or not. Oh boy, let's go over here to the tag stuff that Laura's gotten ready tonight. Holy moly, look at some of this stuff. Goodness gracious. Let's go ahead and put this up right here. Randy Travis, here he is. A 1988 U.S. Allied original. This is an 88 U.S. Allied original. This is EX, a $25 start. This has My Love is Deeper Than the Holler on it. Did Marsha French already get one? Let's see here. She did. Good catch there, Paul. Nice. Yeah, Marsha French, she already got one. So let's actually, and then John Gollin commented twice too. John, I'm going to delete one of his comments because he commented twice. And then I'm going to delete Marsha. So actually, yeah, scratch Marsha off. She already got one. That happens quite often. And that just leaves Brian D. Leon. And then the two people live, okay? Two people live. David said he got his heart last week. See, you should have bought it from us. If you would have bought it from us, you would have been getting it this week, David. Technically next week. And you would have saved money on shipping. We have Bob Dylan. Yes, Mo-Fi. This is $44.99. Blood on the Tracks. New and sealed, $44.99. Phil Collins, the final call for $40. And there was a waiting list for this. And once again, I didn't have enough for the pre-order. I told everybody, I said, they'll come in. I promise. And we got the rest of the pre-order. And we have this one right here. White Line, the best of, $56.99. And this is a new release from Mo-Fi. And most of these are sold. I think I'm going to have 3 extras. This is the best of White Line. Let's go ahead and look this up right here. White Line, Jason Murphy, Kenny Cates, Brian Thurman. Yes, Brian Thurman wanted 2. Jamie Butler, Ed Hickey, Scott Smith, Tom Harris, Tim Graham, and Adam Ross. That is 10 copies. One more time. Jason Murphy, Kenny Cates, Brian Thurman, Jamie Butler, Ed Hickey, Scott Smith, Tom Harris, Tim Graham, and Adam Ross. That's 10 copies of Great White. Let's count those out. They're all sold. And here we go. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is music on vinyl. Yes, music on vinyl, White Line. Music on vinyl, White Line. There's 10 copies sold from a waiting list. And then here, I've got 2 copies left. The best of. Those are available right now to purchase. Randy Travis is EX Vinyl in Shrink and Hype. A $25 start. And then Phil Collins is sold to Courtney Duncan for $40. Let's get that in a new sleeve. Thank you, Courtney, on that. Appreciate it. Gone. See you later. All right. I hear keys jingling. Have you been here the whole time? Okay. Tanner just walked in. I was like, man, how long have you been here? Okay, so White Line's 56 and Bob Dylan's 44. This has Tangled Up in Blue. I haven't had that in a while. Mo-Fi, $44.99. You need that, David. Where is David coming through on the Mo-Fi purchases? Okay, next record I have going up right now is going to be a Japanese pressing of Physical Graffiti. Holy moly. I was listening to the Cashmere on the way here. We have Led Zeppelin, Physical Graffiti. Beautiful. Japanese press. There's 1 LP. There's 2 LP. I'm in never any hurry to sell these, believe me. So there is the insert. There's the other insert. And then here is the title card, as we call it. So when you pop it in here, it looks like it spells out. Now, the Obi is, it looks like it needs to be re-adhesive, maybe. Or maybe it's always loose like that. I don't recall it, but there it is. Led Zeppelin, Physical Graffiti with Obi. It looks like at one point somebody had a small piece of tape right here to hold it in place. Just FYI. And this is a $95 start. Led Zeppelin, a $95. I think the last one, I was like $125 start firm. $125 start firm. And here we go. He says, I'll take the Dylan. Good. I don't think your first comment came through. I'll take the Dylan. Awesome. There's David coming through. Appreciate that. Zeppelin's a $95 start. Thank you, David, as always. He gets that. He had to buy that. He felt bad for not ordering Heart through us. Randy Travis, no bid, a $25 buy it now. All right, we're ready for more auctions. There's Led Zeppelin, and now we have another empty crate. Since there wasn't much in there but a couple pre-orders, let's go ahead and knock out another one, which I also think has another pre-order in it. So we're sold out of Heart, Mo-Fi. It's a waiting list. We have 2 White Lines left, and we have 1 of the other. And here's another pre-order. I'm going to knock it out, and then there's other new vinyl in here. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to Collectible. We are here. We sell live every night. Welcome. Jump in the fire at any time. And Zeppelin already has a bid for $95. I can't believe Mr. Randy over here. A pressing that's not in print, not been reissued. Just not the right person's on right now. If I just made a single post right now on our main Facebook page and I said, Randy Travis, old 8x10, shrink, hype, beautiful vinyl, original sleeve, $25, first come, first serve, there would be about 12 instantaneous comments. Those people just aren't on this live feed right now, or it would have sold. Next is another Japanese pressing. This is called a very special Elton John collection. Very cool here. It's a compilation of Elton John music. Now this one is by Japanese standards VG plus condition. By Japanese standards, VG plus condition. It's got some scuffing on it. There's the book. The cover also has some edge wear. So we're going to put this up for just a $15 start. $15 start. Zeppelin has one bid for $95. Final call. Here's another new release that comes out Friday. Skid Row. First time ever on vinyl. A Skid Row album. I repeat. First time ever on vinyl. Skid Row Revolutions Per Minute. And let's pull this up. And there was a big pre-order, and I should have some extras. Skid Row is called Revolutions Per Minute. These are $31.99. It's a new pre-order, a new first-time on vinyl deal. The first one goes to Rick Hall. Thank you, Rick. That's so to you. And then we got Scott Beebe and Robert Matthews. Thank you, Scott Beebe, and thank you, Robert Matthews. We got Brooks Vaughter and Jeff Brinley. There's Brooks Vaughter and Jeff Brinley. This is first time ever on vinyl. This is an OG Skid Row album right now. Suzanne Drew's Autumn Bets. You're buying an opportunity for an OG Skid Row album. Brand new, $31.99. Richard Davis and Ken Crooker. Thank you, Richard Davis. Thank you, Ken Crooker. Chevy Bailey and Scott Markheim. Chevy Bailey and Scott Markheim. What about Tom Harris and Scott Smith? Tom Harris and Scott Smith, Dwayne Sevilla, and Craig Ruth. Dwayne Sevilla and Craig Ruth. First time ever on vinyl for a Skid Row album. So we got, we just sold how many right there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15. And that's Rick Hall, Scott Beebe, Robert Matthews, Brooke Vaughter, Jeff Brinley, Suzanne Drews, Autumn Betts, Richard Davis, Ken Crooker, Chevy Bailey, Scott Markham, Tom Harris, Scott Smith, Dwayne Sevilla, Craig Ruth. And then that's how many I have left there. 245. 245. And first, we got Kenny Cates Jr. picking up the Randy Travis for 25. Thank you, Kenny Cates Jr. Appreciate that as always. Do a country theme. Well, sometimes we'll get a bunch of great country auctions together. We did earlier this week, I think. We had like Garth and Travis Tritt. We had a lot of that stuff on the same night. It's really hard to do all country in one night. That's almost like trying to do an all jazz night. Just kind of difficult to do. But we got El Pisca. Scott Smith, you already got one. I'm assuming you only want one. And then Danny Thomas, I got one for you. I got one for Wayne Davis. I got one for Brandon Jones. And I got one for Fred Cardinale. And those are all sold. They're all sold out. Fred was the last one to get one. If anybody else wants one, let me know. And then over here is Led Zeppelin Physical Graffiti. Also sold to Fred Cardinale. One bid, $95. And yes, you missed David Allen Coe. It just got one bid for $25. It just got one bid for $95, Cody. You missed it. Unbelievable. And final call on the VG Plus Elton John, Japanese pressing, looking for a $15 start. Thank you, Fred, on the beautiful Japanese Led Zeppelin. And then El Pisca, I am going to put you on a waiting list for an additional copy. I'm going to put you on a waiting list. If you don't want on a waiting list for an additional copy, just let me know, okay? But we're definitely going to order more anyway. Anything Skid Row in stock, I always try to put... Fred, I'm actually going to take this OB off because I think it's going to help it get in the sleeve a lot better. I'm going to take the OB off for a second. I'm going to put everything inside of the sleeve. And then we got two people on a waiting list for Skid Row. El Pisca and Paul Brothers, okay? And then Fred, there's your OB. Actually, let me try to put it up here on the top. Okay. Let me do this. Nope. Let's do it like that. Nope, I don't like that either. Sorry. I'm trying to get this thing on the sleeve the best I can. I don't want to flatten it. All right, whoever tags this, I would be very careful. There's one little hang up right there. There we go. Fred, I don't know how you store your records, but you probably want to re-adhesive that obi so it stays around the cover. I've got it repackaged perfectly now. Okay, is the Elton the one I say? No, this is a different Elton John. This is a different Elton John. We're still in a brand new crate. Also, Angela Lewis on Skid Row. Also, Angela Lewis on Skid Row. Next auction going up right now. This is straight from the crate over here. And the first thing I have is, wow, look at all these George Straits. George Straits? Man, we got all kinds of stuff. Let me read y'all what's in the auction crate because you may want to stick around for some of these. But here's this first. U2, Angel of Harlem. U2 is an 88 US Specialty EX. That's also a $15 start. I have 3 copies of Slayer's Rain in Blood. Slayer is $36.99. Rain in Blood. I've got 3 of those. I've got 2 copies of Prince. Rock Over Germany, 1993. Prince is a live, unofficial on yellow vinyl. How cool is that? $29.99 for Prince. I got 2 of those. Now, our next auction lot is going to be some Led Zeppelin. And I think these are deluxe edition CDs. Yep, here's Led Zeppelin. There is the deluxe edition of Coda. Here's the deluxe edition of Presence, the deluxe edition of Physical Graffiti, and the deluxe edition of House of the Holy. The cover here has a little bit of wear and tear, but we're talking 4 Zeppelin CD deluxe editions, which probably new wasn't cheap at all. Those for a $15 start. 4 deluxe editions there. U2 has a bid for $15 with Craig Ruth. Prince is sold to Debbie Winstead, and Prince is sold to Courtney Duncan. Those are sold and sold. If anybody else wants on a waiting list, let me know. I'm going to skip the next one because it's also Prince, and I'm going to show you Mayhem, Out from the Dark. Mayhem is $29.99. Out from the Dark, $29.99. Here we have Elton John, a no bid. He is a buy it now for $15. VG Plus. It is a Japanese pressing, but it is VG Plus. U2. So El Pisca, you put U2 with no numerical, and then Craig technically bid first. Led Zeppelin CDs have bids for 15 and now 20. Now U2's at 18, now Led Zeppelin 20. And by the way, some of these stickers on the front of these will peel off very easily. McKay stickers usually peel off extremely well. I'm not for sure what kind of adhesive they use, but these old stickers here from The Great Escape, these should peel off pretty easy well. Yeah. Let me go ahead and get these off so y'all can see that they're going to look a lot prettier after this. So this says new, $19.99. Then it was on sale. Let's see if this one gets off easier. This one here is not as forgiving. I may get it started. This looks so much better of these off of here. There we go. That looks much better. And then over here, this McKay sticker should peel right off. This is from that blue. Y'all remember the big collection of blues we bought? The once-in-a-lifetime blues collection? This guy had over 10,000 CDs. He bought almost all of them exclusively at McKay's probably over the last 20 or 30 years. And, man, I mean, he had... I mean, it's incredible how many... I've already peeled that one off. So, he had over 10,000. He bought almost all of them at McKay's, which is a store here in Nashville or down the road from us in Nashville. They also have one in Knoxville, I think in other parts, to Chattanooga maybe. But he had, gosh, 10, 15,000 CDs. He bought all at McKay's. And then he had that once-in-a-lifetime blues collection. So, all right, let me sleeve up this Elton John. So where did we get to here? We got to Prince, sold out, and then U2, 15, then 18. Led Zeppelin got bids for 20 and then another 20. Patrick Fu first on the Elton John at 15. Thank you, Patrick Fu. Sean Fairweather, no surprise there on Mayhem. When I'm adding this to my card, I'm like, well, we can go ahead and put Sean Mayhem Fairweather's name on that. That's so to Sean Fairweather. Elton John 15, Elton John 15, and then Catherine Lutz got bread. I did miss that. Catherine Lutz got bread for $35. Cynthia, you were second on Elton John. Zeppelin 26, Zeppelin 22, Zeppelin 22, Zeppelin 27, Zeppelin 31, Zeppelin 31, Zeppelin 33, and then U2. U2's a final call. It is at $18 with El Pisca. Craig Roof, just so you know, you've been outbid, okay? There's that and there's that. And then I wrote only EJ. The Led Zeppelin claims, the only people who claimed Elton John that showed up on my feed was Patrick Fu for 15, and then Cynthia Herdron was second. That's the only two claims that came in for Elton John. Next is another Prince bootleg. This is called Naked in the Summertime 1990. I've got more of these. This is Tokyo Dome, Japan. This is $29.99. Prince. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 Prince live there, $29.99. Also got 2 copies of Slayer, Live Monsters of Rock, 1994. Slayer, Buenos Aires broadcast, $39.99. The last bid on Led Zeppelin was 33 with Joe Kolowski. Craig is, I think, done on YouTube. That's a final call. Let's get another auction going. Here's some of the stuff I got in the bin. Chickenfoot, Rush, Miles Davis, Ambrosia, Soft Machine, Colts. This is, I don't know who this is. Lizzie Mercer, Disclocks, Press Color. Not familiar with that, but we got Johnny Cash, Dwight Yoakam, Randy Travis, George Strait, U2. Albert King, let's go ahead and put that up. Albert King Masterworks. Albert King is a 1982 U.S. Presswell original. It's a compilation with company inner sleeves. It's a 2 LP. Albert King, a $25 start. Prince is sold to Courtney Duncan. Thank you, Courtney. That's sold to you. Led Zeppelin CDs are at $33 with Joe Kolowski. U2 is sold to El Pisca for $18. Now Led Zeppelin has another bid for $32. They're already at $33. Scott Markheim got Slayer. Albert King's a $25 start. I got Stormtroopers of Death, Speak English or Die, $33.99. Stormtroopers of Death, Speak English or Die, that's a 2 LP for $33.99. I've got 2 copies of Prince, The Gold Experience, his 1995 album, and the first one known as artist formerly known as Prince, The Symbol, $38.99 for Prince, The Gold Experience. Counting Crows, August and Everything After, a 2 LP, Me and Mr. Jones. So Led Zeppelin, Joe Kolowski has all 4 deluxe editions for $33, going once, going twice. Next auction is going to go up right now. A Japanese pressing, and this is a Japanese pressing of the Beatles love songs. Nice. This is UK Flag Series number 31. UK Flag Series number 31. And this is a $35 start. There's LP number 1. Here is LP number 2. And we have a gatefold jacket. And this is a 2 LP. And it's no book, just the disc, and that's a $35 start. Next is Tony Clem on SOD. That's sold to SOD. Most are Tony Clem. And then Courtney Duncan wants Prince, The Gold Experience. That's sold to Courtney. Stephen Parton on the Counting Crows. Sold to Stephen Parton. And we have a stall out on Led Zeppelin. There's about 3 people I hadn't heard back from, but I've got to sell them. And next is, oh my gosh, the best of Mr. Rogers. It's such a good feeling. $29.99. Perfect to go with your Mayhem record. Look at this. And your SOD and your Slayer. Look at that. So we got Prince and Mayhem. Look, you got Mayhem and you got Mr. Rogers in the same crate. Don't say we don't have some diversity here. Slayer, World Painted Blood is $36.99. We have Pestilence, Testimony of the Agents. There actually may be a waiting list for Pestilence. Let me get my laptop open right quick. Pestilence, there actually could be, very possibly, should be, most likely, a waiting list here for Pestilence. Let me see if I can find this. Postal Service, Pestilence, Van Halen, Metallica, Tom Petty, Pestilence, Testimony. What's this one called? Yeah. There's 3 people on a waiting list. Edwin Riviera, Charlie Buck, and Alonzo Breezy Brinsnow Jr. Edwin Riviera, Charlie Buck, and Alonzo Breezy Brinsnow Jr. 3 Pestilence are all sold. Those are sold, and those are sold. Kelly Vlodarchek on a Mr. Rogers, Michael Rudolph on a Mr. Rogers, and now Led Zeppelin, $36. That's who I was waiting on. Debbie's back in at $36. It goes back now to Joe Kolowski. Debbie is still alive, and she has bid $36. And now, Albert King is a no bid. He's a $25 buy it now, and final call to get a bid on the Beatles. All right, that creates one more read through here. So here's what we got. We got Slayer, Rain and Blood for $36.99. Prince, live. This is in Madrid, Spain, and the Tokyo Dome, 1990. That's $29.99 for Prince. Can't believe I hadn't sold out of those. Slayer, Monsters of Rock, 94. That's $39. Stormtroopers of Death is $33. Prince, the Gold Experience is 38. Counting Crows is 44. Mayhem is 29. Slayer 36 and Slayer 36 Slayer 36 and Slayer 36. World Painted Blood. Led Zeppelin's at 37. Debbie Winston, you're out. The Mr. Rogers went to Kelly Vlodarchik and Michael Rudolph. Yes, those are sold. What Led Zeppelin are we bidding on? We're bidding on a deluxe edition CD of Physical Graffiti, a deluxe edition of Coda, a deluxe edition of Presence, and a deluxe edition of House of the Holy with all those bonus tracks. 4 CDs, $37. $37. I want to just put them up for auction. I could have probably very easily sold them last night for $9.99 each. And now we've hit 40. The reason I put them for auction, just so we'd have an auction, and just because I thought they would have probably, most likely, should definitely bring more. Our next auction is going to go up right now. The best of Booker T and the MGs. This is a 1984 US. It's a Columbia Club copy. The best of Booker T, Green Onions. That's going to go up for a $15 star. The Beatles is a buy it now for $35. Love Songs, UK Flag Series number 31. If anybody wants that, it is a buy it now. Where are our sleeves at? Laura, I'll just open this pack right over here. Do we have a retail pack over here? I'll use a retail pack temporarily. I got to order more everything. I got some right here. Because I got to start sleeving more Japanese, it looks like. We got to sleeve up some Japanese, including this one right here. Fresh retail pack open. And Ed will probably tell me you need to order more and stop using those because we sell them. I do use them quite often. We got big, huge wholesale boxes of sleeves, and I end up tearing into these retail packages, which cost more, and it's the ones we have intended to sell. So that's sold, and let's put that right over here. And then we have Booker T at 15, Joe's out. Debbie, these are sold to you for $40. And now we have Booker T at 15, and Debbie Winston wants a Prince. All right, so that's done and done. My crate's full. Let's go through our first crate of new pre-owned stuff tonight, and all new auctions coming your way as well. All new auctions. Hope everybody's ready. Hope you've hit the like button on Facebook and YouTube. I'd greatly appreciate it. Actually, I'd greatly, I don't know the words I could use, but John's got 6 crates over here. There was 2 crates last night I didn't even get to. We've got other buy it now best offer crates lined up for the night. Let's see if he's got us a check condition crate. Let's see if he's got us a check condition crate. I usually try to get for that one first. Let me start trying to stack some of these off. There's that. That looks like check condition. It is. Let's see what's all in here. Boom, boom, boom. Oh yeah, y'all are going to like this one. So check condition is stuff that's been graded individually. That essentially means it is whatever condition I say. If I say it's VG, it's VG. If I say it's EX, it's EX. Everything's been pretty much graded all individually, just FYI, okay? So let's grab this and let's start going through them. And we still got several crates of new vinyl to flip through. We'll do it after this one. Robert Barnett was the only bidder on Booker T. That sold to him for $15. Nice. Quick auction on that one. Let's put up some other new stuff. Next thing I have right here is George Strait's Oceanfront Property. George Strait's Oceanfront Property is a 1987 U.S. Pinckneyville original. This is in VG Plus condition. And George Strait is going to go up for a $35 start. George Strait Oceanfront Property. That's an 87 U.S. OG Pinckneyville. That's now up for bid. Next auction I have right over here is Duran Duran, and this is called Arena. Duran Duran's a Japanese pressing. It is a $35 start. I have Duran Duran Arena. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has this book, and then we have this here and this here. Mini guitars. Let me start. I'll take the first initiative to start getting them a little bit closer to me. I'll do the first step over here to get these a little bit closer to me. That'll be the first thing I'll do over here. Why do we have so many boxes over here around me? I can't walk. Tanner, I'm going to have to tear this place apart tonight. I have a feeling tonight's going to be one of those nights where I'm going to have to stay here till the sun's up to get all this stuff organized and cleaned up over here. There is stuff just everywhere. Is there more mini guitars? I mean, there are records stacked and this and that. I just can't believe it. We got to push some of this stuff out of the way. I can't stand messes. And it's just going to be crazy. Okay, so here we go. I've only got 2 in tonight. and I have no waiting list, so I go ahead and show them, okay? I've got 2 in, and I can show them because they're available. And the first one here is a John Paul Jones bass guitar. This is a John Paul Jones bass guitar. It is $39.99. It is, yes, John Paul Jones of Led Zeppelin. It is $39.99. I have 2, and they're available. I still have Oasis signed guitar, yes. Next week is probably going to be big with autographs. I started working on some last night. And watch out for nails. I know. I told Tanner, I said, Tanner, we got to, like, I don't know, we're going to have to shut down or do something and get this place, start looking at a new building. Something's going to have to happen. we are on top of each other in here every day. And I'm sure they are. I'm here when there's nobody here, and I'm on top of myself. I can't breathe. There's so much stuff around me. I mean, there are right now priced and ready to sell items, tens of thousands stacked up around me. I can't even show them fast enough. So 1 John Paul Jones sold. There's 1 left there. George Strait has 1 bid for $35. It's a good problem to have. It's a good problem to have. So this has a bid for $35, and then Catherine, you bid $35. Stephen got John Paul Jones, 1 bid on Duran Duran. We got the raspberries, and this is VG condition, $12.99. The raspberries is on the orange capital label, VG, $12.99. Rush, Grace Under Pressure. Rush is VG plus, $24.99. Grace Under Pressure. Rush, Grace Under Pressure, $24.99. Heart, Little Queen. Heart is VG plus, $12.99. Great check condition stuff so far. Journey Frontiers, VG plus, $11.99. John Cougar Mellencamp Scarecrow, EX, $17.99. Great check condition stuff here. The next one I have is $59.99. So John Paul Jones was $59, but this one here is $59.99. Brent Robley's already bought one, and he was on a waiting list. And here's one for Brent, $59.99. This is a Gibson EDS 1275 double neck. A Gibson EDS 1275 double neck. The cherry red, iconic Jimmy Page double neck from Gibson. This is $59.99. It comes with a stand. I don't know if I want to tear into it. I guess I'll go ahead so you can see what it looks like. And so we got John Paul Jones bass guitar. And then here is the Gibson EDS 1275 Cherry Red Double Neck. And that one's $59.99. The Gibson license stuff is a tad bit more, but how cool is that? How cool is that? That's $59.99. So John Paul Jones and Jimmy Page over here. That one is available. Okay, next is Duran Duran 32, George Strait 36. And then there was a claim. Craig Ruth also wants John Paul Jones. So let me go back to the top. So John Paul Jones also sold to Craig Ruth. Thank you, Craig. That's sold to you. And then Jeremy Rourke, first on H for Heart, Little Queen. That's sold to Jeremy Rourke. Thank you, Jeremy. That's sold to you. And then Stephen Tuttle on the Gibson double neck. Bill Samus, I'll put you on a waiting list, okay? First of all, let me go ahead and take this crazy stack of sold stuff around the corner so we can go ahead and be getting that done. And thank you, Stephen, and then thank you, Bill Samus. And then I'll show you all the ones that are still opened. So, you know, we had a bunch come in that hadn't sold yet that were, you know, the ones I went through the other night that were opened. So, if you give me a second, I'll run through some of those. And we're going to have a waiting list for Jimmy Page. So Stephen Tuttle was first, Bill Samus and Craig Ruth next. We will definitely order more. Those will be in next week, okay? It'll be next week, so it'll be a while before you're billed if anybody else wants a Jimmy Page double neck. And then Dennis Sides got Journey. Thank you, Dennis. That's so to you. Now, George Strait, the first bidder, I was going to make sure he was done, Jamie Butler. Jamie, the last bid on this that came in was $36 with Catherine. And then Duran Duran's at $42 with Stephen Parton. Over here, we have the London Howland Wolf Sessions. That's VG $14.99. And then also over here is Bob Seger Live Bullet. Bob Seger is VG $12.99. Bob Seger Live Bullet. And Fleetwood Mac Mirage Gypsy VG Plus $14.99. And then here is Hey Jude Wilson Pickett. Hey Jude Wilson Pickett VG Condition $14.99. And Pink Floyd's Uma Guma VG Condition record for $19.99. Pink Floyd Uma Guma VG $14.99. He's out, and I see some other claims rolling in. Yeah, so when I started the show, this is Charlie Watts. Here's Charlie Watts. I've already fulfilled the waiting list. This one's available $59.99. Charlie Watts, as in the Rolling Stones, Gretsch, $59.99. I've only got one of those. And then over here, Dennis Sides on BS. And BS was for Bob Seger Live Bullet. That's so to Dennis. Michael Nath on WP for Wilson Pickett. That's so to Michael Nath. And then over here, we got Stephen Parton on Fleetwood Mac. Stephen Parton got Fleetwood Mac Mirage. Over here, Amber Mathis on Pink Floyd. Then Wayne Davis. Then Eric Dogg. Then Chad Smith. Now my crate's full. And let's go over here and see what else I have. And this is done. Let's put that away. And let's start a new empty crate. Charlie Watts is so to Carol Puckett. The Beatles, let me see if I got a Ringo laying around here. I think we got a waiting list for him, honestly. I think those didn't ship till today, so those might not be until Monday. I know I ordered a couple extra. Let me see what I can find, though. Carol Puckett on the Charlie Watts. Let me go ahead and take this and Jimmy Page around here in the operations room then. Y'all should see the mini guitars stacked up around here. It's amazing. It looks like they just started tagging them and putting them in alphabetical order. It is incredible. It looks like a mini guitar shop in here. Unbelievable. And a miniature drum shop, I guess I should say, too. Let's keep going through some check condition stuff. We got Frank Zappa, and this is VG $19.99. And Ted Nugent, Weekend Warriors, VG plus $9.99. So George Strait is sold. Let's go ahead and sell that to Catherine for $36. And Stephen Parton, you got Duran Duran for $42. $42 over here. And yeah, let me give y'all a price on John Bonham. The John Bonham one, anything y'all want a waiting list on, just let me know. Charlie Watts. And then over here we got, well, the ones I'm talking about are already sold. The guitars. The other night we had about 53 come in and 44 of them were pre-sold from waiting list. So that was pretty incredible just by that. Jen, I'll put you on a waiting list if you want. And then Dennis Sides on Ted Nugent. So, to recall next. Let me get y'all. John Bonham's a little bit more expensive. It's an orange, like clear orange. It has his symbol from Led Zeppelin 4, the John Bonham symbol. It's on there. But if you give me a second, I'll pull up a price. And like if anybody says, yeah, I'll take one, then we'll go ahead and mark it down. But because it was a little bit more, I've been hesitant. So let me pull that up and I'll get you a price on it. And it is, it's really cool though. It is $89.99. It's got a big kick drum with its logo. It looks like it's got 4 or 5 other pieces, including some cymbals. So yeah, John Bonham's $89.99, but it's really cool. It's orange. It has a kick it has a kick drum with a cymbal, or a kick drum with its cymbal, and then it has some cymbals on the side. But yeah, $89.99 if anybody wants that. Randy Rhodes, give me 1 second. I'll start showing those. But here's Lynn's Foreign, Fog Me on the Time. That is EX $17.99. Frank Zappa, Waka Jawaka. Frank Zappa's VG $19.99. And the best of ZZ Top is VG plus $24.99. So Jen Cast on the Charlie Watts. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And it's AC/DC, Dirty Deeds, Done Dirt Cheap. It's an 81 US OG specialty. There is some cover writing right here, but it is OG Dirty Deeds. AC/DC, a $15 start. That's up for bid. I used to have ZZ Top furry guitars. Those are discontinued. It looks like they've done making those. I did order one the other night, and it is currently on its way. Let me go ahead and show the first Randy Rhodes and see who wants this one. Maybe Tom Sullivan does. This is probably the best seller because it's very iconic. A lot of pictures with Randy playing this guitar, and that's the Polka Dot Flying V. So that's $39.99. I've got 2 of those. Tom, if you want one, and if anybody else, I would comment right now. Let's keep going through here. And the last thing was the best of ZZ Top, VG plus $24.99. Here it is. It's on the kind of white Warner Brothers label. And then here is Moody Blues, In Search of the Lost Chord. Nice. VG condition. These are new arrival sticker price. VG condition, $14.99. And we have Cat Stevens' Greatest Hits. Cat Stevens, VG Plus, $9.99. That's the one that says on a wait list. Uh-oh. Let me make sure so we don't double tag you. I'll pull it up right quick and see if he was on a waiting list. Let me see. The polka dot, you already got one. You've already got one. So I'm glad you said you was on a waiting list. So yeah, you've already got one. So we'll give this one to Rich Krulak then. Rich, you're going to get this one right here. Thank you, Rich. Tom, you've already got one this week. Jennifer Nito on ZZ Top. Nice. And then AC/DC's now at 20, and Stephen Parton on the Moody Blues. That's so to Stephen Parton. Next is Incense and Peppermints, the Strawberry Alarm Clock. That's in VG condition. It's in shrink wrap. Nice. Just $24.99. Look at that. Ed King of Leonard Skinner on that one. Marshall Tucker, Carolina Dreams, EX $22.99. So Randy Rhoads is still available. Randy Rhoads is still available. There it is. And that is going right over there if anybody wants it. Also over here, we've got another Japanese pressing to run, and that Japanese pressing is going to go up right here. It's a Beatles. It's called a collection of Beatles Oldies. A collection of Beatles Oldies, and this one's pretty nice. Very nice, actually. It is a $35 start. There's that. There's the original Black Apple inner sleeve, the lyric insert, and the cover and obi. Now, Cynthia, yes, the one you're talking about is a Paul McCartney bass. It's a Paul McCartney Hofner bass of his that he had painted with a Union Jack, a British UK flag. So I don't have that right now, but if you do want one, let me know. AC/DC's at 25 now. Scully Mack, you're out. And then Strawberry Alarm Clock is sold to Jim Davis. Thank you. Now, we also have Fog Hat, Rock and Roll. Fog Hat's VG Plus $14.99. And Chicago's Greatest Hits. VG $9.99 for Chicago's Greatest Hits. And the Best of the Beach Boys. VG $9.99. Fun, fun, fun till my daddy took my T-Bird away. VG $9.99. Imagine getting your T-Bird taken away. That would be terrible. Okay, here is another Randy Rhoads opportunity. This is the white Randy Rhoads, also a Flying V. And this is $39.99 as well. Jackson Randy Rhoads. I've got two of those as of this moment. I've got two of those as of this exact moment. Next in the check condition bin is Jimi Hendrix Volume 2, the Essential Hendrix Volume 2, VG $14.99. Keith Richards is on its way. I don't think it's come in yet, Carol, but it's on its way, yes. Tom Sullivan wants Lynn's Farm. Lynn's Farm is sold to Tom Sullivan. Thank you on that. Mark wants a white Randy Rhoads. We'll give him this one here on the bottom, and that leaves one more if anybody else wants one. That's the white Flying V from Jackson there. I've got one left of those. Also, Bob Dylan, Blood on the Tracks. Here is a US. If you don't want the new MoFi, here is one for about a third of the price. Tangled Up in Blue, VG $12.99. Petra Pfeiffer on the Chicago Greatest Hits sold, and Dwayne Vick on the Beach Boys, that's sold. And then a collection of Beatles Oldies tracks, Karen. You got She Loves You, Love Me Too, We Can Work It Out, Help, Michelle, Yesterday I Feel Fine, Yellow Submarine, Can't Buy Me Love, Bad Boy, Day Tripper, Hard Day's Night, Ticket to Ride, Paperback Rider, Eleanor Rigby, and I Want to Hold Your Hand. Those are all gone, okay? And then AC/DC, I got to make sure Scully Mack's done bidding. Michael Nath has it for $25, final call. Next is Elvis, Blue Hawaii, a 1977 press, VG Plus, $19.99. I Can't Help Falling in Love. Next is Patrick Fu on Bob Dylan, there's that. And Cynthia wants on the waiting list for the Paul McCartney Union Jack. Union Jack. Also, the Beatles 6. This looks like it's a mono. It is. It's a Scranton OG mono press. VG condition, $24.99 for the Beatles 6. There's the Beatles and Jackson Browne Hold Out. Jackson Browne's EX $12.99, and Sammy Hagar's 3-lock box. Sammy Hagar's in VG condition, $12.99, and Boz Scaggs down to then left is VG Plus $12.99. Our third auction is going to go up right now. It's George Strait. Does Fort Worth ever cross your mind? George Strait is a 1984 U.S. Gloversville. This is some stress creasing on the cover. Right in here, there's a little bit of a couple creases right here. See that right there? Other than that, it's a nice copy. EX George Strait is a $35 start. Does Fort Worth ever cross your mind? That's a question for you right now. AC/DC 26, AC/DC 27. Dennis Sides on Sammy Hagar. I Can't Drive 55. Actually, that song's not on there, but A great Sammy Hagar song. Dennis next on Sammy Hagar, Foreigner, Double Vision, a VG copy for $9.99, and Styx, Cornerstone, VG 99 for Styx, Cornerstone. Let me see what else I got over here in my guitar inventory. Let's do probably up there with one of our best sellers because it's very recognizable. It's my only one I have as of right now, and that is Stevie Ray Vaughan. And there he is, Stevie Ray Vaughan. It's called Custom, or number one, I think he calls it, and everybody knows it as Stevie Ray Vaughan number one, $39.99. Wow, just think about him just absolutely just wow, tearing the thing up. Unbelievable. No wonder it looks worn out. Dwayne Vick on Foreigner, Double Vision. That's so to Dwayne Vick. Michael Nath gets the Stevie Ray Vaughan. If anybody else, I usually have a waiting list for this. By the end of the week, there's usually a waiting list for this. There's usually a waiting list. By the way, these come with little guitar stands. They're very cool. And if anybody else wants one, let me know. We have Marshall Tucker Band, A New Life, Marshall Tucker's EX 1299, and Pink Shoelaces, Dottie Stevens. VG $9.99. Cynthia, I'll put you on a waiting list for SRV. ACDC is also sold to Michael Nath, $27. The Beatles is a $35 start, Karen. $35 start, a Japanese pressing, and then George Strait's also a $35 start. Those are now going once and going twice. And then what else do I have over here? I have a Japanese pressing of another Wham album. The last Wham did very well. Of course, that was one we don't see as often. Here is another Wham. This is Make It Big, sorry, with Wake Me Up Before You Go and Careless Whisper with that awesome saxophone introduction. Wham is in Shrink with Hype and Obi, a $35 star. Gabe Valles wants Frank Zappa, Waka Jawaka. Thank you, Gabe Valles. That's so to you. Karen's in on the Beatles at $35. That's now a final call to Karen. And then George Strait, no bid yet. About to be a bot now if no one locks in a bid. We got Jerry Jeff Walker. It's a Good Night for Singing. That's VG plus $14.99. And I Contain Enough Said, VG $12.99. So we got a waiting list for the Stevie Ray Vaughan mini guitar. Cynthia first on the list. Let me knock out two more right here back to back. And with a little help, we're going to, once again, except for that one Kurt Hammett last week, I have never ended a week, of course we still got tomorrow, where I've had any of these in stock. There's Kenny Wayne Shepherd. That's called the... I think that's called Cross or Blue Cross guitar, Kenny Wayne Shepherd. And then here is Brian May of Queen, his special signature edition. I don't know if that actually has a name. I forgot what they call those or the brand. I think they're almost like made for him. But there's Brian May. If you see a picture of Brian May from Queen, he's probably playing a guitar that looks just like that. Those are both $39.99 each, just like the other ones. Humble Pie Rock On, VG plus $14.99. What's going on over here with this? What does this say? There's some kind of stamp on this I Cantina album. Usually where it says like promo. I can't figure out what that says though. It says chord. There's some kind of embossed stamp. Record Club. Record Club. It's a club copy. It's a club copy. VG $12.99 on that. Now, let's see here. Beatles 35, Wham 35, George Strait 35, Beatles 36, Beatles 37, Wham 35. Stephen Tuttle wants a Kenny Wayne Shepherd, and Cynthia Herdron wants the Brian May. So now those are sold. So Brian May and Kenny Wayne Shepherd's also sold. And let me pull up my waiting list on... Actually, Brent, let me pull that up. I'll find out on Keith Richards. Now, somebody was already on a waiting list. Let me figure out, because I know you and Carol, let me make sure I'm not getting y'all too confused and figure out what has actually already come in. But first, let me put these guitars right over here. There is Kenny Wayne Shepherd for Stephen Tuttle and Cynthia on Brian May. And if anybody else wants one, let me know. Cool stuff there. Very, very cool. Man, I wish they'd make more Eddie Van Halen's. They make an Eddie Van Halen Frankenstein, and I'm sure they'll come back into stock eventually. And when they do, I've got a bunch back ordered. I think like 30. Because probably the night I show that for the first time, we probably could sell 30. Let me look up Keith Richards. All right, so Polka, Randy Rhoads. Renee R. Somebody might have already been tagged. Brent, I think you've already got one. I think you've already got one, and the waiting list is Renee R. and Carol. Yeah. Brent, I think if you look, you've already been billed for the clear Keith Richards. Okay? I think you've already been billed for the clear Keith. It's the loose sight clear Keith Richards. I think you've already been billed for that, Brent, or it might have been Carol. One of y'all's already been billed for one because I know they've come in, and Renee R. over on YouTube is on a waiting list. Okay? So we'll find out though for sure. Kenny Wayne Shepherd, we did that. We sold Brian May, Wham 37, Wham 40. No Edge guitar that I'm aware of. Beatles 39 and Beatles 40, okay? And then Beatles, so the last bid on Beatles came in, Bob Panozniak at $40. A Japanese pressing of a collection of Beatles oldies. Right here in the middle is George Strait. Does Fort Worth ever cross your mind? EX vinyl, and the last bid on George Strait was the only bid, and that was Kenny Cates Jr. at $35. And then the last bid on Wham that came in was Jeremy Rourke at $40. And then we have over here, Brad Faust also on that McCartney Union Jack. Now we're going through new check condition stuff. Janie Freaky, It Ain't Easy. Janie Freaky is EX 1299. EX 1299. Janie Freaky, It Ain't Easy. Do you have Charlie Watts? I just sold one to Carol, and we have 2 people on a waiting list. You can be number 3, or 1, and you can be number 2. And Chad, or Hiram said, Chad wants the, Hiram, almost said Hiram said Chad wants the John Bonham drum set. Hiram wants a John Bonham drum set, yes, and those are $89.99. And let's put Hiram down for one. I will definitely make sure you get one, okay? I'll definitely make sure. Anybody else? 2 other people asked about them, but because it's a little bit more expensive. Charlie Watts is $59.99, and so is Ringo. And so is Ringo's. And I'm still looking over here to see, make sure I've sold everything this week. We're almost done going through everything, and we're going to have sold out. And then we have the London Chuck Berry Sessions, VG Plus $14.99. Charlie Daniels Full Moon, VG $12.99. Kenny Cates, you've been outbid on George Strait. I left it up too long. There's been a new bid for $40 with David Tate. The Partridge Family with the book cover. Partridge Family, VG Plus $19.99. GenCast also on Keith Richards. Every time I order these, I never order enough, it seems like. And I don't order enough variety. 2 nights ago when I was reordering, I mean, I had a stack of waiting lists that thick. That's how many's on the way already. When I was reordering, they had about 115 different guitars in stock. Now, some of them are just like, I went ahead and ordered this one. Like, some of them is just like a Gibson SG. It's a vintage-looking Gibson SG. And it's not really, nobody's name's attached to it. But when you click on the description, it's like used by Angus Young and Tony Iommi. And it was reading off all these people that have used it over the years. And I was like, okay. And I went ahead and ordered a couple of those. You know, and you can get like just a regular black Strat or just a regular white Gibson Les Paul. You know, nobody's really name is attached to it. And so I've started ordering some of those too, because a lot of people play those kind of guitars, but it's not really a signature edition. And so I was like, yeah, we'll sell the heck out of those because they're really, really nice. All right, so let's go back to the top. And we have Brent Ribley on the Charlie Watts drum set, Hiram on the John Bonham drum set, George Strait 40. And then we have GenCast on the Keith Richards Clear guitar wait list, David Tate on Charlie Daniels, Jennifer Lynch on the Partridge Family, then Susie, then Michael Rudolph, and then Darren Chrisman on the Charlie Watts drum set, Brent Ribley on the SG guitar list, and now we are sold on all 3 auctions then. And the first one I have here is the Beatles, and this is sold to Bob Panozniak for $40. Thank you, Bob. That's so to you. Let's get that in a new sleeve for Bob Panozniak. And then we don't have a John Bonham. Those are special ordered. I don't even have one on hand to show you. I don't really have one on hand to show you, but there's the Beatles. George Strait is sold to David Tate for $40, and Wham is sold to Jeremy Rourke for $40. All new auctions coming up right now. Very cool stuff here. Very cool stuff. Yeah, I've ordered a lot of different stuff that I normally didn't have. The Gibson stuff's a little bit more, but I mean, it's nice. It's light. They come in like little Gibson cases too. Pretty cool. Let's introduce some new auctions. I'm first going to show about 3 more records in this bin. Over here is this. This is Rolling Stones Beggar's Banquet. VG for $14.99. Elton John, Don't Shoot Me, I'm Only the Piano Man. VG plus $14.99. And Sonny and Cher is EX $14.99. Our next auction is Chicken Foot. Oh boy, 2009 U.S. original. Speaking of Sammy Hagar, Chicken Foot. Chicken Foot and Jason Bonham. Let's see, Steve Vai, who's all in this band? It's a big one. Chicken Foot, it's like a super group. 2009 USOG, original under sleeves. It's in VG, out of print. Out of print, a $25 start. $25 start on Chicken Foot, and Joe Salamo wants a Sonny and Cher. Man, when I read back through this crate, there's going to be a lot of claims, but right now, let's go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing, and the next one I have over here is going to be what? Is going to be who? Let's see. Let's do this Santana. It looks pretty dang cool because it's got a foil cover here. Santana, oh, it's a quad, that's why. It's a SQ quadraphonic mix from Japan. And here is Santana. The disc is beautiful. Japanese pressing. There is the insert. Ooh, it has a poster with it too. Wow, this is a much thicker, heavy quality poster than the US edition. I can just tell from the material. There's the gatefold. Really cool. It's got like a foil texture. And of course, you did see the obi that fell down here in front of Harry Potter. Here is this. And that is going to go up. Santana, a quad mix. $35 start on that. Okay, so the next comment was Sonny and Cher, and then Stephen Parton on the Rolling Stones, Angela Leckington on Chuck Berry, and then Chicken Foot 25, 25, 30, 30, 35, 35, 40, 33, 40, and 45. Okay, now there's one other guitar over here I hadn't shown, and then I'm going to look through the new stuff that showed up tonight and see if any, is there Funkos in these boxes? Oh, there's Funkos over here. Okay. See, stuff constantly just pops up around here. Here is Bootsy Collins. Pretty cool one here. Bootsy Collins mini bass guitar. Bootsy Collins. Those are $39.99. I got 2 Bootsy's. I got 2 of those. Now, talk about a signature guitar. You see that? It's kind of like seeing a Prince guitar. It's like, yep, we know who's playing that. That is $39.99 for Bootsy. Let's go ahead and show a few more records. Savoy Brown, getting to the point. Savoy Brown is EX $17.99. Chicago, The Blues Today. Take a look at that. VG Plus $19.99 on Chicago, The Blues Today. Vanguard $19.99. Pat Benatar, Precious Time. Benatar is VG Plus $9.99. And Neil Young, Harvest. VG $14.99. Zappa, Chic Your Booty. Zappa's in VG $24.99. Neil Young, Comes a Time. VG Plus $24.99. And Rush, Signals. An OG copy. Does have a little bit of cover wear here on the edge, but it is OG $32.99. So 2 Bootsy Collins. Let's put Bootsy right back there for a second. Let me see what I got going on over here with these other miscellaneous items. Looks like a couple new Funkos came in. That's always fun. And there's a couple of box sets over here that I have not shown all week. And yeah, they've been sitting over here on this rack all week saying, Chad, please show us. Chad, please show us. These are $14.99. It's a new Ghost Funko, Papa Emeritus IV. He's got a nice sparkly jacket there. Ghost, Papa 4. That is $14.99. I've got a few of those, it looks like. There's that and there's that. So there's 2 Ghost Funkos. And I'm going to keep these shipping boxes because they need these sometimes. There's Ghost, and those are $14.99. Let's update these bids right quick. So I left off, man, there's a bunch of bids on Chicken Foot. 25, 25, 30, 30, 35, 35, 40, 40, 40, 40, 40, 40, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 55 to 60. So 60 was Cindy Yarborough. We got Santana at 35, Travis Woods on Rush, and Ghost is so to Susie, and Ghost is so to Cynthia Herdron. So Susie and Cynthia on Ghost, and I think there's more over here, just FYI, if everybody's like, dang it, Chad, I was going to buy one of those. Then guess what? But wait, there's more. Let's see here. There's something in here. Let me see what else is in here. I think there, let me open this box. Make sure you're in our private group. Thank you, Hiram Aponte. Here we go. Funko Unveil. Brand new out of the shipping box. It's more Ghost. I bet I ordered 6 of them. So yeah, there's 3 more. Brand new. There they are. Brand new. I've got 4 more. I've got 4 more, it looks like. So there's that. And if anybody else wants one, let me know. Okay, more stuff coming, but first, that was a great check condition bin. So many great records still left in there. Let's read those one more time. Let's go over both auctions. They're now going to a going once, going twice. Chicken Foot is a 2009 USOG double LP with the original sleeves. VG vinyl. Chicken Foot's at $75, out of print. Now it's at $80. Santana is a Japanese pressing of Abraxas with insert. It's a quad mix. Foil cover with poster. Santana has 1 bid for $35. That is now a final call. The next auction I have going up right now is this, the Traveling Wilburys. And the Traveling Wilburys is an 88 U.S. Specialty Original, an 88 OG copy, original under sleeve, VG Plus condition, a $25 start on the Traveling Wilburys. All right, and then here's what's in here. Very quick read through. We got the Raspberries with Eric Cartman. Now, sometimes this is a scratch and sniff. It may be gone by now, but I think that's a scratch and sniff cover. This has the hit song Go All the Way on it. The Raspberries is VG $12.99. Rush, Grace Under Pressure, 100100. Rush is VG Plus $24.99. VG Plus $24.99. Over here is John Cougar Mellencamp Scarecrow, EX $17.99. Traveling Wilburys have bids. Santana has new bids. Chicken Foot has new bids. New bids. There's 3 Ghost Funkos left. Let me see what's in this box. And by the way, David V., if you're watching, your Sharon Stone Funko has been ordered. It probably won't be here till next week. It just got ordered this morning. But it is in stock and it is on the way. And what's in here? It's 1 more Ghost. So I have 4 Ghost Funkos. I usually order these in 6s. I think they give you like a quarter discount if you order 6. They give you a quarter off. A quarter. A whole quarter off if you order 6 of them. Pretty tight margins on that stuff. They were going to go up, and then they sent an email and said they're not going to go up. And then they sent an email and said they are going to go up. They've changed their mind about 2 or 3 times, but I was like, well, y'all just let me know. But right now, they're still $14.99. Traveling Wilburys $25, and Chicken Foot is at $100. And that's what we're at. And let's keep going here. We got London Howlin' Wolf Session, VG $14.99. We have Frank Zappa again. This one, did I read the title of this one? This is Frank Zappa, Return of the Son of Shut Up and Play Your Guitars. That is VG $19.99. Cat Stevens' Greatest Hits, VG Plus $9.99. Cat Stevens' Greatest Hits, VG Plus $9.99. Marshall Tucker Band, Carolina Dreams, EX $22.99. And Foghat, Rock and Roll, VG Plus $14.99. Still waiting for Dwight. Yeah, I think I messed up one of the waiting listed, and we sent somebody a Michael Scott, and it was supposed to be a Dwight Yoakam. That was probably on me. I probably either said the wrong one or handed them the wrong one. So, yeah, let's make sure Jennifer Schrader does have a sticky note that says not Dwight Yoakam. Dwight Schrute, big difference. Not Dwight Yoakam, Dwight Schrute for Jennifer Schrader, okay? Ivan R. on the Frank Zappa. Thank you on that. And then Angela Leckington on JC, and I'm assuming that was for the John Cougar. Thank you, Angela Leckington. Next in here is Essential Hendrix Volume 2, VG $14.99, Fire, Hey Joe, Foxy Lady, Wind Cries Mary. Traveling Wilburys is at $30. What about Chicken Foot? Chicken Foot has hit 100, and now Santana did get a new bid for 37. And so the very first bidder, Steve McGee, I just want to make sure you're done. It did get a bid for 37, just FYI. And then Elvis Blue Hawaii, VG Plus $19.99. We got Beetle 6, an original Scranton, Pennsylvania press in mono, VG $24.99. Jackson Brown Holdout, that's EX $12.99. Boz Skaggs down to then left, VG Plus $12.99. Styx Cornerstone is VG $9.99. And a New Life by the Marshall Tucker Band. It's got a great song on here, 24 Hours at a Time, EX $12.99. Also, pink shoelaces, Dottie Stevens, VG $9.99. All right, so the Traveling Wilburys is still getting bids. Corey has it for $30. It is about to be a final call. Karen Robbins on the Beetles and the Raspberries. There's the Beetles for Karen and the Raspberries for Karen. So those are both sold to Karen Robbins. Thank you. Steve says he's out on Santana. Fred's, this is going to be sold to you then for $37. This Japanese pressing of Abraxas. I'm actually going to put it in the sleeve, whoever's tagging, a little bit different than I do most auctions. That way we don't have to worry about that Obi cap being picky with us. There we go. Perfect. All right. Here we go. There's this. And Traveling Wilburys is sold to Corey for $30. And Chickenfoot sold to Corey for $100. Those are all gone. Let's finish up this crate and then new auctions. Jerry Jeff, VG plus $14.99. Humble Pie, Rock On, VG plus $14.99. Akantina, VG $12.99. Janie Freaky, EX $12.99. And then Elton John, VG plus $14.99. Savoy Browns, EX $17.99. Chicago Blues Today, VG plus $19.99. Benatar was VG plus $9.99. Neil Young Harvest, Old Man, Take a Look at My Life, VG $14.99. It has all the inserts with it too. Nice copy. Or I should say, nice complete copy. It is VG condition on the vinyl. Zappa is VG $24.99. And Neil Young, again, VG plus $24.99. All right, next auctions, John Lee Hooker. Never going to get out of these blues alive. John Lee Hooker is a 78 US. It is in VG condition on this Pickwick label. John Lee Hooker, a $15 start. Mr. Hooker, a $15 start. And speaking of Rush, Brandon, here's something that is out of print. 2011 US, an official release here from Rush. Moving Pictures Live 2011. It is a EX condition record. This is going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start. Yeah, man, the Breakfast Club, it's been asked about, let's say, 3 times and 2 times tonight. No one has pulled the trigger. I really, really need somebody to buy this. It was asked about 3 times last night by new people. Like, I went back and looked. It was like their first comment ever on our page. They asked about the Breakfast Club. I told them about it, and nobody bought it. And then one regular customer asked about it tonight, and then one other new person. I'm waiting for somebody to pull the trigger on it. And then usually Oingo Boingo is boom, gone, sold. Scott Markheim wants on the waiting list for John Bottom. You got it. Let's go through more new seal vinyl. We got new arrivals tonight. And then John Lee Hooker's at 17. And Rush is a $35 start. Rush is a $35 start. Let's see what's going on over here. Okay. Breakfast Club is $34.99. $34.99. Let's grab another crate of new vinyl. All right, had to reply to a text right quick, but here we go. Sorry if you hear me just quietly breathing. I'm probably texting back family or associates like Tanner about very important business stuff. Here we go. Anybody on Breakfast Club? It must be a price issue. I mean, if something doesn't sell, it's a price issue. I mean, otherwise, I have a feeling if I would have said $19.99, it would have already sold. So, in theory, in business practice, if something's not selling, it's got to be a price for somebody. Either they think it's too much or it's more than they want to pay. almost the same thing, but that's usually the problem. I mean, because I could go through every crate and keep reducing stuff, and it would eventually all sell. That's not the problem, right? Like, I could read through this once, and then mark them down, and then mark them down again, and then we would eventually, it'd get to a certain price where somebody would say, okay, I'll take it. Or the right person's not watching. I've got to find the right person to get on and say, Chad, I want the Breakfast Club. Because I think for a new sealed record, it's about right, $34.99. John Cougar, I think that one sold. The John Cougars out of the crate are gone. Yep, the John Cougars are gone. John Cougars are gone. See, David, yeah. If I said the Breakfast Club is $19.99, I bet we could sell a whole crate full of them. I bet we could sell 50 in 24 hours after I made a post. Unfortunately, they don't even, the wholesale, no, not even close. Not even close. So, yeah, I think after licensing, they probably can't even manufacture them for that. After licensing for a soundtrack, they probably cost the label just that much or more. All right, so here's what we got in here. We have more MoFi, the B-52s, Cosmic Thing, $34.99. B-52s, Cosmic Thing, $34.99. We have one, we have two, and then I have more Bill Evans, Undercurrent. Sean Fairweather was on a waiting list. Nice. Some jazz MoFi there for you. That is $34.99. Rush is at $47. Rush $49. Rush $51. John Lee Hooker's a final call. John Lee Hooker's at $17 with Brandon Lack. John Durden, I haven't heard back from you. Brandon has that at $17. Breakfast Club track listing is Simple Minds, Don't You Forget About Me. Elizabeth Daly doing Waiting. Wayne Chung, Fire in the Twilight. I'm the Dude, instrumental. Heart Too Hot to Hold by Jesse Johnson. We have Dream Montage, also an instrumental. Score music, essentially, the score music. And then Carla DeVito and We're Not Alone. The Reggae, Joyce Kennedy and Didn't I Tell You, and Love Theme. And that is $34.99. Right over here, we have Rush at $51. We got Bill Evans is sold to William APM. And any T-Rex. Russell T-Rex could pop up at any second in our pre-owned bins. Any second. White Line main attraction. White Line is $38.99. That's available. And there was a waiting list here for Tiger Lily, Natalie Merchant. Fred Cardinal, you're on a waiting list. $59.99, Natalie Merchant. If anybody else wants a Natalie Merchant, that's Natalie Merchant from 10,000 Maniacs. An amazing sounding record. And this is Natalie and the waiting list. And yes, I have one myself. When that popped back in stock, I was like, holy moly. Because I remember we had like a pre-owned one come through. And it was, they were pricey at one point. So that is sold to Fred Cardinal. Sean Fairweather's got that. Let me scratch them off the waiting list. And if anybody else wants a Natalie Merchant, they're available. It's a 2 LP. It's a 45 RPM. And I have them in stock. I have them in stock if you want one. So there's 5 available. And then here is Bill Withers, one of his great solo albums, Steel Bill. It's another MoFi pressing for $44.99. All right, so John Lee Hooker sold to Brandon Lack for $17. Rush is now at $57. Rush is now at $57. Waiting for somebody to pull the trigger there on the Breakfast Club. Next auction, speaking of jazz, Miles Davis, a 1960 U.S. mono. Take a look at this with promo stamps. This is how, like the Bob Dylan album that's on this label, that's how they marked promos. How about a 6-eye promo copy of Miles Davis Sketches of Spain? How cool is that? Demonstration record, not for sale. This is an OG mono promo copy, VG Plus, a $35 start. Miles Davis, it has a promo stamp on the back. It has a little bit of cover wear and a little bit of cover damage up here on the front. But it is a promo $35 start. Jeff Hallsworth on Natalie Merchant. There's Bill Withers. And here's another MoFi that I don't think I have just in stock quite often. The 52nd Street Billy Joel. It's a 2 LP, 45 RPM, $59.99. $59.99. Billy Joel, 52nd Street, a 2 LP, that is $59.99. Miles Davis has a bid for $35. Susie wants a Bill Withers that has that great song on it, Use Me, and Lean On Me's on here too. Lean on Me. And now Rush. Brent's out, and he's in on Miles Davis, but this is going to go to Travis for $57. Japanese pressing. What about Toto here? Let's start Toto Isolation. Let me take a look at it first. The Repo Man soundtrack is out of print. We get some occasionally, but Repo Man is out of print currently, not available to order. So if an OG pops up, sometimes we get them, okay? And then Toto is a $25 start. It's a Japanese pressing of Isolation. Edmund Estrada, I think he may be breaking the streak with the Breakfast Club. Is that right, Edmund? Is that right, Edmund? We'll make sure. And then we have one copy of Tonic Sugar. That was the first time ever on vinyl. Tonic is $38.99. And we have Miles Davis in a Silent Way. Miles Davis is $44.99. That's a single LP MoFi in a Silent Way. Miles Davis. And then we got more of those John Williams I was telling you about earlier. John Williams conducts John Williams. It is a 2 LP blue vinyl numbered. Nice. $46.99. Dude, I had a dream about him last night. I was like, or I should say today, we were somewhere like backstage at an auditorium or something. Man, I have a lot of crazy dreams pop up, but I was like, why am I dreaming about John Williams? Why am I here? And he was like, it's like in a dressing room or something. Maybe he was about to sign a bunch of autographs for me. Tonic is so to Stephen Tuttle. Thank you. That is so to Stephen Tuttle. And Miles, wow, just one bid. Final call for the promo copy. I've got 3 copies. This is a cool record. AC/DC with the lenticular cover. Look at that. Looks like it's literally blowing up. AC/DC, $33.99. 2 LP, AC/DC, Rock or Bust. That's $33.99. Natalie is $59.99. It's a MoFi 2 LP 45 RPM, $59.99. And then I did get more. Very cool here. Dolly. Hello, I'm Dolly. All analog. It's on Flame Galaxy colored vinyl. $34.99. $34.99. That's Dolly's debut album. Originals have gotten quite pricey. Brent, I consider that a great deal. The promo, Miles Davis. This is so to Brent, 1 bid, $35. It is gone. Now, I've still got 3 copies here of Tom Petty. Carol, if you're watching, you was on a waiting list and they're in. Tom Petty, The Spectrum, Philadelphia, 1980. This is a 2 LP live Tom Petty, and these are $38.99. $38.99. Tom Petty, $38.99. Address of John. Yeah, it was like, I think it's like he was about to go out and perform or something, you know. Yeah, that should have clarified that story there a little bit more. I've had I've been looking at a couple signed John Williams soundtracks for the longest, and I mean, obviously the man's not out in public every day signing autographs, and you know, it's never been like he's on the red carpet, you know, signing, and everybody wants his stuff signed, but he's just, you can't get to him really. He's one of those guys you just can't get to. Probably pretty private, and I think I was probably dreaming that I was getting an autograph. Like, please sign my Star Wars soundtrack. Here, please sign this E.T. soundtrack. Please sign this, you know, Jurassic Park Laserdisc, you know, whatever it may be. Edwin Riviera, that is sold. Instead of me having to drop $3,500 on eBay. Toto is a buy it now for, what did I say, $25? Toto Isolation, a buy it now for $25. $25. $25. The man could get a bunch of blank Star Wars jackets, right? He probably could get a bunch of blank Star Wars jackets or just records. And he could make $100,000 in a few minutes just signing his name. So here's this. Toto is a $25 buy it now. So do Edwin Riviera. Edmund Estrada on the Breakfast Club. Thank you. Thank you. Breakfast Club. Thank you. It's done. Now we did a new end cap record. Okay, over here we sold Toto. We sold Edwin on a hot streak. I've got a special request here. Charlie Sales wanted the Garden State soundtrack. I can still get this if anybody else wants one. The Garden State soundtrack. Coldplay, The Shins, Nick Drake. $49.99. It was a special order for Charlie. If anybody else wants one, let me know. And then a special order for Robert Barnett, The English Beat on silver vinyl, $33.99. If anybody else wants one, let me know. And then another special request for Robert Barnett, the Ramones Hi-Fi. The Ramones Hi-Fi. And this is all analog, cut by Kevin Gray. Also a special request for Robert Barnett, $39.99. And perfect timing. Laura's dropping off a Laura crate. Perfect timing. So that's sold, and thank you, Robert Barnett. Thank you, Robert Barnett. Let's put Robert Vladerchek, more Roberts, a lot of Roberts. That is sold to him. Or that's sold to Charlie and Robert Vladerchek on a waiting list. Now, let's get this sold. I've looked at it a bunch. The head cap, Fool's Paradise with Lemmy. It's on white vinyl. I'm asking $50 or best offer. Let's try to get an offer on that and get the head cap sold. Anybody else? So, Carol, let me take you off the waiting list for Tom Petty, Spectrum Philadelphia, and let me see who else maybe. Let me make sure you was the only one. Tom Petty. Does anybody have a direct line to get a hold of John Williams? Now, that's my uncle as well. If you call that John Williams, you'll be in for a hoot if you know my Uncle John. Carol Puckett, yes, Tom Petty, I've already pulled one. There's one left. I'm talking about the John Williams who does film. If anybody has a direct line, just let me know, okay? Robert Barnett, also on Garden State. See, I would have never known to order this, ever. Thanks. So I love when people message the page and they say, hey, Chad, order this, because usually when we show something, it's boom, boom, and then more people want one, okay? So that's sold and that's sold. And the head cat is sold to Fred Cardinal for $45. Now we're ready for new auctions. Does nobody else have dreams about getting autographs, or is that just me? I guess that's just me. I'm sorry. Okay, next auction is going to go up right now. John Coltrane, The Believer. John Coltrane, a 1964 OG mono. Some of these have sold for as much as $402. The Believer, John Coltrane. It's in mono, a VG Plus copy. And this is OG mono, John Coltrane, a $55 start. $55 start. Coltrane on that. $55 start. And Natasha also wants a Garden State. So 3 people on a Garden State on that. And that's a $55 start. I don't tell my dreams on here. Nice. Mighty Bossini's. Doobie Brothers. Chuck, that's actually already came in and sold out. If you want me to order you one, I will. But that's already came in and sold out. But if you want me to get you one, I will. And Chad's going to drink some purple juice. I may be having crazy dreams because of this purple juice. You know, I mean, look at it. This may be causing crazy wavelengths. Now, for the person watching over on Instagram, there's somebody watching over on Instagram, and I'm going to be honest, I don't speak Spanish, so I don't really know Tim disco dos Bee Gees, Tim disco do cantor Billy Joel, Nesta Loja Tim disco de cantor Billy Joe 77, Tim outro disco do cantor Billy Joe 1980. I know we have some people watching that speak Spanish. He's over on Instagram trying to relay something about Billy Joel, but I can't. Billy Joel CD, Juliana Havalio, de Barrio, de Piana, Zona Note Today, de Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, Boa Note So Fenimo, #1 Pica Giandina. Now, I don't know if anybody can translate what I just said, but there it is, okay? Now, I left off by saying John Coltrane 55 and then Coltrane 1960. First thing I have is B-52's MoFi Cosmic Thing, Love Shack Baby, $34.99. We have Bill Evans, $34.99. Bill Evans Undercurrent, one left. White Lines, $38. We have Natalie Merchant Tiger Lily, $59.99. I know Hiram can speak Spanish very well because he'll reply to people in Spanish that comment in Spanish on our post. Hiram will be replying to them. Now, I took Spanish in college. As you can see, I can't speak or read a lick of it. And I took a college course in Spanish and made an A. And I can't speak or read a lick of it. We have Bill Withers for $44.99. Billy Joel for $59, 2LP 49, 2LP 45 RPM. Miles Davis, A Silent Way is $44. There he is. John Williams conducting John Williams, $46.99. And then we have AC/DC for $33. And then Dolly's $34. And then Tom Petty's $38. YouTube or Instagram doesn't show up here. Instagram doesn't show up here. It's just on Instagram. Okay. Tommy Chong guitar. I don't think that came in this week yet. The no bid pile. First, I need to sell. We've only got 4 guitars left. Let me go put these away. We got a Randy Rhoads Flying V, and we got a Randy Rhoads White Flying V. Polka dot and white. Polka dot and white. That's my only 2 of those left. Those are $39.99. Let's try our best to get those sold. 2 Randy Rhoads. And then Coltrane's at $75. Fred Carnell wants a Love Shack Baby. That's sold to Fred Carnell. And then Coltrane's at $75. And then the only no bids tonight, we have the Beatles Love Songs. Albert King is $25. Paul McCartney's $35. And the Best of Jeff Beck's $35. So $35, $35, and Albert King $25. Albert King $25. And now Coltrane $78. Oh, and there's one more guitar, Bootsy Collins. Bootsy Collins. And then we got extra Ghost Funkos. Ghost is $14.99. I could say, John, I'm Ken. I have the same last name as you. Please sign this soundtrack. It will save me $3,000. Eddie Van Halen's are back ordered. Albert King is called The Masterworks. It's a 1982 compilation. No condition notes, a $25 buy it now. Coltrane's at $78. It's between Jeremiah and Brent. A VG Plus mono. Top copies have sold for as much as $402. Anybody else on anything in here? We need more auctions and we need more vinyl. More everything. Let them eat cake. What's our next crate? We got stuff over here from John that's been marked, and I think you're all going to like these. Holy moly. Let me leave that out. That needs to be auctioned. And this is a great looking batch of records here. Let's go through some new vintage stuff. Holy moly. Let's leave that in there. Oh my gosh. I'm going to throw y'all a curveball and make that the first record. It's a reissue, but not something I see too often. Okay. I pulled a Stevie Ray Vaughan to auction and a David Bowie to auction. Okay. Trains at 85. Our Instagram is, I think, just Collectible. What is our Instagram? Our Instagram, Collect Company. Did Hiram comment? Hiram Aponte joined. There he is. Hiram says, Salud. Puedes repetir lo que estás buscando para de Arante. That's what Hiram said. And then somebody said, que es. I don't know what all that means, but they're definitely talking to each other now. So we're now selling records in multiple languages. We are on Instagram as Collect Company _. Collect Company _. And we are live. You can click right there and you can watch the feed. There's our gallery of photos. Okay. The Tom Petty is alive. It's a Philadelphia 1980, a 2LP, $38.99. Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, the Spectrum, Philadelphia, 1980 broadcast, $38.99. Okay? They do not make Gorillas Funkos. We got Albert King sold for $20 to Brandon Lack. New auction heading up right now, everybody. It is New Order. Say what? New Order is a live unofficial. Do what? It's Polytechnic of Central London, June 12, 1985. New Order is recorded live at Polytechnic of Central London, December 6, 1985. Track B4 was recorded the next day at the Falcom Center in Slough, England, and that was on December 7th, 1985. VG Plus, a $20 start. Okay? And Paul Brother says he'll take that. Chad, I think the person logged off. Aha. Gotcha. I'm glad we have some fluent Spanish speaking because sometimes I'll see comments and, you know, when I hit the translate button on Facebook, it sometimes don't translate perfectly, and when I reply, it's in English, and I don't know if they see it in English or Spanish. And of course, if there's a way it would translate live, it would be great because we could start selling in all different languages. But I just don't know if my voice is going to translate too well over live. You know what I mean? I don't know if it's like if somebody's watching with Spanish subtitles, I don't know how well with my Tennessee accent it's going to come through. So, all right, so this is sold to Paul Brothers. But thank you to all the Spanish-speaking customers we have because I'm out. Somehow I made it through high school Spanish and college and the college one. Yeah, there's nothing left up here. All right, Sid Barrett, $34.99. The Madcap Laughs. Sid Barrett. This is a reissue on 180-gram vinyl. That is the Sid Barrett from Pink Floyd. Let's go through this crate, and then we got a Laura crate over here. But here is Sid Barrett for $34.99. A 2014, The Madcap Laughs. There it is. Coltrane's at $125. New Orders at $20 and $25. Also, we have times 2. A gold stamp promo times 2 is $14.99. Here is Benny Mardones. There you go. Thank God for girls. Benny Mardones, $14.99. Live Wire. Live Wire is a gold stamp promo, $9.99. Matthew Southern Comfort, Second Spring, $14.99. And Blood, Sweat, and Tears, $19.99. Coltrane, $1.35. $1.35, $135 on Coltrane. New Orders at $27. The International Elvis Impersonators Convention. Unbelievable. The Elvis International Impersonators Convention, $19.99. Unbelievable. Also, we have Primetime Don McLean, $9.99. And we have Semi-Twang, a gold stamp promo, $9.99. So back up the top, Laura's working on another one. New Order is a live bootleg. It's a live bootleg. It's a bootleg. It's a live concert. And then Jorge Sanchez on Humble Pie. Now, somebody else was trying to maybe ask about that. Was it you earlier? And sorry, I may have missed that there. But yes, I will sell this. And have you bought from us before, Jorge? This is Humble Pie, and this is sold to you. This is sold to you. This is sold to you. I know one thing. A lot of Spanish-speaking people love Iron Maiden. And whenever I have Iron Maiden stuff up, that's when I get the most Spanish comments. Iron Maiden must have a huge following, especially in Mexico, because when I've looked at a lot of profiles, they're in Mexico. So I have a feeling they have a huge following down there. Charlie Marks on Sid Barrett. Coltrane's at $155. We got New Order 30, New Order 30, and we have New Order 31. Next thing is Savoy Brown, Hellbound Train. This is $19.99. Savoy Brown, Hellbound Train. That is $19.99. New Order is a live bootleg, still getting bids. Jimmy Clanton is $19.99. Jimmy Clanton, $19.99. El Pisca Zinze. Okay, El Pisca Zinze. Got it. That's Jorge Sanchez, and he got the Humble Pie Rock On. Yeah, this is a good one. Is this the one that has Peter Frampton? Yeah, Peter Frampton, that first track, Shine On, Peter Frampton's on lead vocals. Great stuff. That is so too. El Pisca Zinze. That's Jorge Sanchez over there. Okay, next is Janis Joplin Pearl. Janis Joplin Pearl, $34.99. We was talking about this the other night. Her last album, $34.99. These are new arrivals, sticker price. Yes, me and my Bobby McGee, Mercedes-Benz. That's Mercedes, okay? Mercedes, $34.99. Coltrane is a 1964 US mono. It's in VG Plus condition. It is OG Mono, the Prestige Fireworks label, around a VG or VG minus cover. Does have some chipping right up here, and that has now got a new bid for $165. And then the new order is a live bootleg, Polytech Central London, and then one other source. Jim Davis has it for $35. Jim Davis at $35 over here. And then the next thing we have is this. I got a Beach Boys compilation called Endless Summer. Metallica, Scorpions, Iron Maiden. Oh, yeah. So some of these bands, they travel international. They fill out stadiums bigger than here in the United States. The Beach Boys, Endless Summer, a great compilation, a Japanese press. Rest in peace, Brian Wilson. I'm still on Facebook every day seeing tributes coming in about Brian Wilson. Videos popping up, reels, old concert footage, photos, stories. Unbelievable. Beach Boys is a $35 start. New Order is a final call. We're going through new arrivals here. These are sticker price, like Dire Straits, Love Over Gold. A beautiful copy, $29.99. Coltrane's at $168. Rocky 3 soundtrack. First track is Eye of the Tiger. Rocky 3, $29.99 for Rocky. And then Cheryl is Cheryl on SB. And SB was for Savoy Brown. That's sold to Cheryl Smith. Thank you, Cheryl. And the 10 Commandments. That's the soundtrack by Elmer Bernstein. $29.99 on that. And Stevie Wonder's A Journey Through the Secret Life of Plants. $29.99. Rocky, sold to Tim Graham. Rising Up, Back on the Street. We got Led Zeppelin. This is $64.99. It's a U.S. press, a U.S. original, no condition notes. It does have some cover wear. It's got some cover creasing, some cover wear, 64 on Zeppelin. Beach Boys, $35.35, now $40. And we have the Steels Young Band, Long May You Run, $19.99 on that. Here's Genesis Wind and Weathering, $19.99. And Alice Cooper, Love at the Death. Alice Cooper, censored cover. It is with the original on her sleeve, $29.99. So New Order is sold. New Order is sold, and that's the Jim Davis at $35. David's out on the Coltrane. So Brent, that's a final call to you now. $168. $168. Now the Beach Boys at $45. Here's some stuff in the auction bin. We got Ambrosia, Soft Machine, Colts. This is Lizzie Mercer D. Clark's press color. I'm not too familiar with that. Johnny Cash, Dwight Yoakam, Randy Travis, George Strait, U2, Mama Lion, Rolling Stones, Europe, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Billy Joe Schaefer, Robert Pollard. Is this Billy Joe Schaefer again? Yeah, another Billy Joe Schaefer, I think. Unshaven, Schaefer Life at Smithsonian. Yeah, I've never seen that. And then NXS, Monk, Neil Diamond, Bob Marley, The Cult, and NXS. And then a Boo Koodle of Japanese pressings. A Boo Koodle. Janis Joplin's $34.99. Jean-Luc Ponty, $9.99. Jean-Luc Ponty and Deep Purple is $34.99. Deep Purple on Tetragrammaton Records, $34.99. Janis is $34. Beasties. Beach Boys, $40. Beach Boys, $45, $47. Janis is $34. And then over here, Beach Boys, $50. And we have a request for the one that I don't know what it is. And then we have a request for Stevie Ray Vaughan, a request for Johnny Cash. But first, here's a request to sell this auction. And we're selling that to Brent Ribley for $168. That is sold to Mr. Brent Ribley for $168. Awesome jazz record there. That's cool. Coltrane gone. Let's move the Beach Boys over here. And then Boo Koodle, that is a Tennessee term. That's a term from the the road I grew up on, Smith Fork Creek down there in Maynard Holler. These are all real places. The woods, the creek. Chad going fishing. This is the one, I don't know what it is. It is Lizzie Mercer, Desclous. Now they're throwing some French at me. We've had Spanish, and now here's some French. It is a 2015 New Wave, No Wave, left field electronic, limited edition 4,000. Numbered copies on blue vinyl, numbered 1680 of 4,000 with book and poster. $35 start. How much would y'all pay to go on a fishing expedition with Chad to Smith Fork Creek? I would probably be a terrible guide. I hate doing stuff like that, honestly. How many people want to come to Tennessee? I'll take you on a fishing expedition to Smith Fork Creek. I'd be a terrible guide, but we'll get you down there. Okay, next thing is, oh yeah, and we had another Stevie Ray Vaughan and another Bowie. We have Stephen Stills live. Stephen Stills is $19.99, and The Doors live at the Hollywood Bowl, 1968, $49.99. It is a great place to go and just take in a deep breath. There's this like, well, I don't know about right now. I'll get ate up in chiggers. $49.99 for The Doors. Smith Fork Creek, you can catch some drum, some bluegill. If you're lucky, a catfish or a bass. But you're going to be catching a lot of drum and a lot of drum. Next thing is this right here. This is a radio broadcast of some sort. This is a radio broadcast from March 26th, 1988. $39.99. And who exactly is this? This is a Dick Clark radio broadcast. Nice. Dick Clark radio broadcast from 1988, June 26th, $39.99. So over here at the top, we got, Laura says the cloud should be Day Clue. Day Clue, thank you. Don't say the X. And then we have fishing at $35, and then Stevie Ray Vaughan. But over here we have Beach Boys is now sold, and this is sold to Marshall Bassett for $50, okay? $50. $50 on that. $50 on that. Beach Boys, where's my sleeve at? Right here, Center Hill Lake. Oh yeah, Center Hill Lake, great area there. Now, if you probably wanted more of a fishing guide, well, hunting guide, that'd be Tanner. He's probably the most outdoorsman person here. Probably definitely Tanner. Tanner's, that's more his speed. Okay, there's that, $50. Drum? No, I promise you, there's drum in Smith Fork. We might be thinking about different fish. I promise you. I promise you. I've reeled one out myself. We have Sting, Nothing Like the Sun. Sting is in shrink. It's got the hop sticker. It's an 87 Columbia, $49.99. Sting, $49.99. That is a 2 LP. At least that's what we called them. At least that's what my Uncle John, the same John Williams, used to call them. He'd call them Dumb Drum. That's exactly what he'd call them. We might be thinking about something else, but I know that's for a fact. George Strait's Greatest Hits. This is an 85 US original. It's an RCA Music Club and shrink. It's an EX edition, and this is a $35 start. And then over here, this is Lizzie Mercier Declue or Declue, and it's with book and poster. It's numbered, and it's a $35 start. He'd be trying to catch fish for us to eat. I'd be down there with him, and he would call them. He would throw them back in. He'd call them Dumb Drums. We have the super groups. Cream, Buffalo Springfield, $19.99. The Bee Gees, Vanilla Fudge. Inagata DeVita, Eleanor Rigby, $19.99. Gar. Those are scary looking, right? With the big long mouths. Very scary looking fish. Carole King Tapestry. This is $24.99. $24.99. This is Carole King Tapestry, $24.99. And then over here is Blood, Sweat, and Tears, $19.99. Blood, Sweat, and Tears self-titled, $19.99 on that. And Grandpa Jones, I'll Meet You in the Morning, that's $14.99. Stacy Metternich on the Super Hits, that's a good one. I love this series here. That is sold to Stacy Metternich. And then let's go ahead and make this record a buy it now for $35. Don't know a lot about it. I bet Jim B will try to buy it. And then George Strait is a $35 start. And this is an 85 USOG Club RCA Music Service, still in shrink. George Strait's a $35 start. George Strait, $35 start. And Jim B gets, yes, this for $35. I knew it. I knew it. Buffalo or Carp. Carp, that was the other one I was trying to call. Now the Carp, or excuse me, the Buffalo is what come up and they shoal, and that's a sight to see. So to get to my old road, you drive right over Smith Fork Creek, and there's a bridge, and during a certain time of the year or a certain part of a cycle, those buffalo fish, there'll be thousands of them just like flocked together, and you could just see them lined up and down Smith Fork Creek, and it'd be thousands of them. And there'd be people come in and just drive just to look at them all, you know, show up, and there'd be fishermen lined up and down. We have a little one-lane road, and it pretty much just crowds everything because everybody come in to see the buffalo. And we're talking about fish. Here's our next auction. It's Billy Joe Schaefer. Billy Joe Schaefer is an 82 US OG gold stamp promo. No white label promo exists of this record. I have never had this too many times. I think Dale had one in his collection that was maybe signed that we sold. Billy Joe Schaefer is an out-of-print record with the original under sleeve, VG++ EX, a $55 start. Billy Joe Schaefer, and it's essentially self-titled. It's called Billy Joe Schaefer, $55 start. Here's something we don't get too often. Gold stamp promo, there it is. Now George Strait's at 48. We got some cowboy. Speaking of some fishing, we got some cowboys up for bid right now. There we have it. Those are up for bid. Now, next is Fred Cardinale on Lizzie. I think that was the record that Jim B got. Yep. And then the Carole King Tapestry. This is no condition notes. The cover has a little bit of wear. We'll call the cover VG or VG minus, but the vinyl, no condition notes. The cover is definitely check condition, $24.99. Orleans is a gold stamp promo, $9.99 on Orleans. And Herb Albert and the Tijuana Brass, SRO, Herb Albert, $19.99. $19.99. Carp. Carp. One of those, I don't know. I used to eat a bunch of that stuff, but I didn't know. Some of it doesn't taste too good. Drum and carp. Some of that I'm not too familiar with. I didn't know sometimes what I was eating when we'd have our big fish fries. I'd be like, I don't know what this is, but it don't taste too good. We have a 1989 U.S. original, Stevie Ray Vaughan in step. Stevie Ray Vaughan's a $35 start. Heath Norman, are you done on George Strait? The most recent bid's $48. We have Jonathan Edwards' Lucky Day. Jonathan Edwards is $14.99. We have Blanket of Secrecy. Blanket of Secrecy is an 82 New Wave, $14.99. Blanket of Secrecy. Elvis Presley, Almost in Love, $9.99. Almost in Love. We have Ohio Players, Contradiction. Ohio Players is $24.99. Contradiction. Ohio Players, $24.99. $24.99. Ohio Players, Contradiction. Contradiction, $24.99. I don't know. Listen, we'd eat some stuff. I remember I was pretty young, and my mom would freak out. She'd say, those are full of bones. You're going to choke to death. And I wish she was watching right now so she could verify this. But they would, man, I think I've ate some pretty bizarre fish that came out of that creek. Some of the stuff really like bony and horrible looking. They would fry up my cousins. They do some crazy stuff. I think they'd cook about everything they could catch. Rockmaster Scott in the Dynamic 3. This is an 84 hip-hop electronic record, $19.99. Rockmaster Scott in the Dynamic 3. Next is Diana Ross, $9.99. Diana Ross is $9.99. And Live and Love, Leon Russell. And this is $16.99. Live, Life, and Love, Leon Russell, and the Ohio Players Back. That's in shrink with hop sticker, $24.99. $24.99. Next thing was George Strait did get a new bid for $50. Stevie Ray Vaughan has a bid for $35. Dwayne also bid $35. And now we have two $35 bids. And now Stevie Ray Vaughan's at $36. We have the Genuine Imitation Life. This is $19.99 of the Four Seasons. Imitation Life Gazette. Dial a Hit. What a cool record this is on Bell Records. $14.99. It has this like rotary phone dial cover. How cool is that? $14.99. $14.99. Dial a Hit. Bell Records. It's got this really cool rotary dial, and that is $14.99. Walleye. Yes, definitely had some of that. I remember Uncle John talking about that. Walleye. Anybody ever snagged them? I forgot what he would do. Snag them? He'd do some crazy stuff. Okay, we got Arthur Doc Watson. That's $34.99. Bill Nelson, Vistonemics, something like that, $19.99. And Freak Out, The Mothers of Invention, 66. This has no hotspot ad, $59.99 on that. Blaine, everything in here right now is sticker price. These are new arrivals, and everything in here is sticker price. George Strait is still getting bids. It's at $51. Stevie Ray Vaughan's at $38, but unbelievably, no bid on Billy Joe Schaefer. He is a buy it now for $55. Billy Joe Schaefer, a buy it now for $55. It is available in 82 USOG VG++ EX Gold Stamp promo. All right, next auction is going to go up right now. We got a Laura crate on deck. We got Johnny Cash, and we have a 2014 US. This is the voluntary American Recordings Volume 3 Solitary Man, a $25 start. $25 start on that. And there's way too much still left in here, but I will read a few titles. I was doing a lot of off-topic talking during that crate. I'll try to go back up to the top here and read this off. This is, anything in here is available if anybody wants it. We got the Mothers of Invention. We got Bill Nelson, Arthur Doc Watson. We got Dial a Hit. So does Stacy Metternich. I forgot to pull that. Thank you, Stacy. Now, Stacy, the rotary dial has a couple creases right here, just FYI. But it is still nice. And 2 times is still available. Edmund, that's available. It's right back here. 2 times is right here. 2 times is right here. That is sold to Edmund Estrada. Blaine Zapnick said he will take the Dire Straits. Dire Straits is right here. That's sold to Blaine Zapnick. And we got to fill out a crate. We got to fill up. Well, this crate's filled up. Let's go ahead and see what we got going on over here. Oh, man, there went my knees because I see some more stuff flying out of the shelf. Hey, Mom is watching. Mom, we was talking about me choking to death on fish bones. Blaine Zapnick on the Dire Straits, Love Over Gold. Dire Straits, Love Over Gold is sold. Good times. Chad choking on fish bones. And Uncle John laughing. We have, did I already pull that? I think I already pulled that. I did. Okay, and then Sherry Darnell got Billy Joe Schaefer for $55. And Michael Butler on Doc Watson. Michael Butler on the Doc Watson that was in here. Let's go ahead and pull that, which was right here. Thank you, Michael Butler. There's that. And here's this, and here's this. George Strait is still getting bids. The last bid on Stevie Ray Vaughan is $38 with Stephen Parton. And I'm going to make sure everybody's done. Final call on that for $38. And then we have Johnny Cash, American Recordings, $20 start on that. No fishbone here. We have Zappa. We got Bill Nelson. We got the Genuine Imitation Life Gazette, the Four Seasons, Ohio Players, Leon Russell, Dinah Ross, Rockmaster Scott, Ohio Players, Elvis, Blanket of Secret, Jonathan Edwards, Herb Albert, Orleans, Carole King Tapestry, Grandpa Jones, BST, Blood, Sweat, and Tears, Sting, Dick Clark Radio Broadcast, The Doors, Stephen Stills, Deep Purple, Jean-Luc Ponty, Alice Cooper, Genesis, Stills Young Band, Led Zeppelin, Stevie Wonder, 10 Commandments, and Janis Joplin, Jimmy Clanton, Semi Twain, Don McLean, the International Elvis Impersonator Convention, Blood, Sweat, and Tears, Matthew Summer Comfort, Livewire, and Benny Mardones. All right, and then we still got bids coming in on Stevie Ray Vaughan. We got bids still coming in on George Strait, and Johnny Cash has one bid for $20. And I did pull the Dire Straits for Blaine Zapnick. It was in the last crate. Blaine, you got Dire Straits. And then Cynthia Herdron on Blanket. Let me find that. And if anybody wants a price or anything in here, let me know. Let's find Blanket. Blanket of Secrets. That's sold to Cynthia. Donna Mitchell was second. All right. We're good to go here. Good to go here. Let's see here. There's that. There's that. Okay. Let me toss those. And new LP, John Durden. Let's see here. Also, somebody said, can you get praise for dual tone records? I'm not for sure. I have 2 labels that we're going to start trying to order direct from. And one of them I've been trying to get in for a while. So somebody asked me the other day, I think it was John Robb, Jimmy Clanton is sold to Heath Norman. The rap record single, that was right here, Rockmaster Scott, that is $19.99. Request line. So there was a pre-order up for the Ozzy box set again, okay? So 2 of my distributors, maybe even more, have been offering another pre-order for one of those Ozzy box sets. And I'm glad I didn't. I almost posted it and was like, hey, I might be getting more Ozzy box sets. Well, one of them emailed me and she said, hey, Chad, we could possibly get you 10 Ozzy box sets. Do you want them? I was like, yes. She's like, well, they're almost $200 more because they're an import, and let me know if you want them. I was like, I'll still take them. Then she told me, hey, last minute thing, but they're not going to actually allow these for sale in the United States. So evidently there's more Ozzy box sets being made, but evidently the label has held off on shipping them into the U.S., and that's why I don't have any more Ozzy box sets. So there is no Ozzy box sets coming out on July 18th. If you see that somewhere, it's probably going to be an import, and you might be able to get one, but it looks like they're going to be, if you get one as an import, they're going to be about $1,000, it looks like. And they're not signed by Ozzy. They're not signed by Ozzy. They've pressed more, but evidently they're not importing them into the United States. Is what I'm being told. Now, I was given a link to a source that I may be able to get them. We'll find out. But right now, there's no Ozzy's coming out in the United States. So if you see it, it's one of those things like we could even import it, or it's like we could have ordered them, but we're not going to get them. So, I think they were just really made for European consumption. They've probably already sold out over there is what's happened. They've probably sold out in Europe or something. So let's go over here and update George Strait. So George Strait, Heath went out. This is sold to Jamie Butler for $58. Stevie Ray Vaughan In Step is a U.S. original. No condition notes. It's a nice copy. And it's a final call to Stephen Parton for $40. Johnny Cash is at $26 with Robert Barnett. So that's why I didn't post it. Could you imagine I would have posted another thing, said they were $900 a piece, we would have sold another 50 of them, and we would have got 0 again. So the song remains the same for Ozzy. They literally can't make enough of them. It's just this huge demand, and it's still going to continue to rise until everybody gets all those Ozzy albums, until they put them all in print. It hadn't happened yet, though. Tool, Fear Inoculum, triple LP, Tool, Fear Inoculum, $76.99. One of my favorites. $76.99 for Tool. I also got a restock of this Van Halen bootleg. We got about a bazillion people. We got about a bazillion people on a waiting list. Let's go ahead and read these off. This is Van Halen live at the Superdome in 1989. And let me go ahead and see who gets these next copies. It looks like I got 5 more that came in. And let me read off everybody that got one, and I'll tell you who's still on the waiting list. These go to Brian Thurman, John Smetzer, Danny Thomason, Travis Wade, and Donna Busey. And we still got Alonzo, Breezy Brinsnow Jr., Jamie McCord, Randy Klein, Michael Peevler, Sandy Villa, and Woody Bishop on a waiting list. So these 5 are already sold to Brian Thurman, John Smetzer, Travis Wade, and Travis Woods and Donna Busey. And Alonzo, Jamie McCord, Randy Klein, Michael Peevler, Sandy Vita, and Woody Bishop still on a waiting list, okay? So these are all sold. No, there's only 4. My bad. There's only 4. So 4, that means Donna Busey's first on the waiting list. Donna Busey does not get one. So these 4 are sold, okay? That is sold. Cash is at $30. Chad doing the same thing with Lambrize down. UMG is going to release them to us. Genesis in the same situation. Yeah, I had a feeling. Yeah, some things are weird because of, I don't think it really has anything to do with imports or anything like that. I think it's just legal restrictions on the label. So, especially with something like, think about it, 1,000 units at $800 a pop or whatever, that's a lot of money being transacted. So, Van Halen. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Jorge wants on the waiting list. Nick Galletti wants on the waiting list, and so does Scott Markheim. Whenever more come in, they'll come in. No guarantee when or if ever, but you can be added to the waiting list. We have Tool for $33.99. Tool at $33.99. That's a 2LP, $33.99. Tool, that is Undertow. We have 2 of those. And Static X, Wisconsin Death Trip. Static X is $39.99. That's a music on vinyl pressing for Static X. Let me make sure I didn't have a waiting list. Static X, there's no waiting list, so both of these are still available. Wisconsin Death Trip. That's $39.99. Are we done on these auctions? Nobody else bid on Stevie Ray Vaughan, right? This is sold for $40, and that is now sold to Stephen Parton for $40. Johnny Cash, the last bid was Colleen Cook at $31. Robert Barnett, you're out just by the way. And then we have another waiting list for Matthew Sherrick, another waiting list for Van Halen on Corey Ross, and Paul Brothers as well. And then Tool is sold to Stephen Parton. I'm assuming you want Undertow. If you want Fear Inoculum, let me know. And then over here, and we have this. Danny, those probably won't show up, though. I looked into that. So that company gets the same place from me. You probably won't be getting that now. If you do, you'll be very lucky. But nobody's actually going to get those. It would be the same thing if I would have posted up the pre-order. I'm being told, keep me updated. If you get one, I'll be very surprised. And that means also somebody's not telling me the truth. But yeah, you probably can order one, but you're probably not going to get it. We have Europe, The Final Countdown. This is an OG copy, embossed cover, still in shrink. It is a $35 start. Europe, The Final Countdown. But yeah, that's the same thing. Matthew Sherrick doesn't want a wait list. He just wants the track listing. The track listing for Van Halen is Why Can't This Be Love, Panama, Naturally Wired, Eagles Fly, Black and Blue, Mine All Mine, Best of Both Worlds, 5150 Cathedral, One Way to Rock, and You Really Got Me. Cash has a new bid for $50. Dwayne Vick also on the waiting list for Van Halen. And then next is another Tom Petty bootleg I have not had in a while, that is. London Calling, Tom Petty live, 1980, $38.99. $38.99. Jeff, 10,000 Days is not available. It has never been pressed on vinyl except for bootleg copies. 10,000 Days is not available. Neither is Anima. Anima has not been pressed since the day it was released. That's it. That's why they sell for $1,000. Speaking of Tom Petty, here's his greatest hits, a 2LP, $44.99. Europe is a $35 start, and Johnny Cash is at $50 with Kelly Wlodarczyk. The Johnny Cash is called American Recordings Volume 3, Solitary Man, 2014 press, and Kelly has it for $50. Europe is a $35 start. Our next auction is another Billy Joe Schaefer. This is a 1995 U.S. original, only time ever on vinyl worldwide. Unshaven Schaefer, live at Smith's Old Bar. That's a $95 start. $95 start on Unshaven Billy Joe Schaefer. $95 start on that. Charlie Marks on Static X. That's with Charlie Marks. Europe's at $35. And this is Michael Jackson. This is it. One 1999 box set. This is a 4LP Michael Jackson box for This Is It. I haven't had this in a long time. $119.99. I've only got one. And then Europe has a bid for $35. Now, Corey, there's 2 Tom Petty's to pick from. Greatest hits for $44 or live in London, 1980 for $38.99. And here's another tool, and this is unofficial, Absolute Ultra Rare Tracks, $44.99. Tool is $44.99. Oops, and this has their cover of no quarter on it. Now, I ordered one Michael Jackson knowing I could get more and hopefully taking a big waiting list. If anybody wants one, they're $119.99. This one is sold to Donna Turner. We'll put the Vlodder checks first on a waiting list. Europe at $35, Europe at $38, and Billy Joe Schaefer. That's a rare one there. $19.95. Only time ever pressed to vinyl. A $95 start. I think y'all have, first time y'all have probably seen me ever sell that before. It's the first time I've ever seen it. Cash is sold to Vlodder check for $50, this time specifically Kelly. And then Europe is at $35, now $38. Great stuff there. And then we got to see which Tom Petty Corey wants. There's the Europe information, 86 U.S. Pittman Original in shrink. And Corey does want Tom Petty's greatest hits, okay? And then Kelly Vloddercheck says, bill us for the Cash album and send it to the Barnetts. The Barnetts, you have a free record on the way. You have a free record on the way. Listen, we got so much gift giving going on here on Collectible that they've had to put a whole new section in the back room table that says gifts. We have a whole crate of like gifts to be shipped, to be paid, paid and shipped. They're trying to, because some people's like, hey, I've got to get this. What happens is sometimes, by the way, if you get a gift from somebody here, if somebody buys a record for you, if you pay before they pay, sometimes you might get their records and you might not get that gift until we get it in your next order. We're trying to get it in with your order if y'all pay at the same time. That way we don't have to ship out a whole new package and us pay postage for something we didn't get paid for. So some people have been like, hey, I got 2 or 3 records that was gifted to me, or a record that was gifted to me, and we're like, well, that person hadn't paid yet, and we've already shipped out your records. So they will eventually show up, because it seems like most people that are the gift giving, y'all have orders going out every week. So thank you, and that is done. And that is this right here. Bill this to the Vlodder checks and send this to the Barnetts, okay? Thank you and thank you. So much gifts here. I thought that was amazing. I saw a crate, and I was like, that's amazing. We got so much gift giving going on here during the live streams. We literally have to have a whole section for it now to keep up with it. Pretty amazing. Europe's at 45, Europe's at 46. Anybody else on anything in here? Tool, Fury, Inoculum. But I promise if you do get a gift from somebody, it will come in one of your orders. Ed has it all spread out, and G and Steve, and they're trying to put it in with your orders so we're not having to, you know, ship out a whole package for somebody. But most of y'all are bidding every week, and we can just put it in with your orders. And, you know, some people might pay 2 invoices at a time, and we've already shipped out that person's gifts. It'll eventually get to you, I promise. We have Tool Fear Inoculum, a triple LP, $76.99. Tool Undertows, $33. Static X, Wisconsin Death Trip, $39. Tom Petty Live, London, $38.99. Tom Petty's Greatest Hits, $44. And Tool Absolute Ultra Rare, $44. All right, unbelievably, nobody bid on Billy Joe Schaefer again. So it's a $95 buy it now. $95 buy it now. Billy Joe Schaefer, a $95 buy it now. Laura says it takes a week for her to get her gifts. Yeah, I never did get mine. Somebody bought a Chris Cornell record for me. I never did see it. I think we shipped it to them. That's okay. I told Nick Bargeron, I said, Nick, you can't be buying records on here and paying for them and then telling me I can keep them. Now, you can do it for anybody else that works here, but I'm going to turn down gifts. All right, and then I knew Danny was going to be on that one. I knew it. This is so to Danny. Europe is at $50 of Matthew Sherrick. Everybody else is out. Let's go through this Laura crate. Here we go. We got a Laura crate coming up right now. Hope everybody's ready. It's right now. Courtney, are you sure you want to go to bed? Looks like Laura's got us a check condition crate here. Nice. Laura might have been marking some classic rock and pop. Looks, I can just tell from the tops of them, it looks like a lot of classic rock and pop going on here. Let me do a little bit of stretching first. Oh my goodness. That felt good. Okay, Tom Petty, London. This is sold. Tom Petty, London to Bill Samus. That is done. And then what is the Europe? This is the final countdown, an 86 U.S. Pittman original, embossed cover. It's in shrink with the original under sleeve, and the high bid's 55. David Bowie, yes, sorry, that's not over here with my auction stuff. That's why I keep forgetting about it. The David Bowie's over here with this, with the stuff that was from the last. This is a beautiful copy. Now, John had it stickered, but I pulled it to auction it. I'm going to reduce it quite a bit, but I know this does demand a lot of money when it's in high grade. It is an OG 71 Hunky Dory. I'm going to put it up for a $35 start. It does have the original under sleeve. It's on the orange RCA label. Hunky Dory, a 71 Rockaway. Now, the top cover does have a seam split, very common. It's in this textured jacket, a $35 start on OG Hunky Dory. That's now up for bid, okay? Here we go. We got Tom Petty, we got Europe 55, and then over here we have, Chad, did you say you can do a wait list for this? A wait list for, which one a wait list on? Okay, and Bowie has bids for 35, 35, and now Europe 60, 62. All right, so let's see what's in here. Here's the lower crate. So we're going to show 3 or 5 records. And the first person to claim a record out of this crate is going to get this, which is going to be this amazing Hello Kitty lower crate sticker. Amazing. This is a work of art. This isn't some parlor trick we hand out just willy-nilly for the fun of it. This is the real deal. This is a work of art. This is it. This is it. Now we're going to show 3 records. The first one to claim it gets it, and no putbacks. So make sure if you're claiming something, you are good for it. No putbacks. Yes, Kelly Vladorchek. Kelly Vladorchek is on the waiting list for Michael Jackson. And that's also called This Is It. It's a 4 LP box, $119.99. Here we go. ZZ Top Afterburner. EX condition, $27.99. Jason and the Scorchers, Lost and Found. EX condition, $17.99. Alice Cooper, Welcome to My Nightmare. VG Plus, $19.99. Huey Lewis and the News, Picture This. EX, $17.99. And Eddie Money, Can't Hold Back, Take Me Home Tonight. VG Plus, $12.99. There we have it. Now, over here, we had the following. Europe at 62, David Bowie 35, David Bowie 35. Now, Donna Mitchell's bid came in first. Kelly, you were second. And then we have David Bowie 36, now 40. And then first was Michael Nath on ZZ Top. Michael Nath. He gets the rare, highly desirable, now iconic, and extremely valuable lower crate hop sticker that is sold to Michael Nath. Now, 100 years from now, people are going to see these, probably still stuck to these records. 100 years from now, long after we're all gone, and probably somebody's going to be like, what is this? Or somebody might be like, oh my gosh, look what we found. A lower crate hop sticker. And these are on eBay for like 9 bids, $16,732. Next thing we have, Michael Nath. And then over here, we had Jennifer Schrader. And then Stephen Parton first on Alice Cooper, Welcome to My Nightmare. And then Kristen Barnett on Jason and the Scorchers. And then Bill Samus on ZZ Top. And Cynthia on ZZ Top. And Stephen Parton on Eddie Money. And then David Bowie. David Bowie's at 40. And then Scott Markheim next on Alice. And then Melanie next on Alice. And then Weasel next on Alice. And Dwayne Vick next on Eddie Money. And we have 1 record left. Huey Lewis, it's EX edition, $17.99. We have Timepieces, the best of Eric Clapton. VG Plus, $14.99. Timepieces, the best of Eric Clapton. VG Plus, $14.99. The Police, Ghost in the Machine. Every Little Thing She Does Is Magic. VG Plus, $14.99. And Adam Ant, Friend or Foe, EX edition, $14.99. Are we done on Europe? We've went into all-out war in Europe. And this is a high bid. And this is a final call to Corey Ross for $62. The 71 OG Hunky Dory. Oh, you pretty thing. Changes. This is Donna Mitchell's at $40. Kelly's out. Final call. Next is Golden Earring Cut. Stepping into the Twilight Zone. EX Edition, $17.99. Stepping into the Twilight Zone. Has the original on her sleeve. Heath Norman on Clapton. Sold. Michael Hamburger on AA. Sold. Adam and the Ant. Nick Galletti on The Police. Sold. Every little thing she does is magic. Next is the Stones. It's only rock and roll, and I like it. VG Plus condition, $9.99 on the Rolling Stones. Band on the Run. It's in partial shrink. It's got a crescent cut in the shrink wrap. However, it does have the original on her sleeve, VG $12.99. Now, Joe Delgado next on The Police. Andrew Hawkins is stepping into the Twilight Zone with Golden Earring. We got Stevie Nicks, VG minus, just like the way sing a song sounds like she's singing, VG minus $9.99. Europe, did this get a new bid? It did not, and this is sold to Corey Ross for $62, even though he just said Europe out. I don't think anybody bid against you, did you? And then we have over here, Donna Mitchell got David Bowie for $40. I got Corey on Europe, and that was $62, unless I missed something there. And then David Bowie is sold for $40. That is done. Now, what's next? We have Jennifer Nito on the Stones. That's sold. And then Travis Woods on Stevie Nicks, then Stephen Parton, then Craig Ruth, and then Dwayne, you're next on the Stones, but you do get Band on the Run. Poor Huey Lewis there. Wow, he's left behind. Now, unless I missed something, Corey Ross got the Europe for $62. That's sold to Corey Ross for $62. Next auction we have is Dwight Yoakam, Buenos Noches from a Lonely Room. This is an 88 U.S. Specialty original pressing. No gold stamp promo, original on the sleeve, EX condition, Dwight Yoakam. Gold stamp promo EX, a $25 start. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction is going to be the Cult. And the Cult is an 89 U.S. Specialty original. It is a OG copy, VG minus condition, does have some cover damage. That's why we're going to put it up for just a $15 start. That does have some wear and tear along the spine. Vinyl's VG minus, $15 start on that. I thought you said to me. No, Corey, you did get the Europe for $62. That was sold to you. All right, there's the Colt and Dwight Yoakam, $25. Next in the crate, this has been a hot one so far. John Fogerty, center field, EX $17.99. Put me in, coach. Next thing is the Who's Last. That's a 2LP live Who concert. VG Plus, $14.99. The Cars, Shake It Up. The Cars is EX condition, $22.99 for the Cars, Shake It Up. Also, we got Born in the United States of America. EX condition, $17.99. Born in the USA, Bruce Springsteen. Also, George Thorogood and Destroyers, moving on over. EX condition, $14.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and it is Kiss My ASS. It is called Kiss My ASS, the video. That's going to go up for a $10 start. Also, we have the Allman Brothers, Eat a Peach, Sweet Melissa, VG, $12.99. VG $12.99. Dwight Yoakam's a $25 start. The Colt has a bid for $16, going once, going twice. Born in USA is sold to Nick Galletti. Wayne Davis on George Thorogood. Wayne Davis on George Thorogood. That's right here. Now the Colt's at 20. Now the Colt's at 20. Also over here is Leonard Skinner. Gimme back my bullets. VG $12.99. That was my best interpretation of what that guitar sounds like. VG $12.99. What an awesome song. Dennis Sides on Allman Brothers. That is sold to Dennis Sides. Thank you on that, Dennis. That's sold to you. And Ray Parker Jr., The Other Woman. EX condition, $12.99. Queen's Greatest Hits. It is in shrink. It looks like it has some tape residue on the shrink where someone tried to hold it to the cover. EX $32.99. Ah, you're my best friend. Ooh, you make EX $32.99. Dennis Sides on the Leonard Skinner. Gimme back. Every Mother's Son's a good one. All I can do is write about it. That is so to Dennis. Andrew Hawkins second. No bid on Kiss My ASS. That's a $10 buy it now. No bid on Dwight Yoakam. That's a $25 buy it now. The Colt has several bids. The most recent bid is Michael Hamburger. Hamburgers. Michael has that for $20. John Cougar, if he missed out on the first Scarecrow, here's another one. EX, $17.99. Well, I was born in a small town, and I live in a small town. I'll probably die in a small town. Oh, those small town communities. Now, if you don't sing that, if you don't hear that him singing that, it sounds like just a pretty plain sounding poem. Oh, I was born in a small town. I was living in a small town. I'm going to die in one too. We have the Honey Drippers, Volume 1, EX $17.99, and Boston, VG Plus $12.99. Thank you, Edmund. I was about to say, somebody wanted the backup on that earlier. There it is. Now, we have Edmund Estrada on John Cougar Mellencamp, sold. David V on Queen, sold. The Colts at 22. Michael Hamburger, you're out. Cool in the Gang, Emergency, Shrink, Hype, VG $9.99. Dwight Yoakam is an 88 U.S. Specialty OG, Gold Stamp Promo, Hype Sticker, EX. Not bad for $25. That was a $75 record before they got reissued. Stephen Parton on Boston, sold to Stephen Parton, sold, done. Next is Steve Earle on the Dukes, VG $9.99. Dwayne Vick next on Boston. Don't look back. The day is breaking. It's been too long since I felt this way. Next is Robert Pollard, Normal Happiness. Robert Pollard is a 2006 OG, original sleeve, EX edition, a $50 start. Some of these have sold for as much as $175. Now the Colts at $25. Any more Laura crates? We're in a Laura crate. This is a Laura crate. Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits, VG $12.99. Everybody, Laura, you're throwing everybody curveballs. They're like, what is Laura doing pricing classic rock and country albums? What's the world coming to? VG $12.99. I like it. We've sold almost everything. Sticks too. She's got the magic touch. She could start marking Al Jolson and we would sell them. Sticks 2. This is VG Plus, $12.99, first label. Gregory gets Dwight Yoakam. So did Gregory for $25. Next is Robert Pollard, a $50 start. Cheap Trick at Budokan. I Want You to Want Me. VG Plus, $14.99. These are classic rock essentials in here. We're done on the Colt. It's at $25 with Michael Hamburger. Next thing we have over here is Toto Hydra. We love us some Toto around here. Oh, Toto here is a $25 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and absolutely pristine. It has the original inner sleeve. It has the insert. It's a Master Sound. Is this a Master Sound pressing? It has a Master Sound book. I guess not, though. $25 start on that. Kevin Cassie on Sticks, sold. Dennis Side on Cheap Trick, sold. The Colts at 26, going once, going twice. Jafria, Silk and Steel. Jafria, VG Plus, $14.99. We got Al Jolson here. Al Jolson. We got Al Jolson here. VG Plus, $14.99 on Jafria. Edward was next on Cheap Trick. Huey Lewis in the News again. This one's called 4. VG $9.99. Adam and the Ants, Kings of the Wild Frontier. VG $9.99. Corey, you was very late on Queen. Next is the Police and Yada Mandata. Don't stand so close to me. VG Plus $14.99. Jafria is sold to Chris Riddings. Travis on Cool and the Gang, sold to Travis. Also, we have Jerry Rafferty, City to City. VG Plus $12.99 on Jerry Rafferty, City to City. Prince is a VG copy, $19.99, 2LP, Prince, $14.99, and ZZ Top Eliminator, VG Plus, $19.99. Steve McGee, Adam and the Ants, sold. Hayden Ernest on Police, Don't Stand, so close. And now Donna Mitchell on AS. That was for Adam and the Ants. That means Donna was second. Cynthia was third. Stephen Parton on JR. That was probably for Jerry Rafferty. Edward next on Adam and the Ants. Hayden first on Prince. Donna also next on Adam and the Ants. Andrew next on JR. And then we have Michael first on ZZ Top. And then we have Andrew next on Prince. And Joe next on ZZ. And Edward next on Prince. That means Robert Pollard is a buy it now for $50. A 2006 USOG with the original inner sleeve. That means the Colt He's out, and I think Michael Hamburger had it, and he had it for 30, and this is sold. Lots of people next on Prince, a lot of people next on ZZ Top. If you want to bet on Toto back there, it's a $25 start, going twice, going 3 times. Great stuff in here. Just a handful left, and we're not done. I've got Eddie Money. She Was Shaking, VG $9.99. That's a great song. Eddie Money. Also, Leonard Skinner, Nothing Fancy. VG minus $9.99 for old Nothing Fancy. Saturday Night Special. That's a good one, too. Cubes, The Completion Backwards Principle, EX $12.99. And CCR, Willie and the Poor Boys, VG $12.99. Back over here, we got Kiss My ASS for $8. That is sold to Michael Rudolph for $8. Sold. Next thing is Condition on Steve Earle. That was VG. Cover's okay. VG Vinyl, $9.99. Laura always grades conservatively. Next thing is Travis Woods on Eddie Money. She Was Shaking. That's sold to Travis Woods. And then Jeremy on Skinnerd. And that's sold to Jeremy Rourke. Then Dennis. Susie next on Eddie. Joe next on Skinnerd. Cynthia Herdron first on the Tubes. The Toto, speaking of tea, Toto's a buy now for $25. Donna next on the Tubes. And Scott, you're going to get CCR as soon as I sneeze. It went away. U2, Rattle and Hum. U2 is an 88 US OG Allied. U2, Rattle and Hum, a $25 start. Toto here, just a $25 buy it now. $25 buy it now. Now, Jim B wants to offer $40 for Robert Pollard. It is a $3,000 album. We got a $40 offer. What should I do? Should I sell the $3,000 record to Jim B for $40, or should I counter at $45? I feel like I need a counter at $45 since it's a $3,000 record. Seems fair to me, right? $3,000 record for $45. Let's see what GMB says. GMB, I'm going to counter this $3,000 record at $45. Totally up to you, but $45 if you want it. This is a $3,000 record all day long. Next is Scott Markheim on CCR, and then Jeff next on Tubes, and Gregory passes on Steve Earle. All right, let's go through this one more time and see what happens. Jim B said fine. Jim B made a cool $150 right here. He just paid for next month's water bill. He said, thank you, Chad, for the deal. That should have been a $200, $300, $400 record sold here at auction. Some may say $3,000. Jim B he's rubbing his hands together. Next is Rolling Stones, Exile on Main Street. This is a 72 US OG specialty with the original on the sleeve. All 12 postcards never have been separated. It is an OG Exile on Main Street, VG $25 start. Who got the Leonard Skinner? The Leonard Skinner went to Jeremy Rourke. Dennis Sides, you were second. Joe Delgado was third. Over here is what? We have Huey Lewis in the news. Picture this. EX Edition, $17.99. John Fogerty, center field. EX Edition, $17.99. The Who's Last, 2LP Live, VG Plus, $14.99. The Cars, Shake It Up, EX Edition, $22.99. Ray Parker Jr., EX, $12.99. Practically giving stuff away tonight. Honey Drippers, in Shrink, EX, $17.99. Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits, VG Condition, $12.99. Blowing in the Wind, Times They Are A-Changin'. Huey Lewis, VG, $9.99. The Rolling Stones is at $25. That should sell for $200, $300. U2 No Bid, $25 start, should be selling for $200, $300. Next auction is going to go up right now. It is a Pantera. It is Cowboys from Hell, the videos. It's a VHS, and that's going to go up for a $10 start. David V on Ray Parker Jr., David V 63, that's sold. Huey Lewis 4, that's sold to Stephen Parton. Thank you, Stephen Parton. That's sold to you. Practically giving stuff away. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Okay. Oh, is there one more? Oh, yeah. Steve Earle, VG $9.99. Rolling Stones at $30. Boom. Yeah, at least Jim B don't buy these records and be like, hey, does anybody want this $200 Robert Pollard record I just bought for $45 for $100? At least he don't do that, right? Center field, Joe Delgado. Is that what the sticker on that, Joe? Joe, everything in here is sticker price. Everything in here, these are new arrivals. Sticker price on these. And U2's a final call. Yeah, I had to tell somebody else the other day, you can't, I had to reach out to 2 people, actually. You can't be watching this sale and then trying to sell stuff to people watching. That's what I'm here for. Anybody else on anything in these records, okay? However, the good thing is, this is America. And you're welcome to go start your own business. I'm perfectly okay with that. Next is another new crate. Do I have more new vinyl over here? Let's see what I have over here. Nope, that's more Japanese pressings. I think we've went through all the new stuff at least once that came in tonight. And so let's go over here and see what else we got over here in these crates, okay? And over here, and Travis is going to stop selling his stickers. Yep, thank you. No bootleg. Everybody's out here bootlegging stickers. You know, just trying to make ends meet. Oh man, we got a lot of cool stuff here. Let me see what's in here. Let's go through this crate here. Once again, new arrivals, and these are new arrivals, sticker price here. Let's knock out some of these here. Okay, America. But I've always told anybody else, if you want to open up a store and start selling records, you can set up a Facebook page in about 5 minutes, and you can start selling your own records. This is Collectible. We're here to sell our own stuff. It's usually not big of a problem, but I've had like really faithful customers be like, hey, there's a dude that keeps messaging me, you know, saying he has, you know, I missed out on an auction, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, give me their name. I'll look them up. I'll have to block them. You know, that's just not right. I think everybody else would agree with me. Okay. U2 did not get a bid, right? U2 is a buy it now for $25. Buy it now for $25. Right on home. That's surprising. And then the last bid on the Rolling Stones that came in, was $30. And then Pantera got a bid for 10. Pantera got a bid for 10. Pantera got a bid for 12. Pantera out. 12 on Pantera. Edward Rock, $12, okay? $12 on that. Let's go ahead and go through this crate. Pure Prairie League, there they are. If the shoe fits. PPL's $14.99. Carole King is $14.99. These are all clean, no condition notes. Simple Things is $14.99. Linda Ronstadt, Faithfully. Heart Like a Wheel, Faithless Love. In Shrink, Linda, $9.99. We got U2 Soda Farmer Redman for $25. Our next Japanese pressing is going to go up righty now. And that next Japanese pressing, we had one at the very beginning. Here's another one. We literally had the first auction of the night. Here's another one. This is Wings Over America. It's a triple LP. It's got 3 original under sleeves. It has the book. It's a gatefold, and it's a $35 start. Pantera still getting bids, and now the Rolling Stones is a final call. The Rolling Stones is a final call to Michael Nath at $30. Next is Frank Zappa, and this is Overnight Sensation. Zappa's $49.99. Discreet Zappa, $49.99. Diana Ross is $9.99. Eaten Alive. James Frank, you were second on the U2. We have Ohio Players. Ouch. I don't know if I've ever seen that one before. Ohio Players is $24.99. Tom Sullivan on Linda Ronstadt. That's so to Tom Sullivan. How Great Thou Art, as sung by Elvis Presley, $14.99. The Dick Clark National Music Survey. Another Dick Clark radio broadcast from 1983. $39.99 on Dick Clark. Sammy Hagar Live, 1980, $24.99. UFO Force It, UFO, $26.99. Frank Zappa, Waka Jawaka, $44.99. Nat King Cole, Love Is Here to Stay, Nat King Cole, $9.99. The Best of Flat and Scruggs, wow, a box set, $34.99, a box set. Are we done on the Rolling Stones? I think we are. Nobody else bid. Somebody put Exile, but there's no bid next to it. And Michael Nath has had it for 5 minutes. This is sold to Michael Nath for $30. Seems like a great price. Are we done on Pantera? It's at $13. We're about to sell it. Next is Charlie Marks on the Ohio Players. There you go, Charlie. There you go, Charlie. Charlie, that's so to you. What happened to it? There it is. That's so to Charlie Marks. Next is Dennis Sides on Sammy Hagar. That's so to Dennis. Moving right along. Going through this crate fast. How about Bangor Flying Circus? That's a 69 Monarch press, $29.99. The Rolling Stones Goat Head Soup, $39.99. Has the original soup Goat Head Soup insert, $39.99 on that. And Country Class Jerry Lee Lewis, $9.99. Nils Lofgren Grin, 1+1, $19.99. Frank Sinatra, This Love of Mine. Sinatra's $14. Poco, Head Over Heels. Poco is $9.99. And the Moody Blues Octave is $12.99. Pantera is sold for $13 to Brandon Lack. Brandon, that's sold to you for $13. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It is Soft Machine, third. Soft Machine is a 1970 Terre Haute original, no condition notes, a 2LP, $25 start. Also, Charlie Daniels Band, Fire on the Mountain, and it comes with an EP, no condition notes, $29.99. Foghat self-titled, $14.99. Ricky Skaggs, Waiting for the Sun to Shine, $9.99. Johnny Rivers Rewind, $9.99. Love is a Gentle Thing, Harry Belafonte, $9.99. Chain Lightning, Don McLean, also $9.99. Henry Gross, Plug Me Into Something, also $9.99. Rare Earth, Willie Remembers, that's a gatefold. It is $19.99. And then here is Original Memphis Rock and Roll, a Sun compilation, and that is $14.99. Fred Cardinale on Charlie Daniels, that is sold to Fred Cardinale. Wings is a no bid, it's a buy it now for $35. If anybody wants it, it's available. Triple LP, Wings Over America. Maybe I'm Amazed. It is going to go up for a $35 buy now. Soft Machine is a $25 start. See other VHS I can put up, and DVDs and cassettes, and you just never know what I might slip in. Let's go ahead and do that. That's done. Over here is Dennis Sides on the Sun comp. That's sold to him. And then we got Soft Machine, a $25 start. Belafonte Calypso. This has that song Day-O on it. If you were to hear it, you would want it. And then Old Blue Eyes is back. Sinatra, $14.99. Leon Redbone on the track is $19.99. And John Denver, I Want to Live. John Denver is $9.99. New auction going up right now. It is a copy of Randy Travis, Always and Forever. A sealed 1987 OG. A sealed 1987 OG with hop sticker. Forever and Ever. Amen. Always and Forever. Randy Travis sealed OG retail copy, $35 start. Gregory, we've already sold Charlie Daniels, but I will give Brent Robley this right here, the Bancor Flying Circus, thank you. And then Dwayne Vick on John Denver, thank you. And then we also have Brooke Benton Today, Brooks and Shrink, that's also $9.99. BG's Children of the World, BG's is $9.99. Manfred Mann's Earth Band is $9.99. And we got Hall & Oates, Beauty on the Back Street for $19. And Billy Thorpe, Children of the Sun, Billy Thorpe is $19.99. Anybody else on anything in there? If not, just let me know. We got Billy Thorpe, Hall & Oates, Manfred Mann, Bee Gees, Brooke Benton, Leon Redbone, Sinatra, Belafonte, Rare Earth, Henry Gross, Don McLean, Harry Belafonte, Johnny Rivers, Ricky Skaggs, Foghat, Moody Blues, Poco, Sinatra, Nils Lofgren, Jerry Lee Lewis, the Rolling Stones, Flatt and Scruggs, Nat King Cole, Frank Zappa, UFO, still available, $26.99. Dick Clark, Elvis Presley, Diana Ross, Frank Zappa, Carole King, and Pure Prairie League. If anybody else wants anything in there, just let me know. Soft Machine is a buy it now for $25 if anybody wants it. Unbelievable. That didn't get a bid. Now Randy Travis has bids for $35.35 and now $40. $35.35, now $40. Let's go ahead and go through another crate. Man, I can go through these things fast. Hope everybody's paying attention. Hope everybody's paying very close attention. If you're not, I need you to pay attention. Going through stuff fast. You blink a couple times, you'll miss 3 records. You blink twice, you'll miss 6 records. You blink 3 times, you'll miss 9 records. And then that, at some point, the curve, it don't continue. Stephen Parton on Foghat. Stephen Parton. Foghat, that was for that self-titled debut album back here. Foghat, thank you, Stephen Parton. That's sold to you. And then Soft Machine is sold to Fred Cardinale over here for $20. And now I have filled up another crate almost exclusively of nothing but vintage OG records here from the last Laura crate, from that John crate. And I'm going to slide these right over here. And we're going to put those right there. And here's the agenda for tonight. We're going to be showing vinyl all the way up until 11, 11:30, maybe 12, 12:30. And then the last hour or 2 hours, depending on where I draw the line, is going to be reserved for CDs. And at some point, Chad's going to have to get him some grub. I'm already pretty hungry. Next thing is Randy Travis, Final Call to Stephen Reeves for $40. Travis Woods is out. Patty Anderson Williams is out. Haven't heard back from them. It's a final call. Next auction is Preserve Mama Lion. Mama Lion is a 1972 U.S. Scranton original die-cut gatefold. It does have some back cover damage. It is going to go up for a $20 start. There's the back cover damage. Mama Lion, a $20 start. First thing in here, oh my gosh, Jimi Hendrix, The Interview. Jimi Hendrix, Nudity. Where's Charlie Marks at? It's a nude picture disc. Jimi Hendrix, $39.99. He's not nude there. He's wearing some tight pants, though, but he's nude, hanging out with some nude women there. Also, we have If You Knew Susie Quattro. That's $19.99. Susie Quattro. Pure Prairie League 2-Lane Highway, that's $14.99. Carney, soundtrack from the motion picture Carney, that's $19.99. And Red Rider, As Far As I Am. Nice, this one has Lunatic Fringe on it. Lunatic Fringe is on this one. Red Rider, for some reason, that doesn't come through too often. $19.99. Ohio Players, everybody's up. Oh my gosh. More nudity. I'm going to need a whole piece of paper to cover all that up. $24.99. And then we have Elvis, You'll Walk Alone. Elvis, You'll Never Walk Alone. Big difference, $14.99. And then The Hitmen, Aim for the Feet. The Hitmen is a 1980 promo. That's a new wave album, $14.99. Oh my gosh, it's Led Zeppelin, a 1975 PRC Richmond, $64.99. This is a very nice copy for a 75 press, $64.99 on that. Randy Travis is out. Charlie Marks got Jimi Hendrix. Next thing we have is Andrew Hawkins on RR. That's Red Rider, As Far As I Am. And then Fred, we've already sold Jimmy. Samuel Kopich on the Ohio Players. Goodness gracious. Excuse me for the nudity there. Randy Travis is sold, and this is sold to Stephen Reeves for $40. That's sold. Michael Nath on Led Zeppelin. Nice pickup there. Final call on Mama Lion, looking for a $25 start. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It's NXS, Listen Like Thieves. NXS is a 1985 U.S. Specialty Original with the original inner sleeve. It's going to go up for a $15 start. The inner sleeve has a little bit of damage to it. Moving on right away with this crate, we have Spirit, Eventide. That's one I don't see too often. Oh, it's a Sundays compilation or Sundays reissue from 2000. That's $24.99. I also have Minnie Riperton, Perfect Angel. Minnie Riperton's $39.99. And songs we sang on the Andy Williams show, The Osmond Brothers. The Osmond Brothers, $9.99. Where's Robin Glenn at? I think she's at a Heart concert. The Moody Blues, The Present. Moody Blues, no condition notes on any of the vinyl on any of these, $14.99. Country Fever by Rick Nelson. Rick Nelson's $9.99. Dwayne Veek is in on NXS at $15. Graham Parker, Another Gray Area. That is $9.99 on that. And Stevie Wonder, Looking Back. Stevie Wonder is a triple LP, $36.99. Are you sure the new picture disc sold? Yes. Denise on Soft Machine. Soft Machine's already sold, and NXS has another bid for $15. The Best of Leon, Leon Russell, $17.99. Lefty Frizzell, Mom and Dad's Waltz. That's in shrink for $9.99. And Dream with Dean, an intimate Dean Martin. Dean Martin is $9.99. The Adventures Party, that is $9.99. I don't think I've seen that one before. Elvin Bishop, Let It Flow. Elvin Bishop is $9.99. The Best of Judy Garland. Interesting. Over the Rainbow. $9.99 on The Best of Judy Garland. Linda Ronstadt, Simple Dreams is $9.99. And Grateful Dead, Blues for Allah. A 1975 Terre Haute pressing. The Grateful Dead is $49.99. $49.99 on Grateful Dead. I can't believe no one bid on the Soft Machine when it was up for bid. I was expecting bids for 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. NXS, I have not heard back from Donna Mitchell. Dwayne has it for 15. Nobody bid on Mama Lion. It is a $20 buy it now. Mama Lion's a $20 buy it now. Mama Lion is Lynn Carey, great inner cover with Lion Cub. She's best known for Lee Meriwether and Space Ranger's Better Half. $20 buy it now on that. NXS is tied. I'm about to sell it to Dwayne. Crosby, Stills and Young in sync. It's a 1989 interview promo. That is $39.99. And Stephen Ambrose or Ambrose, Gypsy Moth. That is $19.99 for Stephen Ambrose. We have Uptight, Booker T and the MG soundtrack, a 1969 Spain pressing. Very cool. A 69 Spain pressing. That's $26.99. The Essential Jimi Hendrix. This is a 2LP. $39.99 for the Essential Jimi Hendrix and Rotary Connection. Rotary Connection. No condition notes on this. Cadet Concept. $39.99. Unfortunately, I lost Donna Mitchell on NXS, so that's sold to Dwayne Veek. One bid for $15. She just said give it to Dwayne. It is sold to Dwayne for $15. And next is Thelonious Monk, Straight No Chaser. Thelonious Monk is a 1989 US OG Gold Stamp promo. No white label promo of this exists. Thelonious Monk is a $15 start. Next over here is This Is Wes Montgomery in shrink wrap on the Riverside label. How cool is that? Wes Montgomery's $29.99. We have Dirty Blues Band. How cool is that? 1968 pressing, $49.99. We have Feral Future Came Out Swinging. Feral Future Came Out Swinging. That is $12.99. Interesting record there. How much was the Hitmen? The Hitman was right here, Kristen Barnett, $14.99 on that. We have Dark Shadows with the poster. Nice, $34.99. Dark Shadows with the Barnabas poster. Here is Jefferson Airplane Bark with the original bag cover, $49.99. And we have Motown 50 certified #1 hits, Motown 4LP compilation from 1983, $39.99. Monk has bids for $15. Monk has bids for $15. Our next auction is NXS Shabu Shabah. NXS is a 1982 U.S. Specialty original with the original sleeve. It's in VG condition, and NXS is a $15 start. There's the Motel Celebration. Nice, $39.99. Monk condition and bid. Monk condition is 15, 15, 18. 18's the bid. What was the condition? EX. It's a gold stamp promo. Music from the motion picture. Thelonious Monk, Straight No Chaser. 15, 15. Kristen Barnett on Hitmen. Now 18 on the Monk. The Hitmen, where did I put it back at? Did I put it back here or did I move it up? Let me figure out where I've done with it now. Not there, not there, not there. There it is. This is so to Kristen Barnett. And now Fred Carnell put Mal for Motown, and then Ivan R on DS for Dark Shadows. Nice pickup there. And David V next on Motown. Now Monk 16, now Monk 20, now NXS 15. Elvis, there it is, $99.99. The 68 mono original Elvis original soundtrack from the NBC comeback special, $99.99. That's become such a popular record as of lately, especially with the movie and everything. That record has seen extreme demand increase. How about an OG David Bowie Ziggy Stardust? Wow. Orange label, beautiful jacket, $49.99. That is pretty incredible. Thelonious Monk, 25, now 15 over on that. And what else do we have here for auction? VHS, U2. It's another beta. It's another beta tape. U2 Under a Blood Red Sky, live at Red Rocks. U2's a $10 start. Next is Realistic Stereo Test Record for home and laboratory use. 1963. That's $19.99. This is called Sharp Ties, Get That Beat. Sharp Ties is a 1981 grease pressing. That's unusual. It's on the Harvest label, $19.99. We got Thelonious Monk at 30. We got NRBQ at Yankee Stadium. NRBQ is $26.99. And the Flying Burrito Brothers compilation, 68 to 72. It's a white label promo, a 1974, $39.99 on that. We have a MoFi pressing of Earl Klugh finger paintings. How cool is that? I don't know if I've ever seen a MoFi of that one. Earl Klugh finger paintings, $49.99. Thelonious Monk 25. Thelonious Monk 30, 35. NXS is at 18. U2 Under a Blood Red Sky. A beta tape is a $10 star on U2. Just FYI. Just FYI. Okay, just FYI. Let's see what else is going on over here. I have Big Brother and the Holding Company. This is called Cheap Thrills. It's $39.99. Big Brother and the Holding Company, $39.99 on that. Over here, I have Muddy Waters, Sweet Home Chicago. Muddy Waters is $29.99. Also, Hall & Oates Private Eyes is $19.99. Original Golden Greats, Cher, Bobby Goldsboro, Canned Heat, Gary Lewis, Count 5, Jackie DeShannon. That's $14.99. Funny Bone Favorites, 18 tracks, as seen on TV. That's $9.99. Carole King, Touch the Sky, $14.99. England Rocks 2, $14.99 for England Rocks 2. And Dolly Parton, Linda Ronstadt, and Emmylou Harris Trio, that is $24.99. Michael Nath on Muddy Waters. Michael Nath on Muddy Waters sold. NXS is at 22. Now the Monk is at 38. Nobody been on the U2 beta. That is a $10 buy it now on U2 if anybody wants it. Charlie Marks on Big Brother and the Holding Company. That's right here with Janis Joplin. Now, I'm just going to read what's left in there. There is so much. There's like OG records, near mint records, this records, those records, these records, and I can't believe that a bunch of this didn't sell. However, we have first, we got Charlie on Big Brother, Debbie Winston on Dolly, which was the trio record. That's right here. David V on the original ORG. That was original Golden Greats. Now NXS is at 25. Now Thelonious Monk is at 40. And now Chad is just going to read you what's left in here one more time, okay? Just the titles from the top. We have England Rocks 2, Carole King, Funny Bone Favorites, Hall & and Oates, Private Eyes, Earl Cluefanger Paintings, Flying Burrito Brothers, NRBQ. We have Sharp Ties, Realistic Stereo Test Record, and OG David Bowie, Ziggy Stardust, and OG Elvis Comeback Special, Mono. We have Jefferson Airplane Barks. We have Feral Future. We have Dirty Blues Band. We have Wes Montgomery, Rotary Connection, Jimi Hendrix. Let me pause right there and read that Tom Sullivan wanted the Realistic Test Record. That sold. David V on the Bowie. I was about to say, my goodness. Beautiful. OG label, first press, fantastic. Sold to David V. Unbelievable. That didn't get like 9 claims the first time I read it. Hendrix, Uptight soundtrack with Booker T and the MGs, a Spain pressing. Gypsy Moth, Stephen Ambrose, Crosby, Stills and Nash Young, a interview promo record. Grateful Dead. Chuck Haley says, I claim Funny Bone. Original. I never did see that. So this is sold to Chuck Haley, Funny Bone. David V got original hits. Chuck Haley got Funny Bone. Now, Thelonious Monk was at 40, and Trio was sold. And then next on Trio was Tom Sullivan. Tom, you do get the test record. Eric Dog 60 on Hall & Oates. That's right here. That was Private Eyes. That's sold. And then what about Richard Yeager? He wants the Booker T soundtrack right here. Uptight, that's sold to Richard Yeager. Next thing in here was Grateful Dead, Blues for Allah, an OG. Linda Ronstadt, Judy Garland, Elvin Bishop, The Ventures, Dean Martin, Lefty Frizzell, Leon Russell. The vinyl has no condition notes. The cover has some wear right up here. It is $17.99. Now Monk's at $45. What about NXS? Fred Carnell has NXS for $25. That's a final call. Stevie Wonder, a 3LP Looking Back. Graham Parker, Rick Nelson, The Moody Blues, Osmond Brothers, Minnie Riperton, Spirit, Elvis Cardi, Pure Perry League, and Susie Quattro. Monk is still getting bids, and Fred also has the high bid on NXS. And the high bid on NXS is... Whoop, didn't mean to do that. The high bid on NXS was $25. $25 for Fred Carnell, about to sell it. All right, so Mary Miles does want the Leon Russell, that's sold. And then Songs on Linda. Oh boy, which one? I think there's 3 in here. And then Richard Yeager got the Ventures, and Chuck Haley second on that one. It was $9.99. Let me figure out which one here. So Songs on Linda. Okay, England, Carole King. Reason that confused me, I think the last 4 crates had at least 2 Linda Ronstadts in each one. Maybe there's only 1 left in here. This one right here, track listing. It's So Easy. Simple Man. Oh man, I don't like the way that's written. Let's go here. Here we go. It's So Easy. Carmelita, Simple Man, Simple Dream. Sorrow Lives Here, I Will Never Marry. We have Blue Bayou, Poor Little Pitiful Me, Maybe I'm Right, Tumbling Dice, and Old Paint. No condition notes, $9.99 for Linda. All right, so Monk is sold to Fred Carnell for $45. NXS is sold to Fred Carnell for $25. Next auction is an Ambrosia Life Beyond L.A. Nautilus Super Disc audiophile pressing. A 1981 half-speed master. How Much I Feel, the hit songs on here. Ambrosia is a $30 star. A Nautilus audiophile Super Disc. And then here is Cults. And Cults, C-U-L-T-S, is a 2001 US. It's an indie pop album in Shrink Original Sleeve EX, a $20 star, and Todd Saw does want Linda Ronstadt. Everybody else ready for another crate? That was a speed run. I like doing those. Here comes some more. As soon as Chad walks over here and gets it. What's right here? I thought there was one more check condition bin. There is. Okay, good. This one's probably going to be pretty insane. This is check condition stuff. I was wondering because the first check condition crate of the night it sold really well, but there wasn't a whole lot in there. I was like, he's probably got another one buried over here. And here it is. All right, what time is it? 10:14. I'm going to step up here and let me just grab a V8 out of the fridge. I'm going to keep talking and walking. I'm going to keep walking and talking. Let me go up here and get a V8 out of the fridge right quick. Thanks, everybody, for spending your evening with us. Chad's going to get a V8 out of the fridge. Hopefully there's an ice-cold Parmesan in here. Oh, no. Mom's peanut butter. Oh, no. finger cake. I forgot about it. Open this fruit. Oh my gosh, it's almost gone. Where's my V8s at? Oh no. Oh no. My And I need you to make sure, Mom, that I have cold V8 Promogenets in here. Cold V8 Promogenets in here. That's what I need, Mom. Cold V8 Promogenets, okay? Because if I don't have some cold V8 Promogenets, everything starts to suffer. And we don't want to start to suffer. Any Munchie crackers? Nice, Munchie crackers. All right. Might grab a Diet Coke too. Feeling a little frisky tonight. Diet Coke. Living on the edge. Living on the edge. Some Diet Coke and some Munchie crackers. Diet Coke and Munchie crackers. Actually, I didn't get a Diet Coke. Generator's plugged up. Thank you for the reminder. Okay. John Lennon, Imagine, VG Plus, $17.99. John Lennon has the original inner sleeve with it. Imagine you buying this record, $17.99. That's John Lennon. Thank you for allowing me to take a quick break. I'm back, baby. We have Electrics of Dick Hyman, the Moog synthesizer, VG Plus, $19.99. Over here is Moby Grape, VG Plus, $19.99. Has a Columbia 2i label. It does have a clip corner. Moby Grape is $19.99. I'll be back. Here's David Bowie's Changes. 1. Ground Control to Major Chad. Tan label, first label, $24.99. Neil Young, Rust Never Sleeps. VG Plus, $29.99. And 10 years after, Cricklewood Green, VG Condition, $9.99. Sold. The Colts is sold to Travis Wade for $20. Sold. And then over here, the next thing I have is what? And then what? And then here and what? And then Cynthia Hurgin on David Bowie. Ground to Control to Cynthia. Thank you for purchasing this record. Next is Naz with Todd Rundgren. That's VG $16.99. Donna Mitchell next on Bowie. David next on Bowie. Kelly next on Bowie. Ambrosia's a buy it now for $30. Life of Beyond LA. We got Michael Schenker Group, Perfect Timing. VG Plus, that's literally the name of it. Perfect Timing, $19.99. Allman Brothers, Win, Lose, or Draw, VG Plus, $17.99. Cat Stevens is EX, $12.99. Our next VHS is called Detroit Rock City. Disco Sucks. That is going to go up for a $10 start. VHS, $10 start on that. Next is Michael Schenker Group, sold to Mike Ospaw. Pam Murray was second. America, their debut in Shrink. I've been through the desert on a horse of no name. The Pipkins, give me that ding. That's VG $9.99. Give me that ding. We have Todd Rundgren. That's VG plus $17.99. Next auction is going to go up right now. I got Neil Diamond, another audiophile super disc, half-speed master, his 12 greatest hits. It's a 79 US VG plus $10. And Bob Marley, What Goes Around Comes Around, a 12-inch single, a 96 US promo, $5 start, $5 and $10 start. The last two tagged auctions of the night, and then I've got nothing but Japanese and surprises. I've got other random stuff, okay? Next thing we have is Debbie Winston on CS. Debbie Winston on CS, Cat Stevens. That's so to Debbie Winston, thank you. We have Aretha Franklin, Aretha Arrives, VG plus $19.99 for Aretha Franklin Arrives. Also, Soft Sale, The Age of Falling Apart. Soft Sale, VG plus $19.99. The Best of the Doobie Brothers, EX $12.99. The soundtrack to The Wild Angels, VG $12.99. And BB King, LA Midnight, VG $14.99. LA Midnight. Next, Bob Marley 5, Bob Marley 6, Neil Diamond 10, Detroit Rock City VHS. I buy it now for $10. We have the Beatles, Let It Be, VG $19.99. This actually might be a bootleg. No, it could be a right disc. I don't think John might have not caught that. This is hard to tell, but I've seen enough. No, I don't know. It just could be a bad color. Sometimes these bootlegs have this weird border around the photos, but it's definitely a real disc. That's bizarre. That could just be some kind of, I'm not for sure about that one. VG. I actually meant to tell him the other day, I hadn't been going through these crates. I've been pulling out most of the Beatles stuff. The Beatles records have gotten so complicated lately with pressings. I mean, they've always been complicated, but I've just been not putting out any Beatles records lately. We probably have, I bet we have 8,000 or 10,000 Beatles albums here in this building. I just don't put them out for sale. No Beatles can be sold. So the time is ticking on this one. Next is Three Dog Night, captured live at the Forum. VG Plus. I have a problem letting go of Beatles records. Nancy Sinatra, Sugar. This is VG condition $14.99. It has some writing. And we have the Rocking 50s. That's a compilation from Atlantic. Laverne Baker, Ruth Brown, Ray Charles. I have never seen that before. It's an early compilation from Atlantic. Look at that. VG Plus $12.99. I've never seen that before. Let's go back to the top. Bob Marley 5, Neil Diamond 10, Bob Marley 6, Bob Marley 8, George Scherer on WA. And WA was the Wild Angels. Details on Wild Angels already sold. Bob Marley 9, Bob Marley 10, and then we have how much is the Beatles? The Beatles is VG condition $19.99. VG condition $19.99. So I'm not for sure on the jacket though. It looks a little weird, but it does have a clip corner, so that's also weird too. But I think some of the bootlegs of these have white. You see this white border? It looks funny. Plus the inking looks a little weird. But it looks good. I know it's a heavyweight jacket. But this album was bootlegged like back in the day. I'm talking about like vintage bootlegs. It's a weird release. So it's definitely a real disc. Look into it. But yeah, I'm a Beatles hoarder. Y'all know that. I got all these 45s back here too I advertised. And I still hadn't put any up for sale. It kills me every time I sell one. I'm like, oh, I just sold a Beatles record. Eric Clapton, VG Plus $19.99. There's one. Now, y'all have seen me let go of thousands for auctions, but it pains me. I'm like, oh, no, another Beatles record gone. All Night Long, Sammy Hagar, EX $22.99. How much was Three Dog Night at the Forum? VG Plus $14.99. Neil Diamond sold to Chuck Haley for $10. What is Bob Marley? Bob Marley, What Goes Around Comes Around. Bob Marley, it is, that's the name of it. It's a 12-inch single with mixes. It's a 12-inch single with mixes. Brandon Lack has it for $10. Everybody else is out. Why don't I sell Beatles records? I just don't like selling them. Styx Grand Illusion. I like having as many as physically possible. Styx, The Grand Illusion. VG $9.99. Jimi Hendrix. VG $14.99. I did a video about a year ago, me flipping through all the copies of Abbey Road I have stashed in here. And the White Albums and stuff like that. I just don't like selling them. The Foundations, Bill, I think they're undervalued right now. I know there's millions and millions of them, but Some of those I let go for like, I was like, man, that just seems like it's too cheap. The Foundations, Build Me Up Buttercup, VG $9.99. To me, it's like, why would you want to sell gold or guns? Kind of the same thing. I know I'm also a gold dealer, but most people don't sell their gold and their guns and their cars and stuff like that. I don't like selling Beatles records. I think it's like one of the greatest things to have like a accumulation stockpile of. Blood, Sweat, and Tears Greatest Hits. Laura is delivering the Laura crate. She just dropped it off. Laura crate on deck. Blood, Sweat, and Tears is $14.99. But y'all obviously see me sell hundreds of Japanese pressings of Beatles. I've already sold 2 or 3 tonight. But just U.S. presses, UK, I don't sell them too often. I'll pull them out of John's crates and go hide them. We got Paul McCartney. This is Pops of Peace. Paul McCartney's a Japanese pressing. Speaking of the Beatles, Paul McCartney's a $35 start. Probably for every one that I sell, there's 5 getting stashed or taken home somewhere in my house or somewhere here in this building. Kind of like Robert Ludwig Led Zeppelin 2 cuts. For every one that I sell, we stash away another 3. Paul McCartney, $35 start. That is Pops a Piece. Michael Jackson's on that album. Jennifer Nito on Sticks. That is so to Jennifer Nito. David V says he'll take the Beatles. My leg just started cramping. That's so to David V. Denise was second. Richard Yeager on the Foundations. Why Do You Build Me Up? Buttercup. Next is Yardbirds Favorites. VG Plus, $14.99. Quicksilver, Just for Love. Another hint of fresh air. Quicksilver is in VG condition, $9.99. Oh, my neck. Oh, I sold a Beatles record. Oh, my back. Oh, ouch. Oh, no. Ouch. Oh, my gosh. Next, we have, Alfred Hitchcock Presents Ghost Stories. VG Plus, $14.99. We have Sticks, Pieces of 8. VG for $9.99. Richard Yeager on Yardbirds. That is sold to Richard Yeager. Next is Sammy Hagar, Street Machine. VG Condition, $12.99. And we have Jackson Browne the Pretender, VG Plus, $9.99. Did Denise ask the price? Denise asked the price of the Beatles, and then she says, I'll take the Beatles. Denise gets the Beatles, let it be. Wow, y'all making me really hurt. Now I got to sell it again. Oh, my gosh, now I got to sell it again. David, she was first on this. That's sold to Denise. Thank you. Cynthia Herdron on AH. That's Alfred Hitchcock. Sold. Kathy was second. Brandon Lack third. Amanda Darby fourth. Tim Graham fifth. And then Ted Nugent, Little Miss Dangerous, EX $12.99. Bob Marley is sold to Brandon Lack for $10. Sold to Brandon Lack for $10. $10. All right. Thank you. And Paul McCartney's the final call for $35. $35. Paul McCartney's Pops a Piece. Devin Reese on Sammy Hagar. I was waiting for that. That is sold. And then over here, we have Raspberry Starting Over. VG Plus, $17.99. Ram Jam, Whoa Black Betty, Bam Da Lamb. Black Betty, Ram Jam. Self-titled, technically. VG $12.99. Timepiece, The Best of the Rascals. VG $9.99. And the Beach Boys, Surf's Up. VG $12.99. VG $12.99. Curtis Marachi on the Yardbirds. That's already been sold. And then here is Foreigner, self-titled, VG $9.99. All right, next auction is going to go up right now. And let me figure out what I've got going on over here. Okay, here is a, let's see here. I'm about to get to my $15 start Japanese stuff. Oh, here's a sealed record. This is Sonny Boy Williamson. Blues Classics by Sonny Boy Williamson. It's sealed. It's a $15 start. Stephen Parton on Ram Jam. That is sold to Stephen Parton. That album's out of print. Devin Reese on Ted Nugent. That's sold to Devin Reese. No, obviously, I'll let go of a lot of... Now, Dale's... Y'all know about Dale's Pittsburgh collection. Dale had 2,000 or 3,000 Beatles bootlegs, tub after tub. And I kept them for the longest because I was trying to listen to them all and figure out what was what. And one time when we really needed a lot of auction stuff, I finally told Laura, go ahead and start digging out the Beatles bootlegs. I probably kept about this many from Dale's collection. And then I brought a bunch back and listened to them here again at the store. But man, I let a bunch of stuff go that is going to be hard to replace. RJ66 on Foreigner. That sold RJ66. Dwayne, you were second. Next is Leon Redbone Double Time. That's EX $17.99. And Bob Dylan's VG $14.99. Sonny Boy Williamson, $15 start. And Paul McCartney, speaking of the Beatles, if anybody wants this, it's a $35 buy it now. Let me go through the no bids over here because there's quite a bit. And y'all will see me see a lot of... You will see me sell a lot of Beatles Japanese. There for a while, I was stockpiling. The Beatles Japanese pressings, and I was like, man, I gotta let these things go. I had 4 crates of the blue and red albums about 3 years ago. I had 4 full crates of the Japanese pressings of the blue and red albums, and I was like, man, what am I doing with all these? I gotta start letting them go. I mean, but you know, to me, it's just like. And it's just like inventory. It's an investment, capital, whichever. It's not like you can just buy them brand new. So here's what's in the no bid. First thing we have is Mama Lion. Mama Lion is $25. Wings Over America, Paul McCartney, $35. Toto, $25. Paul McCartney with poster, $35. Jeff Beck, $35. Beatles, $35. Ambrosia was $30. And Paul McCartney, $35. I just know this. There's not as many... I don't know. I know there's Beatles fans watching, but probably not as many as I need for everything that I have to sell. Not many. I don't have as many as I need to sell, for sure. Sonny Boy Williamson, $15 start. Most people just want the albums, okay? Most of them, people just want the studio albums. They just want, and then I'm looking for like the rare pressings and, you know, the rare stuff. You know, like I need the Please Please Me first press gold Parlophone, the $10,000 stuff, which is obviously hard to find because it's $10,000. Next is Van Morrison St. Dominic's Preview, VG Plus $24.99. St. Dominic's Preview, VG Plus $24.99. And Bob Dylan's John Wesley Harding, VG $14.99. John Wesley Harding, Columbia 2i, VG $14.99. Over here, next thing we have is Wings 26, Beatles 30. I'll sell you Wings for 30, Patrick Fu. I'll sell Debbie Beatles for 30. Let's make sure this one gets a cleaning, by the way. This one here needs a cleaning, so please make a note. Hand this to John, Laura, Paul, somebody for this here to have a cleaning for $30, and that's on the love songs. There's no telling how many of these that I have. No telling. Right after that, David V claimed it as sticker, then Kevin G. Reese, and then Patrick, if you want Wings for 30. We just auctioned one off earlier tonight. The very first auction, I think, brought $56. That's the weird thing about this Wings Over America. All week, I'll sell them anywhere between $30 and $70. It's just depending on who's watching at that right time. That's sold to Patrick for $30. Mama Line condition. Mama Line was a 72 U.S. Scranton original, die-cut gatefold. The vinyl's EX. It does have some back cover damage. This is $20. That's right. Y'all are buying out of my personal collection every night. Everything here is my personal collection. I've just got people here working for me, pricing it, cleaning it, organizing it, buying it. Paul went out and bought 1,000 Kiss records last night from my personal collection. They will be sold eventually. And then Wings Over America, that's sold to Patrick Fu for $30. Sonny Boy Williamson, another no bid, a $15 buy it now. Next over here is Andy Griffin, Just for Laughs, Andy's VG Plus $19.99. Steppenwolf Live, VG $14.99. Toto, VG $9.99. Ambrosia has no condition notes, or maybe EX at worst. Do you still have the vinyl cleaning service? No. No, we don't have enough staff to do that. Not enough staff. It's very time-consuming to ultrasonically clean records. Simon & Garfunkel's Greatest Hits. This is going to go up for a $25 start. This one here has a scuff on it right here. Just FYI, kind of a nasty looking mark, a scuff mark right there. Let's put this up for a $15 start. I think I just said I was about to get into the $15 start, and this is it. A $15 star. Simon and Garfunkel on that. And then over here, Andrew Shaw says he'll take Mama. Mama line for $20. And now we just need Chris to buy the Ambrosia. Right, Chris? It's nice. And then here's those two unsold VHS. $15 start on that. Boskag Silk Degrees, VG $9.99. Atomic Rooster, VG Plus $19.99. Covers and Shrink, $19.99 for Atomic Rooster. 10 of Pentankles. 10 of Pentankles, do what? Sam the Sham, a 68 promo, VG $19.99. VG $19.99. From Elvis in Memphis, a 69 Rockaway, VG Plus $44.99. Cool in the Gang in the Heart, VG Plus $9.99. Eagles One of These Nights, EX Condition, $32.99 for Eagles. And King Crimson, a 1970 CTH, VG Plus $29.99. Hiram Aponte on Atomic Rooster. Sold to Hiram Aponte. Hiram Aponte. Thank you on that. The Beatles is one of the most studied, researched, documented, photographed, wrote about, talked about, and I think it's going to be that way for a while. Solo careers, especially while they're still alive, especially while two of them still alive. Oh. All right, I'm stretching. We're about to bring over a lower crate. Let's go through this. And next is Chris. The Ambrosia's up to you for $30. If not, Kelly Gabney wants it, okay? Life Beyond LA. Yeah, near mint. There's no condition notes. Yeah, no condition notes. Nobody on the sealed Sonny Boy Williamson. I found that surprising. And then that left Jeff Beck for $35. Jeff Beck for $35. And then I guess we could do a twofer for McCartney here. If anybody wants those, I'll say both for $45. McCartney twofer. And then there's Toto, which was, I think I already said $25. Which I think is a great price, and there's that. I'm going to move these tapes. They're kind of in my way now. Let's put those right there. All right. And that's up to Chris. And if not, it goes to Kelly. Did we finish this crate? We did. I'm just going to read what's left. A lot of great stuff in there, obviously, still left. And then let's bring over this lower crate, okay? And then let Kelly have it. So Ambrosia sold to Kelly for $30. Kevin J. Reed says he'll take the McCartney twofer for $45. So to Kevin J. Reitz, those always get gone. And there's that, and there's that. All right. And Debbie was next. Simon and Garfunkel, $15 buy now. Be aware of that mark on the lead-in track. It's just $15 buy now. I got to do some digging over here. I think I've got some other kind of random stuff for auction that's kind of tucked away over here. But let me read these first, and then we'll get some more Japanese pressings rolling while we're going through this lower crate over here, okay? And thanks, everybody, for spending time with me here tonight, buying some records, buying some music. We got music lovers. We got music collectors. We got Sonny Boy Williamson sold to Robert Barnett for $15. We got a lot of people who collect records. We got a lot of people who listen to records. We got a lot of people who collect and listen to records. Sometimes there could be even a difference there. All right. And I know some people who collect records, but they don't listen to records. Here's what's left in here. King Crimson, the Eagles, Cool in the Gang, Elvis, Sam the Sham, Boz Scaggs, Toto, Steppenwolf, Andy Griffin, Bob Dylan, Van Morrison, Bob Dylan, Leon Redbone, the Beach Boys, the Rascals, Raspberries, Jackson Brown, Styx, Quicksilver, Blood, Sweat and Tears, Jimi Hendrix, Three Dog Night, Sammy Hagar, Eric Clapton, Nancy Sinatra, B.B. King, the Doobie Brothers, Soft Cell, Aretha Franklin. We have Todd Rundgren, the Pipkins, America, Allman Brothers, Nas, 10 Years After, Neil Young, Moby Grape, the Moog Synthesizer, the Electric Electrics of Dick Hyman, and speaking of the Beatles, there's John Lennon, Imagine. There he is. There he is again. I can't believe no one got this. Derek, I can't believe it. Look at it. VG Plus, $29.99 on the old King Crimson there. All right, there's that. And let's see what else is going on over here. Here's some recent comments on our post. Would you be interested in selling all of your Iron Maiden records? How much for the complete album collection of Iron Maiden? Any chance I could go ahead and buy that Metallica right now? Would you be interested in selling those Kiss bootlegs right now, straight up? That's been within the last 25 minutes. Let's go ahead and bring over this lower crate. Oh boy. She says y'all are going to be very happy with this lower crate hype sticker. Let's see what we got here, Laura. CDs are going to start probably in about an hour or so. We're going to do this one, and then for the rest of the night, it's going to be discount vintage crates. And then up until I have sold enough to say, let's get started with CDs, because I know we're about to sell a buku of those. Oh, man, what a lower crate sticker. Holy moly, look at that one. You got old Beavis, and you got Butthead. One of them's wearing an AC/DC, one of them's wearing a Metallica shirt. Lower crate sticker. All right, so first we have soft sale info. Soft sale info for Fred Carnell. Soft sale. Soft sale is right here. This is out of a new arrivals bin. It is VG Plus. It is called The Art of Falling Apart, which is a 2 LP. It's VG Plus, $19.99. And then we have RJ66 Wants America. And that was for I've Been Through the Desert on a Horse of No Name, a.k.a. America by America in shrink wrap, VG condition, $9.99. Sold. So y'all know how the lower crate sticker works, right? I'm probably going to only need to show 3 records out of here. When I show these records, the first person who claims one will get the sticker, but no putbacks, okay? None. 0. Let me go grab what I believe was a whole new crate of Japanese pressings that showed up tonight. So let me go get these. And speaking of Beatles records, here's where we just had a guy out of Florida ship us some in the mail. And also a couple boxes of singles here. Yep. Here's Beatles singles, Elvis singles, all kinds of cool stuff. Very, very cool. Now, where's that last crate over here? Here it is. Okay, just a few things showed up, a few stray. Not a whole crate, like 10 Japanese pressings, but it's still ones I hadn't got to look at yet. So let me get these over here. And I got a few new toys that came in. These are $24.99. I forgot about these. These are $24.99 each. They're both from Mego. And I have one of each. I have Spock, Star Trek Universe, 8-inch, 26-point articulation. Spock is $24.99. And then I have the Riddler from Batman. And it looks like a replica of one of those old Mego figures. So there's the Riddler from Batman and Star Trek Spock. Those are $24.99 each. And I have one of each. Sammy Hagar from that last stack. Oh, Sammy from that last stack was right here. And that is All Night Long. And it's EX $22.99. Purple Kappa label, EX. Now, I think somebody asked about this one the other night. Here's our next Japanese pressing. One I don't get in as often from this man's discography, Paul McCartney. It is called Wildlife. It's a Japanese pressing. It is going to go up for a $35 start. Wings Wildlife, a $35 start. It has the inner sleeve and insert and cover and obi. $35 start on that. Greg Gallagher is watching a little bit behind time because he's still trying to bet on the Cult record that was up for about an hour ago. Greg, if you can hear me, which he can't because he's not on speed, your comment, you're not live right now. Are you going to tell or show the Axe guitars that were waiting list that came in? We've already done that. I've already went through all the guitars tonight. None of the Jerry Garcias came in yet. Wow, great start. Great first record, Laura. VG Plus / EX, Elton John, Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. We're also going to show two more. Thin Lizzy, Renegade, EX 29.99, and Boston, Third Stage. Boston is EX 22.99. Great 3 records there. Surely somebody's going to be all over the Elton John, Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. There's your chance, okay? Spock is sold to Paul Brothers. Paul, when I bought that, I was like, Paul's bound to buy one of those. Paul McCartney has one bid for $35. First thing is Michael Butler on Elton John. And Michael Butler gets the rare, highly desirable, extremely valuable, iconic, rare, you name it, Laura Crate Hop sticker. Look, that matches up well. Look, if you actually put it right over here, if you put it right here, it looks even more incredible. Let's get it all 90 degrees. Looks like Elton's looking at it. This is sold to Michael Butler. Wow. That's sold to Michael Butler. That really stands out. And then Romy Lou put Win. And then Cynthia was next. Charlie says first record. That doesn't count. And then Stephen was next. And then Kristen asked the price. And then Tony Kepler put Thin Lizzy. And that's sold to Tony Kepler. Then Andrew Hawkins on Elton John. And then Travis Woods on Boston. Then Paul Conway next on Boston. And then over here is a final call on Paul McCartney for $35. Next auction is going to go up right now. Elvis Presley, live, Madison Square Garden, Obi, Near Mint Minus, Orange RCA label, $35 start. Gatefold jacket. This is Elvis Presley, now up for bid, as recorded in Madison Square Garden. Next is Heart, Little Queen. Heart is in EX condition, $17.99. Barracuda, Heart, EX. Also, Hotel California, Eagles, VG, $12.99. I have a feeling we're about to sell a bunch of records out of here. VG, $12.99. Tom Petty, EX condition, $32.99. Hard Promises. Awesome cover of him in a record shop. We have Fleetwood Mac, self-titled, VG Plus / EX, $19.99. Fleetwood Mac, VG Plus, $19.99. And then the Who's Greatest Hits, VG Plus, $17.99. And Creedence Clearwater Revival, Mardi Gras, VG Plus, $12.99. Does have some cover damage down here. CCR, VG Plus, $12.99. And Journey Departured, VG Plus, $17.99. Any way you want it, that's the way you need it. Any way you want it. Wings is sold to Thomas Hujar for $35. A Japanese pressing of Wildlife. That is gone. Nobody's been on Elvis yet. Final call for a $35 start. I changed my mind. Regina has a bid for $35. Final call to Regina. Michael Butler on Tom Petty. Sold to Michael Butler. Andrew Hawkins on Fleetwood Mac. Sold to Andrew Hawkins. Patrick Fu on The Who. Who goes to Fu. And then Chris Collins next on that. Fleetwood Mac, that is. Let me go ahead and take some of these sold Funkos and VHS around the corner. Because every time I pull out a record, I almost smack Spock in the side of the head. And believe me, if you know anything about Star Trek, you do not want to smack Spock upside the head. You do not want to do that. Be waking up in a hospital. Okay, let's keep going right here and see what's next. How much is Journey? Journey is VG Plus, $17.99. 80 in the Cruiser soundtrack. John Cafferty, VG Plus, $19.99. Skinner's First and Last. Skinner, VG, $14.99. Queen Jazz, no poster. No Fat Bottom Girls, VG, $12.99. VG, $12.99. And we have Sammy Hagar, and this is VG $9.99. Jennifer Nito, if you want Journey, let me know. If not, Kevin Cassidy does. Elvis is sold to Regina Tabor for $35. $35. I didn't say the price on Elton John right off the bat. Yeah, I got too excited because it was an Elton John album. I was like, oh man, what a great first record to have. Price is irrelevant at that point. $1, $5,000. I mean, you can't put a price on a Laura Crate sticker, you know. Jennifer Nito said she will take Journey. That means Kevin Cassidy, you were second. Greg Beddinger Greg Beddinger on Leonard Skinner. That's sold. Dwayne Vick on Queen. That's sold to Dwayne Vick. Next thing we have is Hart Dreamboat Annie. Magic Man. EX 22.99. NJ Reynolds on Eddie and the Cruisers. NJ Reynolds. Are you a first-time buyer? I don't think I've ever said that before. If you are, just say yes, first-time buyer. Next thing is Wings at the Speed of Sound. Wings is in VG Plus condition, $17.99. Eddie Money, self-titled. I've got 2 tickets to Paradise. Baby, hold on. VG $12.99. ZZ Top DeGuelo, VG Plus $19.99. And Asia. Asia's VG Plus $12.99. Kelly Vlodarchek on Heart. That is a Dreamboat Annie. The new MoFi copies of this came in today. If anybody wants on a waiting list. Amanda Darby on Eddie. We got to confirm that NJ Reynolds is a first-time buyer. Travis next on Eddie Money. Outside the tubes. That's outside inside the tubes. VG $9.99. Next auction is going to go up right now. It is Frankie Goes to Hollywood. Welcome to the Pleasure Dome. A Japanese pressing. It's going to go up for a $35 start. Frankie Goes to Hollywood. Welcome to the Pleasure Dome. This is a Japanese pressing. No, it's Nat Reynolds. Aha, Nat Reynolds. So Nat Reynolds on that. I had a feeling that was one of the Reynolds people we sell records to. Frankie Goes to Hollywood's a 2 LP with insert. Everything's really nice. The jacket just has a couple spots, a couple humidity spots on it. $35 start. Next thing we had was Eddie Money, sold to Amanda, then Travis, then Andrew. Jeremy Dalton first on ZZ Top, sold. Steve McGee, there's your Asia, folks, sold. Cynthia Herdron on tubes, sold. James Frank next on Asia. Cynthia got the tubes. Donna Mitchell next on the tubes. Frankie Goes to Hollywood, a $35 start. Our next auction, what is our next auction? Our next auction is going to be a Japanese pressing of... What do I have over here? I think, gosh, there's a lot. We probably got 100 Japanese pressings over here I hadn't put up yet. Here's a Beach Boys, Love You. I still got a bunch over here to put up for $15 starts. Here's the Beach Boys, Love You, textured cover Obi. This is going to go up for a $15 start. The Beach Boys, beautiful vinyl. This one's just a $15 start with insert. This is a top copy. Just a $15 start on that. Now, Amanda was trying to get Eddie and the Cruisers. Okay, so NJ Reynolds on Eddie and the Cruiser soundtrack. Amanda Darby was second. That means Travis Woods does get Eddie Money. Travis Woods does get Eddie Money. And then ZZ Top sold, Asia sold, and Tube sold. All right, here we go. More check condition stuff. Frampton Comes Alive, a monster of an album. That's mentioned in Family Guy. I think Peter's like, speaking of monsters, everybody, I forgot how it's one of those weird, like, go-to off scenes in Family Guy. He's like, speaking of monsters, have you ever heard of Frampton Comes Alive? Everybody in the 70s owned a copy. EX $17.99. Peter Frampton Comes Alive. EX $17.99. And then Jason and the Scorchers still standing. Jason and the Scorchers is EX $17.99. And Stevie Nicks, The Wild Heart, EX $14.99. Stand back, stand back. The Spine does have a split, $14.99 on that. And the Steve Miller Band, Abracadabra, EX $14.99. So Frankie Goes to Hollywood for $35. And then we have Jeremy Dalton on Beach Boys for $15. And then Frankie's at $40. I had a glitch that I get Leonard Skinnard. The Leonard Skinnard from earlier sold to Greg Beddinger. Yes, you did. Travis Woods on Stevie Nicks. Thank you. That's sold to you. Going through a new crate of vintage stuff here. Next thing I have is the Police and Yada Mandata. The Police is VG Plus $14.99. Rick James, Cold Blooded. Rick James is VG $9.99. The Beach Boys has bids for $15, now $22. Frankie Goes to Hollywood's at $42. Cynthia on AM, but she meant SM for Steve Miller. That's sold to Cynthia Herdron. Next is the Eagles' Greatest Hits, 71 to 75. VG Plus $14.99. Chris Reddings on Rick James. Give It To Me, Baby. Heart, Greatest Hits and Live, 2 LP. So you get Heart's Greatest Hits and live tracks, including their cover of Rock and Roll, dedicated with all our love to John Bonham, 1980. Not too long after he had died. VG Plus, $14.99. Now Frankie's at $45. Susie next on Rick James. Eric Dog next on Rick James. Now Beach Boys, $25. The Who Are You? Who? VG, $12.99. Oh my gosh. Wow. This is one of my first ever price tags right here. This is from 10 years ago. I wonder where these records came from. I wonder if we bought these from, that's my price tag from 10 years ago. September of 2015, booth 88. That's when I was selling records in this building as an antique vendor. That's when I was still selling records at the flea market and stuff. That's my price tag from almost 10 years ago. Same. That's amazing. It's come all the way back around to me again. I don't know where these came from, but that's incredible. That's amazing to see that. What a flashback. I used to use those orange price tags. Yep. September 2015, booth 88. 10 years ago. So somewhere this was sold, and it's made its way all the way back to Chad. All the way back to Chad, and now back in a bin, and hopefully to another new home. And then we have the Cars, and that's in VG Plus condition, $17.99. And this is Heartbeat City, VG Plus, $17.99. VG Plus, $17.99. Actually, I might keep that. I'll make sure nobody wants to buy it, but yeah, that's pretty cool to see that. Yeah, 2015, yep. I was putting records inside of this store. It was still called Lebanon Antique Mall. I was a vendor, as they called it, and I would put records in here and others collectibles. So that's pretty crazy. So let's go back right there, right on the cover. Yeah, I used to put them on the covers. It was a lot. I didn't have as much of a budget. I couldn't sleeve everything. I didn't have the extra 10 grand a month we spent on sleeves here, or 18,000, whatever my last order was. We spent a lot of money on sleeves. Okay, so we have Beach Boys 25. The next comment after Rick James was Travis Woods on H for Heart. That's sold to Travis Woods, H for Heart. Frankie goes to Hollywood, 48. And then Jennifer Nito next on Heart, Beach Boys 28. So Frankie 48, Frankie 50, Beach Boys 28. And then over here we got Beach Boys out. We got Frankie goes to 51 and Debbie Winston on the Who. And right over here, this is Debbie Winston. If anything, I'm going to snap a picture of it. It's like finding that tag from that guy's collection my dad knew. So some of his stuff has made it around all the way. Amazing. Sorry, I'm taking pictures. Because if I don't do it now, this will get put in a crate. Probably not to be seen for like another 10 years. That probably won't happen too often anymore because it probably won't happen too often for me to see that as many records I sell on a nightly basis, because now we put them in the sleeves, and I bet a lot of y'all pick them off, and I'll probably, we'll be able to know now what Laura's handwriting and stuff looks like if y'all leave those on there. But if records ever resurface back through here, it'd probably be hard for me to tell where they came from or if I owned them at one point. So that's the second time I've sold that. That's the second time I've sold that. Okay, next thing over here, we have what over here? Okay, Frankie 51. And then over here, we have the Beach Boys. And that was the final call. Jeremy Dalton went out. Let me go ahead and sell that to Michael Butler for $28. That's so to Michael. Since I put in for you, you said you wanted to keep it. Okay, if you do. I kind of feel like it needs to go back out in the wild, right? I kind of feel like it needs to be put back out in the wild again. That's pretty cool to see that. You never know. It might come back through again. I feel like I need to send it back out to the wild. I've got good pictures taken of it. I hadn't seen one of those price tags, though, in 10 years. I guess since I was 19. I guess I was 19 years old. Yeah. I guess I was 19 when I was, so yeah, 19. I was probably pricing them. I used to price stuff, the house I lived in college. No, I was probably still at home then. I used to price stuff, the house I rented out in Cookville for college. I'd price stuff, and then on the weekends, I'd bring it down here, and I'd put it in a booth. So that is sold, $28. And then what about Frankie Goes to Hollywood? Frankie Goes to Hollywood, the last bid that came in on this, Stephen Parton 51 and John Cassidy, I think it's up to you. Okay, and so yeah, this is at $51. Trap and release, yeah. Okay, now the next thing I have was somebody asked about a record. Frampton condition. Yeah, Peter Frampton. Frampton, this cover is known for having a lot of ring wear. This one's actually not too bad. EX 1799. But thank you, Debbie. If I start to think about that more and I decide to keep it, I'll let you know. If I change my mind, I'll let you know. I've got a good archive of it now. Hey, I'm big about taking pictures. I've got like now 89,000 photos in my camera roll. If it's something important, I'll have a photo of it, a record, something sentimental or important to the history of this company. I photograph it before we send it out for sure. Rare records. I don't know what I'm going to do with it all, but yeah. Okay, so next thing we have is this. Jason and the Scorchers, Fervor. Jason and the Scorchers is $19.99. Also, Bruce Springsteen. Now, we're into the non-check condition records. $19.99. Bruce Springsteen, born in the USA. And we have Greg Kihn Band Rock and Roll. $14.99 for Greg Kihn Band Rock and Roll. Next auction, Japanese press. Laura probably didn't even hear what we was talking about. Laura, one of those records had a price tag of mine from 10 years ago on it. She probably didn't even know what we was talking about at the moment. She had stepped out for a second. So, yeah. Here's our next Japanese pressing. This is Hall & Oates Private Eyes. Hall & Oates Private Eyes is going to go up for a $15 start. Hall & Oates Private Eyes, $15 start. Has the original inner sleeve. And there is the Obi, just a $15 start on that. B Smoker said he will take Peter Frampton. Now we're in the non-check condition part of the crate, okay? First is Jeremy Dalton on BS for Bruce Springsteen and Susie Breelove on Greg Kihn. And we have filled up another record. We have filled up another crate, that is. I wish I had a living, like, revolving... I wish I had a revolving count on how many LPs I've sold so I could keep track. I kind of know how many we did last year and probably what we're going to do this year, but, man, I wish I could go back to the beginning and know how close I am to, like, 1 million records sold. Because I'm probably, since I've been doing this, I bet I'm closing in on it. It would be, I bet we could hit it pretty soon. We'll be approaching some kind of crazy astronomical number. Next is Waylon. I've always been crazy. Waylon is $19.99. Waylon unfortunately got a corner ding, but it's $19.99. And then over here we got Hall & Oates No Goodbyes. Hall & Oates is sealed for $19.99. And Bad Company 10 from 6, which is like a great compilation there, $24.99. Here is this, and it's officially sold to Greg Parton. Stephen Parton for $51. That's sold. Stephen Parton for $51. That is sold. All right. Yeah, sorry, I was making sure John was out. He is. That just popped up, and we're good to go. Now, Hall & Oates is a Japanese pressing of Private Eyes, just a 15. I got some low start, not even really budget Japanese pressings, just like budget starts. They probably should be more, but here they are. And there's Hall & Oates, a $15 start. That's from the oldest stuff I have over here. And then I still got some new stuff I'm pulling from over here. And the next new one I have is what? I have, I got the Pretenders. And the Pretenders is a $35 start. Learning to Crawl, back on the Chain Gang. $35 start for the Pretenders, Learning to Crawl. The vinyl is near mint minus. It has the insert with it, middle of the road. A $35 start. Tom Sullivan on Waylon. Nice pickup there. Yeah, this Bad Company is essentially like a compilation. Great track listing. Can't Get Enough, Feel Like Making Love, Shooting Star, Bad Company, Rock and Roll, Ready for Love. And then we have Aldo Nova, Twitch. Aldo Nova's in Shrink. That's $19.99. And John Haidt, Bring the Family. John Haidt's $24.99. Rolling Stones, Big Life, $24.99. American Concert, 1981. That is $24.99. And the Fabulous Thunderbirds. And that's a gold stamp promo. I don't recall seeing that one too often. This one's called Powerful Stuff, $19.99. Rant and Rave with the Stray Cats, $19.99. The Judds, Why Not Me's, $19.99. And the Georgia Satellites, and that one's $19.99. It has a high-quality audiophile virgin vinyl sticker, a hop sticker, and inner sleeve. And that's from $19.89. $19.99, okay? Let's go over here. I think that was mine, Chad. Tom, that was yours, the heart. Tom, now are you the guy that Paul bought them out of Nashville? You're the one we bought all the metal stuff from, right? So you probably bought that here in the store at some point when it was Lebanon Antique Mall. Can we get some provenance on that? Tom's watching. Isn't this amazing? The guy we bought the record from, we might can get confirmation that he bought that here. Did you buy, was you shopping here when it was Lebanon Antique Mall? I used to have a booth right over here I'd keep records in. It was essentially the only record store east of Nashville. Really, when you leave Nashville, there's about 50 miles and there's no record store pretty much till you hit Cookeville. And that one is at the flea market, Gavin's. And then there's nothing else pretty much all the way till Knoxville. So there's not much. There's in Tennessee, east of Nashville, you got us, and then that's it for a long time, and then just one stopover, I think, in Cookeville, and that's pretty much it. Okay, next is Cynthia Herdron on the Georgia Satellites. This is new arrival, sticker price, and then the Judds is so did David V. We're going to read through these one more time. This is all new arrival, sticker price. Can I get details on picture disc? No picture disc in here. No picture disc in here. Pretenders is a final call for $35, and Hall & Oates is at $15. The John Haidt record is what? The John Haidt record's right here. It is Bring the Family. No condition notes, $24.99. Original inner sleeve, nice, $24.99. I can't believe it's already 11 o'clock. We have sold a lot of vinyl, though. Let's keep this show on the road. So, last crate of new arrivals from Laura. One more read-through, and then discount records until I can fill up these last two crates. We're going to fill up two more crates, whatever it takes. Half off, best offer, whatever. I got to fill up two more crates before I'm satisfied. David V gets Bad Company. That is sold. That is sold, okay? Yeah, Charlie's probably thinking about the Jimi Hendrix picture disc, but he's already bought it. Cross a flea market. Yep. I used to sell there too. That's why I used to go up there and sell. I tried to go places where nobody had access to records, and Cross a flea market was one of them. Yep. We'd fill up a red Ramada van. We bought a van, like an old chauffeur van from a hotel, and all the seats were taken out of it, and we'd load it up with records and toys and whatever we sold at the flea market up there. Heart Little Queen, EX condition, $17.99. Heart Little Queen, EX $17.99. Eagles, Hotel California. One more read through here. VG $12.99. Mardi Gras, CCR. There is some cover damage back here. That's VG Plus $12.99. And we have Sammy Hagar, Street Machine. That's VG $9.99. Also, Wings at the Speed of Sound, VG Plus, Silly Love Songs. Let them in. VG Plus $17.99. Jason and the Scorchers was EX $17.99. Still standing. And the Police in Yada Mandata, VG Plus $14.99. Eagles, their greatest hits, is VG Plus $14.99. And the Cars, Candy O, VG Plus $17.99. The Pretenders is a bot now for $35. John Cassidy did bid on the Hall & Oates for $15. So guess what? It's about to sell for $15. A Japanese pressing of Private Eyes. $15 for John Cassidy. That's a final call. And now here's what's left in the check condition section. Another Jason in the Scorcher's Fervor. Or non-check condition. These are no condition notes. $19.99. Greg Gallier is still watching. Greg Gallier is also well behind. He is almost an hour behind. He's still watching and bidding. Hall & Oates, no goodbyes. That is sealed $19.99. We have Aldo Nova Twitch. That's $19.99. Aldo Nova's in shrink wrap. Hall & Oates has a new bid for $16. The Police is sold to Joe Delgado. Thank you. And then the Rolling Stone Still Life, Andy Warhol cover, $24.99. The Fabulous Thunderbirds, Gold Stamp promo, $19.99. And Stray Cats, $19.99. And then there's John Hyatt, $24.99. All right, there's that and there's that. Here's another Japanese pressing. And did I bet I put the Pretenders in the... What did I do with the Pretenders? It didn't sell, did it? Did I put it in the sold bag? I'm bad about doing that. Nope. What did I do with it? Oh, I put it right here. Okay. Here is Top Gun soundtrack. Fly Me Into the Danger Zone. A $35 start. There it is. Top Gun. Now up for bid. Hall & Oates is at $20. Anybody else? If not, we're about to enter a discount vintage blitz. I hope y'all ready. Okay? Sorry, I want to circle back, make sure you knew I was going for Eddie in the Cruise, not Eddie Money. Yes. I think they got that figured out. Or I think I said that enough. Whoever's tagging should have that figured out. Yes. Thank you. All right, I got to do a little bit of tidying, and we're about to get right into vintage discount stuff, okay? And maybe even some Japanese buy it nows. It's only Friday night. Typically, by the end of the week, I like to have all of our Japanese inventory gone because there's package and more and more on the way still to come. So let me do a little cleaning up, and then I hope everybody's ready for Friday night discount records up until I sell enough where I'm like, okay, let's get into some CDs now. And let me take these Funkos up here that didn't sell so I can put them away. Welcome, everybody. Friday night. Everybody let me know where you're watching from. I'm not walking away from the camera. I'm just doing a little cleanup. But I'm always curious to see where everybody's watching from around the world and anywhere in America. USA. Top Guns 3537. Adam Minardi, you put Hall & Oates. I bet you meant Hall & Oates out instead of Oates. You put H&O Oates. I bet you meant for H&O out, right? And now Top Guns at 37. Jennifer Nito, you've been outbid. Let me put away some plastic sleeves. I got a few more Japanese pressings here to run. And then we'll decide what to make buy it nows. If we don't get to all of them, we'll do them again tomorrow. There's that. Awesome lore crate here. We got viewers in Puerto Rico. We got viewers in New York, Augusta, golf. Oh, Chad's knees just exploded. Out autocorrect. Okay, that's funny. Out autocorrected to Oates. The Texas Coast Guard. Wow. Are you working guarding the coast and buying records? Nothing wrong with that, huh? All righty. Fly me into the danger zone. Right on. I can condense all those a little bit later. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. All right. So I'm trying to basically clean up so I can walk around better, because to get to the next crates is going to take maneuvering. It's going to take me going into the danger zone. I'm going to have to do some high-risk maneuvers to get to some of these crates. As much stuff has been compiled around me lately. So that's what I'm doing. I'm doing some high-risk maneuvering here. And I've also just shuffled these records so much. If anybody wants anything from a previous crate, it is now going to be very difficult to find, but I'll try my best. Because I just shuffled up about 4 crates of records. All right. Biloxi. I've been there to the casino. Biloxi. I think it's the only casino I have a positive rap at. I think everything else. Well, I think I truly left the Bellagio in Vegas even. Truly. And I think everywhere else I'm down, but not anything noticeable, like 100 or 2 1/4. I think I was positive for the longest up in Cherokee, the casino up in Cherokee, North Carolina, until the last time I got hit hard. They was waiting for me to come back. I probably walked through the door and they said, all right, here's this kid. He's heading for the blackjack tables. Let's show him who's boss. I got hit hard. I like Biloxi, though. They're going to get me back. They need my 700-800 back or whatever I took from them. Highway. Fly me into the danger zone. What is the actual lyrics of that? Is that what he says? Fly me into? I always thought he said he's fly me into the danger zone because he knows he's in a jet. All right, let's find this next crate over here. I just emptied 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 crates doing that. So that freed up a lot of space around me. Let's find our first half off bin. Where is it? That's like brand new stuff there. Don't want to do that one. Here is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12 cases of brand new case knives we've never opened. Probably like a nice car sitting right here. All right, let's go through this crate half off. Looks like some stuff from the 1st of May. Probably hadn't been gone through since then. And now it's going to go up for a half off. YouTube. Test 1, 2. There hadn't been a YouTube comment in 3 minutes. A lot of quiet viewers on YouTube. We have a lot of watchers over there. I love it. It helps with the analytics. I wish they would say more and buy more. Okay, so let's sell some auctions. I think I've got my stretching in. John Cassidy, you got Hall & Oates for $20. $20. We got Sean Thompson. We got B Smoker. We got Eric Dog. They're over there. They're a quieter crowd. They strike when it's hot. You're telling me in that entire song he never does say fly into the danger zone? Are you sure the lyrics aren't modified for the movie? Tom's comment just came in. Hey, there it goes. He says, yes, I bought a few records there back in the day. That finally just came in. Boy, I asked him that question a half hour ago. Yes, I bought a few records there back in the day. So, yeah. So, Tom Gorgoth, he bought here out of the Antique Mall. There we go. Finally, we got confirmation on that. So, that is true. So, he bought that out of the booth here. And now it's made its way all the way full circle. All right. There's this. Bob Cobb, the maestro. Bob Cobb, the maestro, watching? Wow. Is that really your name? Bob Cobb, like the Seinfeld character? There's one guy that has a handle that says Cosmo Kramer. And I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. All right, and then Top Gun was a final call. And Top Gun was sold to Jeremy Dalton for $37. This is sold to Jeremy Dalton for $37. Okay? Done. Mr. Maestro? Bob Cobb. All right. Still waiting my John Williams Spanish language album about fishing down in the holler. That's been most of the discussion tonight. Renee R. Okay. Bob Cobb, Mr. Maestro, welcome. And we just mentioned your name. You're on a waiting list for a Keith Richards guitar. Half off, no more, no less. I honestly don't know what I grabbed, but we're about to find out. Weather Report, Black Market. Weather Report is $10. Jaco Pastorius. Weather Report is $10. Dusty Springfield cameo. These are half off, no more, no less. Dusty Springfield is $10. Dreams by Grace Sleek, $7.50. No condition notes on Grace. Sunfighter, Paul Cantor and Grace Sleek, like Jefferson Airplane, $10 on that. Over here, Double Fun, Robert Palmer, $10 on Robert Palmer. Thomas Clark first on Weather Report. Folks, we're in a half off bin, no more, no less. Welcome to the danger zone. Neil Young and the Blue Notes. This note's for you. Rich Runner Sleeve, $12.50. Gabe Baez, second on Weather Report. Next is Black Satin, the George Shearing Quintet, $5. $5. Thomas Clark on Robert Palmer. So, Thomas is watching on X. You can also watch over on Twitch. We got comments that can come through on Twitch. GS, Grace Slick is sold, Debbie Winstead. I think Jake said it was pretty fast over there. You never know. You might be an advantage if you get over on Twitch. I don't even know how to get to it myself. I don't even have one. James Gang rides again. James Gang, $10. Neil Young is sold to Greg Lee. So to Greg Lee. What about Mahavishnu Orchestra with John McLaughlin? The Intermounting Flame, $10. Weather Report again. Weather Report is $10. Also Jaco Pastorius. Also Zawinul. Also Wayne Shorter. That is $10 for that Weather Report. We have Mahavishnu again. $10. We got Tom Sullivan on Satin. That's sold to Tom Sullivan. Satin. We also have Joni Mitchell, Miles of Isles. Joni Mitchell's a 2LP, $15. Gatefold Jacket, Joni. We got Thomas Clark again on Weather Report. Thomas Clark again on Weather Report. And then Ada Bernardi second on Weather Report. Lacey J. Dalton, $7.50. Mahavishnu Orchestra again. Inner Worlds, that's $10. Gold Stamp Promo. John Paul Young, $5. Love is in the Air. Three Dog Night Cyan with the Rich Runner Sleeve for Shambhala, $10. We have JM, John McLaughlin. Now, Mike Straws, you got a bunch of picks. You can have Intermounting Flame, Visions of Idrimals, or Intermountains. There it is. Vladarchek, first Twitch comment other than Jake earlier. Jake commented on there earlier, and there it is. You get a free award. First Twitch comment from Vladarchek. There we are. Yeah, right now we're connected to Twitch, X, Facebook, Discord, and YouTube. I can get comments from all five. Twitch, Facebook, YouTube, X, Twitch. What did I say? Discord? John Paul Young, so to Cynthia Herdron. And we got Mike Straws. No, he wanted Joni Mitchell. He doesn't want any John McLaughlin. He wanted Joni Mitchell. Okay, and then Gabe Baez on W. Gabe, if that's for Weather Report, you were third. Alan Parsons, Vulture Culture, $10 on that. Next is Shh by 10 Years After. Shh from 10 Years After is $10. And we have Mahavishnu Birds of Fire, another Mahavishnu. Boy, that's most of the discography. Yes, Virtual Handshake. Virtual Handshake, Robert. Here we go. You ready? Thank you. Virtual Handshake. 7 seconds. Wow. 7 seconds. Wow. 7 seconds. Wow. How much is James Gang? James Gang rides again. $10. James Gang rides again. George Scherer on 10 years after. Thank you for purchasing. Shh. It has a promo sticker on the front. That's so to George Scherer. Thank you. And Jaco Pastorius invitation. That was $39.99. And now it's $20. Now it's $20. Over here is Willie Nelson without a song. Willie is $7.50. What about Pockets? Come go with us. Pockets is sealed. $7.50. I don't even know like what it looks like. I've never even been on Twitch before. Or Discord. We're streaming. I don't even know what it looks like over there. I'm confused. And then, hold on a minute. I got to text Tanner back. Okay, next is Thomas Clark on Jaco Pastorius. Sold to Thomas Clark. Greg, and then we have is Joe Walsh on James Gang? Yes. Yes, he is. $10. Yes. That has Funk 49 on it. You know what the guitar sounds like, right? That's the guitar. Norman Connors, Take It to the Limit. Sealed, $10. Sealed, $10. Quincy Jones, I heard that. Quincy Jones is $7.50. And Keith Jarrett, Staircase. Keith Jarrett is sealed for $10. And Charlie Rich, Lonely Weekends. Charlie Rich is sealed for $5. And Norman Harris, The Harris Machine, $10. We have Dennis Jackson, sold on James Gang. A drowning cat. Thank you. That is sold. Vladarchik's put some kind of interesting, what is that? Some kind of, I don't know what that is. Okay, first we have Lorraine Johnson, Learning to Dance All Over Again, sealed for $7.50. Also, Debbie Jacobs, Undercover Lover, sealed for $7.50. We got Chick Corea, Piano Improvisations Volume 1, $7.50. Okay, next thing I have over here is this. The New Market, Step on It. The New Markets is sealed, $7.50. Mary Miles on Chick Corea, sold to Mary Miles. We got Rough Edges, Benny King, a white label promo. VG Plus, $7.50. And folks, don't forget about Mandrill, Composite Truth, a 72 German import, VG minus condition, $5. VG minus condition, $5. John Schofield, sealed, $15. ECM label. Also, we have John Schofield sealed, $15. And we have Aaron Parks, Invisible Cinema, sealed for $15. Blue Note. Blue Note. All right. Blue Note. Okay, Mark Price put Mike. M-I-C. Now, he's either letting me know my mic is dead, which it's not, or he's trying to claim something. Schofield sold to Adam Bernardi. Let's read through these half-off titles one more time. What is this crate? This is half off, no more, no less. Next is Mark Price said disregard. It has been disregarded. And now we have Benny King. That is sold to Leslie Wickline. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Next thing I'm going to show is this half-off crate some more. Dusty Springfield Cameo, $10. Sunfighter Gray Slick, $10. Lacey J. Dalton, $7.50. Three Dog Night, $10. Maha Vishnu, Maha, 10, 10, 10, 10. Next is Alan Parsons Project, Vulture Culture, 10. Willie Nelson, $7.50 without a song. Pockets, sealed, $7.50. Come Go With Me. Norman Connors is sealed, Take It to the Limit, $10. Quincy Jones, I Heard That, $7.50. Also, Keith Jarrett, and this is another sealed album, an original sealed album, 1977, sealed, $10. Ada Bernardi on Aaron Parks, that sold to Ada Bernardi. John Durden on Willie Nelson, sold on Willie to John, that is, and Charlie Rich for Lonely Weekends, sealed, $5. Norman Harris is sealed, $10. We have Lorraine Johnson, Learning to Dance All Over Again, sealed, $7.50. Debbie Jacobs is sealed for $10. The New Marquettes was sealed, $7.50. Mandrill, VG -5. And John Schofield, one left. We sold one sealed for $15. Let me see what's going on. No, I'm replying to a text over here. I'm in the middle of a conversation. Donna Turner on Keith Jarrett. Nice. Okay. Now, as usual, I'm going to try to bundle everything that's left in here. Final call, though. I am going to go ahead and do a mini bundle first. We're going to do a mini bundle. I have already discounted these once. I only do this if we're bundling something. What if I could convince somebody right now, I will sell you all 4 of these for $25. Right now, one time, all 4 of them for $25. Right now. Right now. If not, I'm going to put them back in the big bundle. Preston says, give me some Maha. Maha. Sold. Unbelievable. Okay, now, here's what's left. Bundle. There's some cool sealed stuff in here. Here's what's left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. There's only 15 records remaining. This is a one-time price. To who? For how much? $55. $55. The 15 that's left. That should be a little over $350. That's on the next bundle comment. Next bundle comment. 15 for $55. That's just a tad over $350 each. Let's sell them. Let's bundle them. Let's blow the air horn. Let's go through another one. Adam says he'll take them. Great. Sold. Done. Gone. See you later, alligator. Done. Sold. They're all sold. Nothing else is left. It's all gone. Let's go get another one. They're all sold. Bundle. Done. Sold. Sold. We're done. We're sold. They're gone. There are no more left. And now we got another one right here. Another vintage half-off crate. No more, no less. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. We do need the air horn, right? We do need the air horn. It's coming. Whatever's left in this can. I still need to go get the new ones, but Vlodder checks, I'm still trying to expire these old ones for right now. That's it. That's gone. All right, folks, here we go. Coming up right now. Y'all ready? I just grabbed it. I have no idea. These are half off, no more, no less. Friday night, 11:30. Perfect. Oh, boy. It's old Blitz. Blitz is $12.50. No condition notes, $12.50. Let's do it again. We're about to sell everything in here. The Babies on the Edge, gold stamp promo. It is, it's a nice price promo, or excuse me, a nice price stamp. $7.50 on the Babies. Godly and Cream, a gold stamp promo this time. Godly and Cream, sorry for the nudity. Godly and Cream is $10. We got Grand Funk, good singing, good playing. Produced by Frank Zappa. Nice copy and shrink. Grand Funk is $10. What about Black Oak, Arkansas? Ain't Life Grand. BOA, $10 on that. Emerson, Lake and Palmer Works, Volume 1, $10 on that. Nice. The Sound of Bread. I love bread. Publix. Oh, just don't get me started. Bread, a K-Tail comp, $6.50. Anybody else like bread? We got Robin McNamara. He was the Secretary of State. Robin McNamara, $7.50 on that. Allison Moye, Rain Dancing, $10. Mary Miles says, you know what? Give me the Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Romelu said, you know what? Give me the bread. And we're not talking about Publix. We have the Kinks live, the road. The Kinks is $7.50. The Kinks, nice. Bob Dylan, self-portrait, $32.50. This is an OG pressing, beautiful, no condition notes. It was $64.99. Bread goes to Romelu, then Debbie, then Amanda, then Chuck, Cynthia on AM, Allison Moye. RJ66 next on bread. We have Tracy, the cufflinks. Tracy is $6.50. Original Deca pressing in the original inner sleeve, $6.50. Boys and Girls, that's Brian Ferry. Hype sticker, gold stamp promo, $12.50. Roberta Flack, First Take. Roberta Flack is $10. First Take, Roberta Flack. There it is. And Fleetwood Mac, Bare Trees, $15. That's a German press. That's a German press. Next is Jim Ciascio. Jim is in on BOA. Sold to Jim Ciascio. Chuck Haley on T. And that was for Tracy, right? Chuck on Tracy. Adam Bernardi on Roberta Flack. Sold to Adam Bernardi. How could you go wrong? Next is John Fogerty, Eye of the Zombie. A gold stamp promo. Original inner sleeve, $10. John Fogerty from CCR. Get Away with Fats Domino. Wow, that looks like an early one. It is. ABC Paramount, and it's nice. $13.50. Edwin Riviera on F for Fleetwood, Edwin. If so, thank you. What about Derringer, as in Rick Derringer? Derringer is $10. Derringer is $10. $10 on Derringer. Next is Fast Domino, sold to Romelu C. Sold. Also, we got Jackie DeShannon. Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? Jackie DeShannon. We have Neil Diamond with the Taproot manuscript, with the manuscript. $8.50. Adam Bernardi on Derringer. Sold to Adam Bernardi. Rick Nelson Collectibles. Rick Nelson is $6.50. Head East getting lucky, $10. Head East self-titled, $10. Jackson Brown, Lawyers in Love, $7.50. $7.50. Next thing over here is Bus Boys, minimum wage, rock and roll. Bus Boys is in shrink, $7.50. Mary Miles on Jackson Brown, sold to Mary Miles. Next is Gordon Lightfoot, Dream Street Rose. Oh, Gordon is $10. Gordon is $10. Also, Fats Domino's 20 Greatest Hits. There's his 20 Greatest Hits. There's a bunch of dominoes. And that's $7.50. Blueberry Hill. Little River Band is $5. Diamantina Cocktail. Heart. Bad Animals. That's one I don't get as often. Nice, beautiful, clean copy. $10 for Heart. Also, Little Feet, Let It Roll. Little Feet, $12.50. What about the Birds by the Birds? $13.50. I better check the gatefold. I have seen a lot of these signed inside of the gatefold. I still have one. if anybody's interested. I got one signed by, I think, everybody inside of the gatefold still. Pricey record, but I have it. And then Susie Breedlove on Gordon Lightfoot, and it can be yours if you want it. Romelu on Fats again. More Fats for Romelu. Then John Darden. Ed Riviera on Hart. Mary Miles next on Hart. Abram Below on the Birds. Amanda Darby next on Hart. Kenneth next on Hart. How about Rick D's Put It Where the Moon Don't Shine? There's old Rick D's, everybody. $10. Mary, second on Birds. And then this is $10. April Wine Power Play. Greg next on Lawyers. Tom, unfortunately, this is a half-off crate. No more, no less. No less, no more. I'm not going to take any less, and even if you try to offer me more, I was going to say no. No, you can't offer me more. We have Dave Edmonds. This is $10 for Dave Edmonds. Also, Sugar Shack, Jimmy Gilmer and the Fireballs, $12.50. What about what about Brian Adams? That's Brian with a B, everybody. $10. And Bobman Turner Overdrive Freeways, that is $7.50. So a lot of claims for Jackson Brown, a lot of claims for Hart, a lot of claims for the Birds. And then head east, they'll be yours, though, for 10 and 10. And then John Griffin, you were down the list there on Hart. Can't believe no one got April Wine yet. How about Apache 65? That's $12.50. Aaron Below picking up the Dave Edmonds. Sold to Aaron Below. Thank you. Sold. Another Black Oak, Arkansas. $10. Balls of Fire. $10 on another BOA. Black Cat Tomcatton. Blackfoot Tomcatton. Atco, no condition notes. $10. Grand Funk Railroad, $10. Godly and Cream, $10. Davey Winston said, you know what? Give me some wine with my April. An April wine. That is sold to Davey Winston. RJ second on April wine. And then John Durden wants Rick D's. He does? I didn't see that. And then Eddie Grant going for broke, $12.50. Jim Ciascio on BOA. Make sure this goes in for $10. That's sold to Jim Ciascio. Debbie might be having a glass of wine right now. Debbie Winston, she could be drinking a glass of wine right now. You never know. Next thing is Bob Gildoff, Deep in the Heart of Nowhere, $10. We got Greg Beddinger on Blackfoot, sold. That's sold to Greg Beddinger. Nat King Cole, Love is Here to Stay. Nat King Cole is $5. Bachman Turner Overdrive, Not Fragile, $7.50. Brian Briggs, Combat Zone, Gold Stamp Promo, $10. Martin Briley, One Night with a Stranger, that is $7.50. And Boys Town Gang, Cruising the Streets, $8.50. Also over here is Bronski Beat, Truth Dare, Double Dare. Bronski Beat for $12.50. Wow. Romelu C on Nat King Cole, sold to Romelu C. Also Julie Brown, $10 on Julie Brown. That is Goodness in Progress. The Second Brooklyn Bridge, $10 on Brooklyn Bridge. It's in shrink. Next thing we have over here is John Durden on BB for Bronski Beat. Aaron Below on Martin Briley, sold to Aaron Below. Cynthia next on Bronski Beat. Price on Brian Adams. $10. And then we got Preston Rose on JB for Julie Brown, sold. We got Adam Bernardi on Little Feet for Adam Bernardi. That was back here, but it's his. That's sold to Adam Bernardi, sold. Greg Herman next on Julie Brown. We got Morel Matthew. That's in shrink. Morel Matthew, $10. Nat King Cole, Let's Face the Music. Nat King Cole is $5. Live Cream, now just $17.50. Has the original yellow Atco label, $17.50. Mike Conway. That is Mike Conway's BTO, Not Fragile, sold. David V, 63 on the Bus Boys. That is sold to David V, 63. John Darden, you were first on Nat King Cole. Robert Barnett does take the Brian Adams, sold. Romelu next on Nat King Cole. Finishing up this crate, the best of Peter, Paul, and Mary. Puff, the Magic Dragon, $6.50. Long Distance Voyager, the Moody Blues, $7.50. This is Johnny and the Distractions, Let It Rock, $6.50. Arnold Adams on BA. I bet that was for Brian Adams, already sold. Apollo 100, $5. Apollo 100. Michael Nesbitt from the Monkees, $12.50. And Arlo Guthrie, Washington County. Arlo Guthrie is $10. Washington County. 1 second, please. Okay, so back at the top, first thing we had is Peter, Paul, and Mary, Jim Ciascio. PPM is sold to him. Chris Reddings on Johnny. Johnny and the Distraction sold to Chris Reddings. Preston Rose on MN for Michael Nesmith. Then Greg Lee. And then Charlie Marks on Arlo Guthrie. And Joe DeGaldo on Grand Funk. And that one was right back here. And that was $10. Yeah, $10. Gold stamp promo, clean. Nice. Let's read through those again. Half the crate's gone. Let's do the other half crate. And my crate over here is almost full. I'm about to have to swap out crates, and that means we need one more to do. One more to go. Okay? So let's do this one more time. Hope everybody's paying close attention. One more quick read-through. Bloons. This is BLOONTZ. Bloons is $12.50. Chad, there were 2 BB titles close to it. Make sure John Durden and Cynthia Herndon got what they wanted. John Durden and Cynthia Herndon, BB. John Durden, BB was Bronski beat. John Durden wanted Bronski beat, right? And Cynthia put BB. That was also for Bronski beat. I think they both wanted Bronski beat. And then we got Grand Funk. That is sold to Joe Delgado. Now, Greg Gallier put TL. The problem is Greg Gallier's feed has been behind for quite some time. So I don't know if that's a live claim or not. Next thing I have over here is the Babies on the Edge. That was $7.50. So Bloons is $12.50. Babies is $7.50. We have Godly and Cream is $10. Also, we have Grand Funk is $10. Good singing, good playing. Robin and McNamara, $7.50. First time. You need to message the page. We need your email and mailing address. We need your email and mailing address. I need your email and mailing address. I didn't realize you're a first-time buyer. Mike Conway. Maybe I'm thinking about Paul Conway. We have another customer, Paul Conway. Mike, thank you. Contact us through our Facebook page Messenger, which is here on this page, Collectible. I just need your email address and mailing address, okay? Email address and mailing address. I'd greatly appreciate it. Just send that to us, and we'll email you on Monday. Invoices will go out Monday. Now, for the rest of the night and all night tomorrow, you still get unlimited shipping. So unlimited shipping tonight, unlimited shipping tomorrow. That goes Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, tonight, and tomorrow. People's been buying for 7 nights, all $8 in limited shipping, okay? All $8 in limited shipping. Next, we have Mary Miles on GF. That was another Grand Funk. That's sold. Any more Hatchet Ed bins? Not this week. I think we didn't have a purge to do. Most everybody's paying. We're not having many problems. The Kinks is $7.50. Bob Dylan was $32.50. Boys and Girls, $12.50. Boys and Girls by Brian Ferry, $12.50. $12.50 with Hop Sticker. Over here is John Fogerty, Eye of the Zombie, $10. Gold stamp promo. Jackie DeShannon was $10. Neil Diamond, Taproot Manuscript, $8.50. Rick Nelson, Collectibles, which is a hits comp. That's $6.50. Head East is $10. Getting Lucky. Head East self-titles, $10. We got Little River Band for $5. Rick D's is $10. Rick D's. Sugar Shack is $12.50. Jimmy Gilmer. BTO Freeways is $7.50. Apache 66 is $12.50. And then we have Godly and Cream, $10. The History Mix, Eddie Grant is $12.50 going for broke. Bob Geldof is $10. Brian Briggs Combat Zone, that's also $10. Boys Town Gang, $8.50. Brooklyn Bridge is $10. We have Morel Matthew for $10. RJ66 on the Zombie, that's sold to RJ66. And then Live Cream, $17.50. Moody Blues was $7.50. And Apollo 100 was $5. Yes. All right, I'm going to swap out crates. We have managed to fill up another one. Done. Sold. Now, we got one more to do. So, we could possibly try to bundle this crate. However, I think there's some pretty dang good titles left here. And before I get them too crazy cheap, I will offer it as a bundle. But there's some pretty good titles here. Okay. Sherry Darnell on Little River Band. Sherry Darnell on Little River Band. Mary Miles on Cream. Thank you. But like I said, I think Rick Nelson on Garden Party, probably. First track, yeah. It's essentially a hits comp. Yes, first track. And then the Kinks is right here. This is Live, The Road. Live Kinks is $7.50, no condition notes. And then JD for Jim Ciascio and JD that was left was Jackie to Shannon, right, Jim? If so, that's so do you. Okay, so like I said, I still think there's pretty good titles in here. I mean, I could probably sell a lot of these in the $14.99 and $19.99 flip crates pretty easy that I make. Y'all know about those that I post every morning. But I will offer it. I will offer it as a bundle. It's probably going to be a little bit higher per price than most because, I mean, there's still some really good titles in here. Brian Ferry, Dylan, Godley, and Cream. The Babies is sold to Jackie for $10. The Rick Nelson was $6.50. $6.50 on that. The Kinks have, I'm not like everybody else, not on this one. It's a live album too. The Kinks Live, The Road. So here's what's left in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. There's 21 records in there. I will sell them for $95. That's less than $5 a piece. $95, 21 records. $95, 21 records. If not, I'm okay with this bundle not moving, and I'm going to go ahead and put up another crate. Greg, yes, the Kinks is sold to you for $7.50. John Griffin got Rick Nelson for $6.50. 21 records, $95. I'm just going to give it a second. If not, then it's available, okay? That includes this really beautiful OG copy of this Dylan self-portrait. It's in there. Moody Blues, Eddie Grant, BTOs, Head East, all those Head East albums, the Godly and Cream. If not, let's find one more to go through, and then from there, we'll probably take CDs for the last hour and a half, okay? And we're about to sell a bunch of them. A bunch of them. Okay. All right, I'm going to go pick out another one. Oh, knees are popping. Here we go. Da 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 da. Okay. I am moving and grooving. Moving and grooving. What's in here? Oh boy. Nice. Here we go. Nice. Knees are popping. Yeah, I squat down to pick up these crates and my knees go like pop, pop. Especially when I go to pick them up, the weight, I guess something's counteracting there. Oh, yeah, I'm going to have to adjust this one right quick. Oh, there it went. That was a great feeling. Okay. Legs are adjusted. We're good to go. Here we go. Hope everybody's ready. First record is George Jones, an original on Music Core, $7.50. Mr. Country and Western, George Jones, $7.50. Everything in here is half off, no more, no less. Pretty simple. James Taylor, In the Pocket. James Taylor has the original on her sleeve, $7.50 on James Taylor. Shower the People, $7.50. Next is another copy of Not Fragile. We just sold one a moment ago. Here's another copy, also $7.50. John Durden got George Jones. John gets George. Eric Clapton, Behind the Sun, $17.50. Pure Prairie League, Firing Up, $7.50. There they are. PPL. James Taylor, So to Mary Miles. Thank you, Mary. That's so to you. Elton John, A Single Man. Elton is $10. The Association's Greatest Hits, $7.50. America, Holiday. That has some great songs on it, $5. And another George Jones, the great George Jones. This one's $10. Also, Mary Miles on EC for Eric Clapton. That's so to Mary Miles. And Lionel Richie, self-titled, $5. Aaron Below on Pure Prairie League. That is sold to Aaron Below. PPL, that is sold. Also, Marshall Tucker Band 10th. MTB is $7.50. Greg Almontour, $17.50. Also, John Darden on George Jones. That's so to John Darden as well. Amanda Darby on The Association. Never My Love. So many great songs on that one, too. Susie does get the America album. That's so to Susie Breedlove. Debbie Winston second. What about old Rod here? Blondes Have More Fun. Rod Stewart, $7.50. HA for Mary. She probably got auto-corrected on something. Here's another James Taylor. Dad Loves His Work. That's $7.50. And we have another Eric Clapton, Money and Cigarettes, $17.50. That was GA, Greg Allman for Mary Miles. James Hicks on LR, and that's for Lionel Richie. All night long. Stephen Steele's Illegal Steals, $10 on SS. And Kai Winding, Suspense, Themes, and Jazz. Kai Winding is $7.50. Donna on a James Taylor here. That's so to Donna. Amanda Darby on Rod Stewart. So to Amanda Darby. We're doing a half-off vintage crate here. And what I seen was some pretty good titles, and now they're half-off sticker. And this is usually what we do late on Fridays and Saturday nights. Sometimes other nights of the week, but especially Fridays and Saturdays before we move into part 2. So take advantage. I'm here to sell records. Mary Miles got Stephen Steele's. Next is Jay and the Americans, Sands of Time. That Jay and the Americans is $5. Diodato, Very Together. Diodato, $7.50. I don't see that one as often. Juice Newton, Quiet Lies. Juice is $5. And Al Green's Greatest Hits, nice. Now just $12.50. Does have a little bit of ring wear, but that is the real deal. Like, Let's Stay Together, and I'm So Tired of Being Alone. $12.50 there on Al Green. That should have several claims. BTO Head On, that's $7.50. Aaron Below on Jay and the Americans. That's sold Aaron Below, thank you. And then Tom Sullivan on Jazz. That's sold to Tom Sullivan. That was the Kai Winding record. Here is Elton John, Ice on Fire. Elton John is $10. And Pure Prairie League, Home on the Range, a 2-record set. Take a look at that. That's pretty interesting. It's like a 2 LP deal here. RCA Special Products, $15. I don't remember showing that the first time. First is JH on Al Green. That's sold to JH on YouTube. Eric Dogg was next, then David V, then Mark Price, Debbie Winston on Elton John. That's sold to Debbie Winston. Cynthia Herdron next. Elvis Legendary Performer Volume 4. Legendary Performer Volume 4 is $7.50. That's a really cool comp. And then here's Elvis's Moody Blue. And of course, it is on blue vinyl. $17.50. Elvis Pure Gold. $7.50 for Elvis Pure Gold. How Great Thou Art. $7.50. Wow. Frankie and Johnny. $5. Golden Records. $10. Here it comes. Canadian Tribute. $17.50. Gold Records Part 1 and 2. $15. Guitar Man. $7.50. Wow. $7.50 on John Schneider. We just hit an Elvis Presley streak. I need somebody to be like, I'll take them all. Give me all of them. Where's Regina Tabor at when I need her? That was a crazy streak of Elvis there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in a row. Next is the best of BTO in shrink. You ain't seen nothing yet. That is $7.50. And Waylon Jennings Country Music Time Life Collection. $10 on that. I have a feeling comments are held up, or we would have seen something by now. Test 1, 2. Is there anybody out there? Yeah, let me get over here on Facebook. Yep. Comments are hung up. Now, he told me... Okay, there they go. All right, here we go. I'll have to go by whatever's here on my feed, okay? Here they go. All right, I'll have to go by whatever showed up on my feed. So we sold Elton. Chuck Haley on BTO. Now, Chuck, your BTO was for which one? This one or this one? Chuck Haley, let me know, okay? Comments are back on now. So Chuck Haley got dibs on those. Next is RJ66. Mary Miles got the Pure Prairie League, this one right here. Okay, then Chuck Haley's going to let me know on BTO. John Durden on Elvis Gold, and that was Gold Records. That's sold to John Durden. And then John Durden got Waylon. Jackie next on BTO. Mark Price next on Waylon. And then Greg Lee next on Waylon. Mary, you did get PPL. And then here we go. We have Stephen Stills, self-titled. Stephen Stills is $10. That has Jimi Hendrix on it, Eric Clapton. Stephen Stills is 10. So Chuck wanted BTO hits. That means RJ 66, you're next. And that means if anybody wants this, it is available for $7.50. We have Diana Ross for $5. Also, Yoko Ono, Season of Glass. Yoko is $12.50. Jefferson Airplane, Volunteers. Jefferson Airplane is $13.50. $17.50 on that. $13.50. The whole restream shows up here. Yeah, on chat on. That's why I was looking over here on my monitor. See, when they were frozen over here, I could still see them, I think, over here on Discord. I think even when they were frozen here, they still came in on Discord. But I can't. It's kind of all, it looks like a bunch of code. I don't really have it deciphered yet. Okay, either way, Stephen Stills is sold to Greg Lee. That's sold to Greg Lee. Next over here is Skip Ewing. And Skip Ewing is $7.50, going through a half-off crate. Holly Dunn is $7.50. There's Holly. And another Tubular Bells. This is the first Tubular Bells, Mike Ofield. That's $7.50. Seals and Croft is $5. Seals and Croft is $5. And we have Walters, Xavier Cugat and his orchestra. Xavier Cugat is $5. Also, we have the Nice, Keith Emerson, Lee Jackson, Brian Davidson, and Danny O. List. That's $10. Melissa Bailey on HD for Holly Dunn. That's sold. Tom Sullivan on the tubes. Or not the tubes, for Tubular Bells, that is. So to Tom Sullivan. Chris Christopherson, me and my Bobby McGee. $7.50 on Chris. Here is Nat King Cole Sings for Two in Love. $5. And here is the Mike Ofield Boxed. $22.50. Mike Ofield Box. $22.50. Now, Steve McGee on EC, and that was for Xavier Cugat. Now, or was that for... So, Mark, okay, we got a few to clarify. Steve McGee, what exactly was your EC for? Cugat? Eric Clapton. Was there a Clapton in here? I think all the Claptons have been sold. Maybe Money and Cigarettes, right? That's the only one left. So that's sold to you. Now, Mark Price, Mike Ofield, Tubular Bells already sold. If you wanted this, it's available. Mark Price. Adam Bernardi got the Nice. Tom Sullivan on Chris Christopherson. Romelu on Nat King Cole. All right. And... okay, let's read through these half-off records one more time. Amazing. The Ofield Boxed is $22.50. Unless that's what Mark Price wanted. It came in about the time right after I'd showed Tubular Bells, but someone's already bought it. Okay, so we have BTO Not Fragile, $7.50. Elton John, A Single Man. Elton John, $10. Marshall Tucker, $7.50. Mark Price says he'll take it. That's sold to him for $22.50. Next is Diodato for $7.50. Very Together. Juice Newton, Quiet Lies, $5. Elvis Legendary Performer, $7.50. Elvis Moody Blue, Blue Vinyl, $17.50. Elvis Pure Gold, $7.50. Elvis How Great Thou Art, $7.50. Elvis Frankie and Johnny, $5. Elvis Canadian Tribute, Yellow Vinyl, $10. Elvis Gold Award Hits Parts 1 and 2, $15. Elvis Guitar Man, $7.50. John Schneider, you may know him from the Dukes of Hazzard, $7.50. BTO Head On, $7.50. What about Dinah Ross, $5. Season of Glass, Yoko Ono, $12.50. Season of Glass. Jefferson Airplane Volunteers, $13.50. This is the gatefold jacket on the original label. Also, we got Jim Ciascio on Elvis PG. PG was Pure Gold. That's sold to Jim Ciascio. Burt Jordan wants Elvis, Frankie, and Johnny. Sold to Burt Jordan. Also, Skip Ewing, that's $7.50 for the coast of Colorado. Seals and Croft is $5. I'll play for you. And Xavier Cugat, Waltzes. Where's Tracy Soinger at? She should be all over this. $5. And then Debbie Winston on DR for Diana Ross. And then RJ66 on BTO Head On. That's sold to RJ66. All right. Checking something over here right quick. Okay. No condition notes on S&C. Very clean. Very nice. Ridge on her sleeve. Nice. I'm going to make sure nobody wants anything before I count them and at least offer them for a bundle. No takers on want the other ones. Like I said, these are pretty recent, so not in a huge hurry to discount these significantly, but they're pretty recent. But if we have any takers, we'll do it. I have a feeling a few more claims that come in. Mary does want Seals and Croft. Aaron Below wanted JA for Jefferson Airplane. Got it. All right. And that leaves 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, let me do this first. I was going to do this. My bad. Let's do these first. Let's see. 5, 10, 15, 20, 35. $35. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 Elvis bundle, $35. We'll do those first. We probably will sell everything now that those are pulled out. Those for $35, and then we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 in there for $40. Those 9 for $40. Regina gets these Elvis for $35. Susie gets these Elvis for $35. Susie gets those for $35, and now the 9 that's left for $40. Stephen was second, then David V. So I guess if you want this bundle, you probably need to say $40. Susie got Elvis. And then Stephen. And then David. And then Regina. Then Joe. And then Stephen. So yeah, I think those are still available for $40. If anybody's interested. I'd love to blow the air horn one more time. If not, I'm going to put them over here, and they're probably going to be used maybe for some future flip material, which is okay with me, because my Elvis 1, 2 didn't go through. I got one of them. I got David. You said take LS. I got that comment, but if there was something before that, I didn't see it. All right. And I'm going to put those right there. Now, I have a tough decision to make. Do we do one more quick crate, or do we go ahead and move into CDs? I started the stream like at 1:30, so we got about an hour and 20 minutes left. If anything, I always like to do at least an hour of CDs. I wanted to stop right there. I'm so close to filling up this 8th crate. So close. I'm so close. So close to filling up this 8th crate here. I wish there was like a half crate somewhere I could go through. But I always condense these crates and pack them so much, there's not many like stragglers. I wish I might actually just pull like half of a crate out, because I want to get this last full crate sold. I'm kind of boxed in over here though. We've got to clean this place up. I really need to end the sale and start cleaning this place up is what I need to do. That's what I really need to do, but I know we're not going to do that. Y'all have got me for at least another hour and a half. All right, what's in here? Okay, let's knock this one out. Uh-oh. I knew that was going to happen. That's one of those, that's what it sounds like when you knock over a box of empty cassette cases. Those were empty cassette cases, luckily. Okay. Those were empty cassette records or empty cassette cases. That's what it sounds like. Yeah. That's why I got to clean this place up. All right, here we go. Y'all, here we go. Quick, okay? This is quick. Quick, quick, quick. Belafonte, the Midnight Special, $5. We got Blondie, the Hunter, $12.50. Blondie. We got Robert Palmer, Maybe It's Live, $10. This is Keith Hartley, Little Big Band, a 71 German press for $20. Also, we have Dale Hawkins for $20, a 69. No, those are all empty. They were like copied cassettes, like Memorex and TX, whatever. They're old copies of stuff that I had discarded. Hey, another Elvis for $15. ARC, ARC. ARC is $7.50. The American Dream, that is a 1970 Monarch. That's the name of the band. $15 on that. Rockin' and Rollin', Maddox Brothers and Rose, Bear Family comp, $10. BR5 $49. This is a 1996. That's $12.50. The Kindles, 20 favorite records, 2 LPs, gold stamp promo, 1989. $7.50. A milestone in rock and roll music. Rusty and Doug Kershaw. $10 on Rusty and Doug Kershaw. Another best of BTO. For whoever's missed out on the other, $7.50. Rusty and Doug Kershaw, More Cajun Country Rock. Another Bear Family comp for $10. David V on the Elvis 2 LP comp. That is sold. Jim Ciascio on Maddox. Where's that at? Maddox, that's right here. That was the Rockin' and Rollin'. That's sold to Jim Ciascio, Bear Family. Tony Joe White, The Train I'm On. Tony Joe White is $20. Tape from California, Phil Oakes. Phil Oakes is $17.50. Marshall Tucker Band is $7.50. RJ66 doesn't get the BTO. That is sold. And Tom Sullivan on Hunter. Tom Sullivan on Hunter. That is Blondie, right? And then Mary Miles on RP. Mary Miles on RP. That's Robert Palmer. Jackie next on BTO. Colleen Cook on BR554559. That's sold to Colleen Cooks. James Hicks next on BTO. Then Sherry. And Three Dog Night. Three Dog Night is $7.50. Traffic on the Road. Traffic is $10. Steve Winwood, $9. Also, here we go around the Mulberry Bush soundtrack. That's Spencer Davis and Traffic. $10 on that. Next is Jim Ciascio on MTB. Sold on Marshall Tucker Band. How much was the Kindles? The Kindles was $7.50. Both Rusty and Doug Kershaw. Back here, Robert Warner. This is Doug and Rusty Kershaw. Doug and Rusty Kershaw. So to Robert Warner, so to Robert Warner. Mary Miles on Steve Winwood. Sold. Fast pace. We're almost done with the crate. See how fast this has been? The Righteous Brothers Anthology. 2 LP $12.50. Mark Lindsay, Arizona. $5. We got Barefoot Jerry. $10. Keys to the Country. Sinatra and Company. $7.50. This is the Taz of Alalan, Presidente, Milky Way Moses. That is now $20. Also, Stevie Wonder, $12.50. Talking Book. Doug Kershaw, Instant Hero. That is $10. Also, Asia, Alpha. Asia is $10. This is the Yardbird Sonny Boy Williamson, a complete collection, a 2 LP, $17.50. Jim Ciascio, BJ. BJ's Barefoot Jerry, so did Jim Ciascio. Next is Radio, Ray Parker Jr., $5. Renaissance Live, $13.50. Jean-Luc Ponty, $5. Avery on BFJ, 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 not sure. Farmer Redman on Tony Joe White. Tony Joe Wright, sold. Tony Joe White, sold. Tony Joe White. What happened to that one? It was right in here, wasn't it? There it is. That is sold to Farmer Redman. Over here is Chad Davis. Kindle, sold. Kindle, sold. Kindle, sold. Kindle, sold. Kindle, sold. We have Tom Sullivan on Sinatra, sold. XYZ. Over here is Tom Sullivan. Poison. We got Cynthia Herdron on Asia. Warrant. That is sold to Cynthia. Asia sold. Barefoot. It was third on Barefoot Jerry. Excuse me. Mystery Machine, third on Barefoot Jerry. Robin Glenn on OH. Robin Glenn wanted RPJR. Not for sure what that was either. And then Mary Miles on Renaissance. That's sold to Mary Miles. Adam Bernardi on Jean-Luc Ponty. Sold. And then Mary Miles next on Ponty. And then Burt Jordan on RB. And RB was Ray, was nope, was this, not sure. Sleazebees. Here is Lefty Frizzell. This is $5. Also, she wanted Radio right here. This is sold to Robin Glenn right here. That's sold to Robin Glenn. Thank you. Amazing Rhythm Aces, $6.50. Jerry Rafferty, Night Owl, $10. Kiss. We have Leon Russell, Carney, $10. Pink Floyd, Andrella, People's People. This is 1971. That's $20. And the Righteous Brothers Standards, $5 on that. The Doors, $5 on the Righteous Brothers Standards. That's in shrink wrap. Okay, let's read through those again. Told you that was fast. Now, if that was a Paul and Laura crate, I could not do that, because I'd have to be trying to figure out who it is, what it is, the pressing, the grade, the condition, what the inner sleeve says, etc., etc. RJ66 on Jerry Rafferty. RJ66 Jerry Rafferty. Ringer. That's sold. Next thing over here, Harry Belafonte, the Midnight Special, $5. Cinderella. This is Keith Hartley Band, Little Big Band. That's a 71 German. That's $20. And Derek Clark says Keith Hartley Band. Can't go wrong with UK drummer blues jazz with some psych thrown in there for measure. Fans of Alex Corner, John Mayo, and Graham Bard. Next is RJ66 on Jerry Rafferty, Night Owl. Also, Dale Hawkins is $20, a 1969 press. $20. Dale Hawkins, LA, Memphis, and Tyler, Texas. Arc is $7.50. Badlands. This is the American Dream, a 1970 Monarch press. $15. Tape from California, Phil Oakes, $17.50 on that. Three Dog Night. This is $7.50. Three Dog Night. Traffic on the Road, $10. Acid Bath. Next is Here We Go Around the Mulesberry Bush, $10. Original motion picture soundtrack, Spencer Davis Group and Traffic. Slayer. Also, Righteous Brothers, the anthology. This is $12.50. Over here, we have What Is First, RB Radio, DBBB. So Robert Barnett says RBPG is Ray Parker Jr. So who was first to that Ray Parker Jr. earlier? The Ray Parker Jr. earlier was sold to who? Ray Parker Jr. earlier was Robin Glenn. So she did get it either way. Okay, she did get that either way. Now, back up at the top, we got Anna Bernardi on the Derek Clark Randy Bezended, the Derek Clark recommended to Zavanci Presidente. That is sold to Anna Bernardi. Thank you. And then Burt Jordan on both Righteous Brothers. That Righteous Brothers and this Righteous Brothers. That is sold. and sold. Burt Jordan. And now Aaron Below on KHB. KHB for Aaron Below was Keith Hartley band, sold Aaron Below. Neil Reigler was next on the Tassifasari, and then over here, Aaron Below on the Andrella, the American Dream maybe, Andrella, and then AB and AB, and then Andrella. That's over here to Aaron Below. And then the next thing we have is Mark Lindsay, Arizona. $5. Mark Lindsay, Arizona. Stevie Wonder, Talking Book. Stevie Wonder is $12.50. Doug Kershaw, Instant Hero. Doug Kershaw, $10. Next is the Yardbirds, London 63, the first recording. Sonny Boy Williamson, that's $17.50. That's $17.50. Lynch Mob, and then Lefty Frizzell is $5. Lefty Frizzell, Amazing Rhythm Aces is $6.50, and Leon Russell Carney. Leon Russell Carney is $10. John Heron on Stevie Wonder. That's so to John Heron and Chuck Haley on Mark Lindsay. Thank you. That is sold. Wow. Holy moly. Shotgun Messiah. We have Leon Russell. Carney was the last record there. Anybody else? Mark Price on SE, and the SE was for something. SE was for something in here. What was that? Junkyard. That was Stevie Wonder, John Heron. Okay, and that's already sold. I hope I got everybody's attention. Charlie, there was never a Pink Floyd record. Leon Russell, sold to Cynthia Herdron. Joe DeGato, Traffic. I was naming random bands in between all those records just to make sure everybody was paying attention. I was naming off stuff everywhere. Some people didn't catch it. Some people probably are really confused. Susie got the Yardbirds. There was no Tesla. There's no Sleaze Bees. There's no Traffic. I mean, Traffic is sold to Joe DeGato. Joe DeGato got Traffic. Excuse me, there's no Shotgun Messiah. There's no Pink Floyd. There's no Badlands. I was just naming bands to make sure everybody was watching. And the more I was mentioning bands, the more people started buying records. That's all stuff we sold last night. This is a great advertisement for Thursday Metal Night. All that stuff I just read off, we sold last night at auction. Perfect timing to let everybody know. We sold all those auctions last night. It all sold. Iron Maiden, Pantera, Dangerous Toys, Shotgun Messiah, Jet Boy, Badlands, Life, Sex and Death, Pantera, Pretty Boy Floyd, Motorhead, Ozzy, Suicidal Tendencies, Van Halen, Black Sabbath, Great White, Junkyard, Loudness, Bang Tango, There Is Accept, Kingdom Come, Great White, Guns N' Roses, LA Guns, Winger, Anthrax, Lynch Mob. I got everybody's attention. Lita Ford, Crocus, Extreme, Blue Murder, Sleazebees, Autograph, Motley Crue, Faster Pussycat, Dio. Make sure you're following our page. We sell that kind of stuff every Thursday night. Hundreds more on the way. Amazing Rhythm Aces. No condition note, $6.50. It worked. Everybody's like, whoa, wait a minute. Holy, what is he doing? I better start paying attention. He said junkyard. What? We sold every one of those records last night. I threw in Acid Bath and Pink Floyd too, yes. Who's ready for CDs? Here's what's left in this crate. Somebody's probably going to claim this. Let's bundle the last. If not, we'll move on. It's time for CDs. We got to hurry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 records there, $30. That was the original price of the American Dream record. It's buy one, get the rest of the crate free. Who's ready for some CDs? Amazing Rhythm Aces. That is sold to Chris Ridding. Shotgun Messiah. The people that was just casually listening, they were probably like, what? What is going on right now? All right, and here's the no bids before we officially get into CDs. These are just buy it nows. The Riddler Mego figure, $24.99. Spock is $24.99. Those are available. If you wasn't watching Thursday night, you missed all those. If you're not watching next Thursday night, you missed all those. If you're not watching next Thursday night, you're going to miss them all again. Simon & Garfunkel, $15. It does have a mark on track 1. Toto, $25. The Best of Jeff Beck, $35. That's the only no bids tonight. $35, $25, $15. The bundle's just $30. It's 9 records. Surely somebody's going to buy it. Surely. 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 All right. Here we go. All CDs are $6.99. We got the Jangler Circuit Ride. Also, John Lee Hooker, Don't Look Back. John Lee Hooker is $6.99. Elton John, Candle in the Wind, the tribute to Princess Diana. Classic Rock, 1966, The Beat Goes On. Player, Lost in Reality. Jim Messina, Watching the River Run. Michael W. Smith, Healing Rain. Nils Lofgren, Breaking Away Angel. Alvin Lee, Sag Guitar. And the Wallflowers, Red Letter Days. You can tell he is kin to Bob Dylan. Look at that. $6.99. First thing we have here is Toto. Adam Bernardi offered $20 for Toto. I'm in the wrong stack. Adam Bernardi gets Toto for $20. Sold to Adam Bernardi. Toto is sold for $20. That is sold to Adam Bernardi for $20. Then Susie commented $15 for Simon & Garfunkel. Susie gets Simon & Garfunkel for $15. Sold. Nick Bargeron got Jeff Beck for $30. Sold. Nick Bargeron got Jeff Beck for $30. Next is Donna on John Lee Hooker. First CD sold, $6.99. Ken Roll on Shirley. And then that's not a claim. And then Cynthia next on John Lee Hooker. Nick Bargeron on the Elton John tribute to Princess Diana. Anna Bernardi on Nils. And that was for Nils Lofgren right here. Sold to Ada Bernardi. Mary Miles on JM. JM was for Jim Messina. Sold to Mary Miles. Mary Miles also on NL. NL was for Nils Lofgren. You were second. Wallflower sold to Nick Bargeron. Bundle, $23. Sold to Avery. These are gone for $23. I don't even know what was in there. Now, our 8th crate of the night is really full. Who's ready to buy some CDs? What's left in the first stack? Alvin Lee, Michael Smith, Player, 1966, and the Janglers, folks. The Janglers. The Janglers. Don't forget about them. And then over here is another handful. Holy moly. Let's just keep them rolling right here. What do I have? I don't know, but we're about to find out. We have Jackie Green, Till the Light Comes. Also, we got John Mellencamp, Human Wheels. Keb Mo, Keep It Simple. This is Robin Ford and the Blue Line, Handful of Blues. Nils Lofgren, Silver Lining. We got Shake, Rattle, and Roll. That's a sealed 2-disc compilation. Omar and the Howlers, Swingland. And we got Glenn Hansard, and that is Drive All Night. Those are all $6.99. That was an air horn-worthy moment. Give me 1 second, because there's another crate of CDs over here that I think Paul brought me last night, and I think he was like, yeah, you probably want to go through these. Probably want to go through these. Probably maybe want to auction some. So let me get this crate a little bit closer because we'll fly through these. It's just a few handfuls and they're probably all going to sell. First on Keb Mo was Adam Bernardi. Keb Mo, Keb Mo, Keb Mo. Keb Mo sold to Adam Bernardi. Next was Donna, then Cynthia, then Mary Miles. And then Mary Miles did get this Nils Lofgren. So what's left in that handful? Jackie Green, Human Wheels by John Mellencamp, Robin Form, Shake, Rattle, and Roll, Omar and the Howlards, and Glenn Hansard. What is next over here? What is next over here? What could possibly be next over here? Okay, here we go. Harry Connick Jr., When Harry Met Sally, West Side Story. Next is Wet Willie, 2 albums in one, Wetter the Better and West Coast Live. Whoa, Wasp, Last Command. Whoa, Wasp, self-titled. Nice, The Warriors soundtrack. Joe Walsh, Analog Man. Tom Waits, The Early Years, Volume 2. Jerry Jeff Walker, Ultimate Collection. This looks like some kind of bootleg. No, it's the right disc. It's just in a weird case. Jerry Jeff Walker, Night After Night. Jerry Jeff Walker live at Groon Hall. Next over here is Charlie Marks on Shake, Rattle, and Roll. That is sold to Charlie Marks, sealed. Maybe. Or maybe it's just in shrink. Actually, Charlie, it has been opened. Yeah. I'm sure you still want it, but if not, just let me know. Adam Bernardi on Warriors. Sold to Adam Bernardi. Mike Ospaw, your dibs on Wasp. Your pick on the 2 Wasp. Patty was next on Wasp, then Patty again. And then what? So we sold Warriors, Wasp, W, Turbo Mo, JW. Now that's probably for Joe Walsh, and that's probably for Mary Miles, and then Mary Miles on Tom Waits, and then Angela Lewis on WA. If that's for Wasp, then you're next. So here's what's left there. Harry Connick Jr., Jerry Jeff Walker, Jerry Jeff Walker, Wet Willie, and West Side Story. Mike Allspaw, of course, takes both Wasps, but those are sold to him. Next is Jim Ciascio wants Jerry Jeff Ultimate Collection. Sold. Anybody else? Those are still available. Let's grab another handful out of the tub over here. What could possibly be here in the tub? And the first thing in the tub is what? This is Etta James, The Definite Collection. Franz Ferdinand, self-titled. Dick Van Dyke's Dance Party, 3 CD, 60s Party Pack, Freddie Johnson, Never Home, Lucy Kapolansky, Alicia Keys, Songs in A Minor, Allison Moore, Stone Temple Pilots. What the heck is this? Never seen that before. Stone Temple Pilots, Buy This, Proving Good, Secret Machines, and She and Him. Those are all $6.99. Still want. Is anyone else having problems hearing chat and keeping up with them? Am I not speaking clearly or slow enough? Test 1, 2. Can everybody hear me? Lucas on West Side Story. That's sold to Lucas Patterson. Thank you. Jim Ciascio got Wet Willie. Thank you. Now we're back over here. Donna Turner on EJ. Etta James sold to Donna Turner. Donna Turner on AK. That was for Alicia Keys. Where are you, Alicia? There's sold to Alicia. Debbie Winston wants the 60s Party Pack. Sold. Stephen Parton on STP. Sold. Stephen Parton, then Dustin. Eric Dog next on Etta. Adam Bernardi on DVD. I wonder if he meant Dick Van Dyke. He did. That's sold to Adam Bernardi. Burt Jordan next on STP, and Mary Miles on She and Him. Over here, we have Secret Machines, Allison Moore, Lucy Kapolansky, Fred Johnson, and Franz Ferdinand. There they are. If you change your mind, they are still all available. Everything's available. First thing here is going to be an ultimate no-brainer. Here's an ultimate no-brainer. The Ultimate Yes 35th Anniversary Collection. Also, we got Hot Dads and Tight Jeans, Yacht Rock Review. Peter Wolf, A Cure for Loneliness. Peter Wolf, Midnight Souvenirs. Peter Wolf, Sleepless. Peter Wolf, Fool's Parade. Wet Willie, Keep on Smiling. Another double pack, Keep on Smiling. And Dixie Rock. Vision Quest soundtrack, nice. And We Are the World. This is all $6.99. Everything you've seen right there was $6.99. Greg Herman, first on Yes for $6.99. Joe DeGaldo, you were second on Shake, Rattle, and Roll, but I still got your 1966 right here. That's so to Joe DeGaldo, but you were second on Shake, Rattle, and Roll. Chris Reddings next on Yes. Cynthia next on Yes. Jackie next on Yes. Burt Jordan next on Yes. John Griffin next on Yes. Debbie Winstead first on the Wet Willie double pack. Here's what's left in here. Peter Wolf, Peter Wolf, Peter Wolf, Peter Wolf, Vision Quest, We Are the World, and Hot Dads and Tight Jeans. Those are all $6.99 each. I'm grabbing a new handful out of the tub over here. What could possibly be in here? I'm not for sure. Hope everybody's got their eyes open and their ears open. We are in a full-blown speed run here. Next thing is Dave Matthews Band, Crash, Into Me. Bob Mould, here is Heart's Greatest Hits, right? Yep, Heart's Greatest Hits. It's in a digipack. Hellcasters, the return of the Hellcasters. The Bent Scepters, Blind Date with Destiny. Stevie Wonder's Greatest Hits Volume 2. That's a good one. Stevie Wonder Intervision. Stevie Wonder Hotter Than July. Billy Ocean Tear Down These Walls. And Blues from the Montreux Jazz Festival. Bobby Blue Bland, Dennis LaSalle, Johnny Taylor, Mosley, and Johnson. This is $6.99 each on all of those. Next is Cynthia Herdron on DM for Dave Matthews. Do you still have The Beat Goes On? I don't think so. Mary Miles was second, and John Durden wants Hell. Hell is going to John Durden, and I'm coming with it. Donna Turner on Blues, and Jim B got Heart's Greatest Hits. What's the line from Tombstone? What did Kurt Russell, Wyatt Earp say to him? Next thing is Blues. That's already sold to Mary. So here's what's left here. Bob Mould, The Bent Scepter, Stevie Wonder, Stevie Wonder, Stevie Wonder, and Billy Ocean. Those are all $6.99 each. Here comes another handful. I don't know if y'all ready for these or not. Oh my gosh, it's all the same artist. That's okay. We'll figure out who gets what. We got Neil Young, Ragged Glory, Neil Young, Freedom. It's not in the original jewel case. Neil Young, Decade, 2 CD. Neil Young, Rust Never Sleeps. Neil Young, After the Gold Rush. Neil Young, Harvest. Another Neil Young Harvest. The new Mel Brooks musical, Young Frankenstein. And Dwight Yoakam's Secondhand Heart. Those are all $6.99. Mike Conway wants We Are the World. We Are the World sold to Mike Conway. Sold. That was right here in this last stack. Yep. We Are the World. That is sold. I can't believe no one got Vision Quest. Vision Quest with Journey, Madonna, Don Henley, John Waite, Dio Forner, Sammy Hagar, Red Rider, and Style Cancel. Are you kidding me? But right here is We Are the World. That's sold to Mike Conway. Next thing over here is Chris Riddings on Decade. Decade. Sold to Chris Riddings. Mary Miles, you're next on Neil Young. Now, Mary just locked in dibs on essentially 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different Neil Youngs, 6 total. There's an extra disc of Harvest there. First on Dwight Yoakam was Leslie, then Vicki Allison. Chuck was next on Decade. Cynthia Hurgin on Mel Brooks. And then Susie was next on Neil Young. 3 Stevie Wonders for $15. I was about to do that, Donna. I was going to wait till the recap, but you got me right now. 3 Stevie Wonders for $15. There's Vision Quest. Still waiting for somebody to pull the trigger. Mary's got dibs on all those Neil Youngs. She said she'll take them all. I'm not going to give you this loose disc of Harvest. If anybody wants that for $5, you can have it. It's just a loose disc, and I'm going to give you Freedom. It's not in the original jewel case, but it is the official disc, yeah. So let's give her Neil Young. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 Neil Young times $6.99. Donna got 3 Stevie Wonders for $15. And then what about Vision Quest? Who is Ken Roll? Ken Roll? Who are you normally? Ken Roll? I might have to confirm your name. And look, guys and gals, we've already filled up our first tower of sold CDs. So let me take a quick breather to walk around here and put these in the sold pile. First stack. We got 3 more to go. At this pace, we might be able to do 10 stacks tonight. Holy moly. Goodness gracious. Wow. Wow. What a Friday night. And we've sold 8 crates of vinyl. That's amazing. And the miscellaneous table, we already sold a stack when the show started. I don't know if y'all were watching right at 5:30 when I went live. I went through the leftovers from last night and we sold a whole stack. Unbelievable. Kenneth Russell. Okay, Kenneth Russell is Ken Roll on X. So he got that. So Ken Roll, you got Vision Quest for $6.99. Travis was second. Joe Delgado third. Joe, I'm going to give you Harvest for $5. And then Angela next on Vision Quest. Here we go. I'm going to stack these right here. Where did those come from? That was from the crate. I'm pulling from 2 different places again. I got the crate that Paul brought me, and I got the tub from last night. Let's go back over to the tub. The tub is right here. We got Alan Jackson, George Strait, and Jimmy Buffett live at Texas Stadium. Wow. That was an actual thing. Alan, George Strait, and Jimmy playing together. Whoa. We have 097 satellite rights, 097s. Ian Moore. These are all $6.99. Searching for Sugar Man. That's a great deal there. That is Rodriguez, a great documentary. Might be a great deal on the CD too. I don't know, but that's very popular. Griffin House, Lost and Found. Griffin House, Lost and Found. The Waco Brothers, Waco World. Alex Corner, Got My Mojo Working, 3 Doors Down. Teddy Thompson, Separate Ways. The Riders, Pierced Arrow. That's Stephen Stills, Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band, and Barry Goldberg. Wow. Telarc's Got the Blues. And we have, what does that say? Across the Great Divide, songs of Joe Carroll Pierce. Those are all $6.99. We got people watching on Twitch. We got people watching on X. We got people watching on Facebook. We got people watching on YouTube. Amazing. These are all $6.99. Y'all might want to check out Twitter, X, Facebook. There's all kinds of different places you can watch. You might have better connections than normal. Next thing over here is Susie. Got that Alan Jackson deal. And then Adam Bernardi on Sugar. And Adam Bernardi, Sugar Man, and so did Adam. Burt was second on Alan Jackson. Jackie Reynolds on 3. And I think that was for the 3 country people that I named off right. And then, or it could be for 3 Doors Down. It could be for 3 Doors Down, right, Jackie? And then Mary Miles on Arrows. And then Arnold Adams was next on George Strait. So here's what's left in that stack. 097s, Ian Moore, Griffin House, Waco Brothers, Alex Corner, Teddy Thompson, Telerock Brothers, and Across the Great Divide. Nice. Let's get into another handful. Next handful coming at you right as soon as I can grab them. Okay, here we go. These look very clean, too. I'm liking this pile over here, too, that Paul brought me. This looks like The Who. It is The Who. It's a 2-disc compilation. What about Widowmaker. That's Dee Snider from Twisted Sister. This looks like Roger Waters. It is. Is this the life we really want? Roger Waters. The Premier Collection. The best of Andrew Lloyd Webber. That's pretty cool. Here's another Andrew Lloyd Webber. The Premier Collection Encore. What about Warren Zevon? Bad Luck Streak. Warren Zevon, The Envoy. Warren Zevon, Sentimental Hygiene. Warren Zevon, Mr. Bad Example. And Warren Zevon, Life Achillia. So a bunch of Warren Zevons there. $6 and 99 cents each. $6 and 99 cents each. $6.99 each is what I'm trying to say. Over here, we have next, we have, let me remind myself that was Kenneth Russell. Okay. Jackie did get 3 doors down. Susie Breelove on The Who, sold. Susie Breelove on Roger Waters, sold. Cynthia Herdron on ALW. Andrew Lloyd Webber. There's 2 to pick from. I bet you'll take both. Eric Dogg wants RG. That was RYTY. Who's TYRY? Mike Ospaw gets Widowmaker. Now, who is... okay, so the only thing left there is 2, 4, 5 Warren Zevon CDs. And then Eric Dogg, you put TYRG. Not for sure what that was, but I do have Cynthia Beaufort, Andrew Lloyd Webber. All right, nice. Let me move this stack right back here. All right, Mega Blast is John Durden. All right, Melanie Jennings wants Bad Luck Streak in Dancing School. That's a very popular Warren Zevon there. Lawyers, Guns, and Money. Okay, back to the tub. Or as Metallica says, back to the front. Here we go. What's next? Scrambling for Roger Waters. That's what I thought. Just wanted to make sure. Radney Foster and the Confessions, Revival. Troy Newman, It's Like This. Leftover Salmon, the Nashville Sessions. Sheryl Crow. Amos Lee, Supply and Demand. Leanne Womack, Something Worth Leaving Behind. Dave Edmonds, King Biscuit. Bo Dean's, Outside Looking In. The Lumineers, Cleopatra. Is this sealed? No, it is open. Lumineers, Cleopatra. Bruce Coburn, Dark to the Heart. Ultimate Southern Rock Collection, 30th Anniversary. Ultimate Southern Rock Collection. What is this, a sticker? With a sticker. A sticker. I was like, how does this die-cut cover work without me screwing it up? Okay, there we go. And then Original Artist Blues Collection and Mark O'Connor Heroes. Mark O'Connor Heroes. Those are all $6.99. All right, first over here. Got to be quick. Yep. You're halfway buying stuff. You're halfway playing a game. How could you be first fast? How could you be first fast to first fast first? Mary Miles on Leftover Salmon. I love salmon. We got Mega Blast 9, which is John Durden. John Durden, you know what he wants? He wants the Southern Rock Collection. And then next over here is Leslie Holt on the Lumineers. Adam Bernardi next on Southern Rock. Cynthia next on Lumineers. And then Burt Jordan on USR. USR. U? Was there something here of a U? USR? I bet that was Southern Rock and somehow a U got put in there. Mary Miles on BC for Bruce Coburn? Or was that for Blues Collection? Mary, was that for Blues Collection or Bruce Coburn? And then Chuck also put U. Was there a U in here? U? U? L? U? UL? I don't see anything U. Chuck put UL, then Jackie on Southern. Donna potentially next on Blues. And then Susie on Ultimate. That was Southern Rock too. Then Arnold. And then Cynthia got Lumineers. Chad put LAO. Law. And then Leftover and then Southern Rock. Okay, so to my knowledge, nobody claimed Mark O'Connor, Bo Deans, Dave Edmonds, Leanne Womack, Amos Lee, Sheryl Crow, Troy Newman, or Radney Foster. Mary's for Bruce Coburn. That means the Blues Collection does in fact go to Donna. Oh, that was for Ultimate. I was like, what the heck did we have with a U? You know, that's a letter you wouldn't see too often. It was Ultimate Southern Rock, USA. So Ultimate Southern Rock went to John Durden, and then Adam Bernardi second, Burt Jordan third, Chuck Haley fourth, Jackie fifth, Susie sixth, Arnold seven, Joe DeGaldo eighth, Chuck Haley ninth. So that was a lot of claims for that. And Mary Miles on Sheryl. Sheryl Crow. LAW was Leanne Womack. Law. Okay, it took me a while to get that acronym down in my head. Chad Davis on Leanne Womack. Got it. We're good to go. Now, let's go ahead and do this right now since they didn't get claimed. 4 Warren Zevons, $20. 4 Warren Zevons, $20. Okay? Cynthia, you did get Lumineers. You, in fact, did get the Lumineers. Yes. You, in fact, did get the Lumineers. All right, what do we have here? Oh, my gosh. What a stack this is. These could easily be $9.99, but you know what? They're not. They're $6.99. ZZ Top Eliminator. Rob Zombie, Past, Present, Future. Warren Zevon, Enjoy Every Sandwich. Roger Waters, Amused to Death. Roger Waters, Pros and Cons of Hitchhiking. Wasp. 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 Whoa. Holy mackerel. I'm having to pace the floors after that one. Let me slap myself a couple times. Okay, first thing we have is Mary Miles wants the Zevon bundle. Mary Miles got these 4 Zevons for $20. Sold. Next was John Durden on ZZ Top. And then Stephen Parton on Rob Zombie. Mary Miles next on ZZ, then Debbie, then Susie. Susie's first on Roger Waters. Your dibs on either one. Susie. Chris Readings, your dibs on Wasp. There's 4 Wasp. There's the Sting, Galagatha, Double Live Assassins, and Live in the Raw. He has dibs. Mike was second, then Debbie Winstead. Patty next on Rob Zombie. Robert Warner third on Warren Zevon. Nico was next on Wasp. Patty was next on Wasp. Robert next on Roger Waters. Susie has dibs on both. Now, Robert, I usually know your connection pretty well because you watch all night, every night. Robert, for some reason, you are much further behind than you normally are. And these are sold to Susie for $6.99 each. All right? And there's one. This is a Warren Zevon tribute, by the way. Jackson Brown, Bob Dylan, Steve Earle, Don Henley, Pixies, Adam Sandler's on here, Billy Bob Thornton, Springsteen. What's Adam Sandler doing? Adam Sandler doing Werewolves of London. Okay, and Chris got all Wasp at $6.99 each. Is Dave Edmonds still available? Dave Edmonds, yes. King Biscuit, yes. It is. Okay, let's pull from the tub. Tub, you never know what you're going to get. You never know what you're going to get over here from the tub. Let's pull these right here. Get out of there. There we go. Huh. That looks interesting. Okay, here we go. Blind Pig Records, 25th anniversary, 2 CDs and a CD-ROM. Blind Pig Records, $6.99. Next is Sounds of the 70s, the Super 70s. The Temptations, Imagination. Alondro Escovedo, 13 years. Roseanne Cash, Black Cadillac, never seen that one. Big House, self-titled. Emmylou Harris, Linda Ronstadt, Dolly Parton, The Trio 2. Ray LaMontagne, Trouble. Rock Artifacts, Volume 3, Rare Tracks, and Rod Stewart, The Great American Songbook. Rod Stewart. Over here. So, Joe asked if Dave Edmonds still available. I have a feeling he's going to want this. And then, Leslie got the Tribute CD. Leslie got the Tribute. Cynthia, you were second. And now we have, yeah, so Cynthia, you were second on the Warren Zevon Tribute. John Durden got Blind Pig Records. Donna Turner got the Temptations. Susie Breedlove wants the 70s collection. Jackie was next on the 70s. Leslie on Roseanne Cash. Eric Dogg next on Temptations. Debbie next on Temptations. Leslie first on Trio. And Jackie next on Trio. Mary Miles on Ray LaMontagne. Leslie next on Ray LaMontagne. Debbie Winston on Rod Stewart. And we got Joe DeGaldo does want Dave Edmonds. Okay, the only thing left there was the rock artifacts. Yeah, this is like, that's a pretty cool comp there, just saying. And then Big House is sold to Angela Lewis. And Loanjo Escovedo, which is a 2 CD. All right, I've got another stack to take around the corner here. That filled up quickly, folks, quickly. That was a quick fill up. Nice. Okay, that's stack number 2 from this blitz. I love blitzing. When I play Madden football on the Xbox, all I do is blitz. Hail Mary, blitz. Hail Mary, blitz. Go for it on 4th down. 4th and 30, you better bet I'm going for it. Next stack. Here we go. Oh, nice, right off the bat. Wings Over America in a double pack. How cool is that? Wings Over America, $6.99. Nice, Wendy O. Williams. Wow. Hank Williams Jr., disc only, habits and old and new. There he is, John Williams. We was talking about him. John Williams' greatest hits, Star Wars, E.T., Superman, Indiana Jones. It goes on and on. The Definite Collection, Don Williams, 20 greatest hits, no artwork. No artwork. And then we have December, George Winston, piano solos. That guy looks familiar. Peter Wolf, we had some of his stuff earlier. Peter Wolf. And we have Peter Wolf. And those are called Come As You Are, Up to No Good, and Long Line. Warren Zevon, Stand in the Fire. Nice. There's his first album with Lawyers, Guns, and Money and Werewolves of London. Lawyers, Guns, and Money. And then Warren Zevon, self-titled, a 2-disc. So there's his first 2 albums right there. I think those are his first 2. I know self-titled definitely is. That was a great set there. Holy moly. All right, those are all $6.99. So the first thing in here, let's keep this show on the road. The first thing was Debbie Winston on Wings. Cynthia Herdron was second. Leslie Holt third. Stephen Parton on Don Williams. Stephen Parton, Don Williams. Don Williams. That was the Definite Collections here, right? So your dibs on those. And then we have Robert Warner on Wendy O. Williams. Robert got Wendy O. Greg Herman first on John Williams. And then Charlie Marks next on Wendy. Cynthia next on John Williams. Chuck Haley next on Don. And then Donna Turner on George Winston. Mary Miles second. Mega Blast, John Durden. Your dibs on the 3 Warren Zevons, which is Stand in the Fire, Excitable Boy, and Self-Titled. And then Stephen wants the Don Williams with the artwork, of course. And then Debbie Winston's next, and he wants the first album only. So the self-titled one here, right? Self-titled, that's so to John Durden. And that means next on Warren Zevon was Debbie on Excitable Boy and Stand in the Fire. We need to bundle some Peter Wolf. How many do I have here? And if anybody wants these, I'll do these for $3. So Hank Williams Jr. and Don Williams, $3 for both of them. For both of them. He wants this one. Okay, so he wants Excitable Boy with the couple big hits on it. So now, Debbie, these 2 are left. Self-Titled and Stand in the Fire. Now those 2 are left. And I was going to see where those other Peter Wolfs are. Here's 2 more. Let's see if we can get a bundle going on these. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 Peter Wolfs for $25. 5 Peter Wolfs for $25. Let's sell both of the artless ones for $3. Should be 3 each, but let's go ahead and move them. Leslie, I'm going to give you both of those for $3, okay? Bert was next, then Stephen, and then Debbie wants both Warren Zevons for $6.99 each. How could you go wrong, right? And then there's 5 Peter Wolfs for $25. I think, no, there's more. How about 7 for, what did I say? Yeah, 7 for $35 now. 5 for $25, 7 for $35. Where's Chris Riddings at? That looks like something Chris Riddings would buy. A nice Peter Wolf bundle, 7 for $35. It's up for grab. If I find any more that I didn't tag here, I don't think that's it. That's all of them. All right, back to the tub. Let's see what we got here. Ooh, right off the top. Boom and boom. I'll grab 2 more here. Don't fall, please. Please don't fall. Please don't fall. All right. Here we go. So, right off the bat, Sly and the Family Stones, greatest hits. Nice. Sly and the Family Stones, greatest hits. Rest in peace, Sly. We have Soulful Love Greats. Soulful Love Greats, 72 to 83. Duke Ellington, Things Ain't What They Used to Be. Duke Ellington. We got John Popper, Zygote. Chris Kane Band, Can't Buy a Break. Over here is Junk House, Strays, Junk House. Dave Van Ronk, Statesboro Blues. Felix and the Buzzcat, Me Wowza. Lone Star Blues compilation. Elvis Gold Records, that looks like a copy. This is some kind of crude, some kind of copy. Yeah, this is some kind of copy. And then, or it is a copy, not some kind of. Gregorian Chant, nice. And then the Mambo King soundtrack. Mambo King soundtrack. Gentle Harmonica. We have Left Out, Pride Kills. And we got Bill DC and another Peter Wolf, Midnight Souvenirs. Okay, so first we have what? We have Give Bert the Hank, I'll Keep the Don and Pay for them. All right, so Bert Jordan, you're going to get this. Tag Bert for this for $0. $0 to Bert Jordan. And just charge Leslie the $3 for the Don Williams. Okay? We'll do it like that. So free CD for Bert. Okay, and then Donna got Sly. Travis Woods was next. Jackie Reynolds was next. Donna Turner on Soulful. Susie next on Sly. Donna got Duke Ellington. Chuck next on Sly. Donna on Blues. Lone Star Blues, so did Donna. And then Bert got Elvis. I'm going to make sure he actually wants it because it's a copy. Leslie on Gregorian Chant. Joe Delgado on GC. Gregorian Chant. Then Mary Miles. And Chris Riddings did want the Peter Wolf bundle. So Peter Wolf is sold to Chris Riddings. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 for $35. Those are sold to Chris. He did want that earlier. And then Debbie Winstead. Debbie Winstead also on Peter Wolf. Debbie Winstead also on Peter Wolf. And was that for the bundle, Debbie, or was that for that? Adam Bernardi on Junk House. Or excuse me. No. Angela Lewis on Junk House. Pass on Elvis for Bert, I figured. And Head Nut 65 is Charlie Marks. Debbie said that was for the Peter Wolf bundle. Okay, sorry. I showed so much there, and there were so many claims. That one took me a little longer. So here's what's left. The Elvis copy. We have John Popper, Chris Kane Band, Dave Van Ronk, Felix and the Buzzcats, Mambo Kings Orchestra, Listener's Choice, Gentle Harmonica, Left Out, Pride Kills, Bill Dusty or Bill Desty maybe, and then Peter Wolf, okay? That's good to go. And Adam, you already got that Peter Wolf. Bert was a yes on the Elvis. Oh, yes, I thought yes as in yes, you want it. Or yes, you were passing. Bert did want Elvis. Yes, he'll still play. And Chris, I think you already got this Peter Wolf. You did. You've already got this one. Unless you want another one for $5. You already got that one. You were thinking the same thing I was, but I've already checked. And Felix is sold to Head Nut 65, which is Charlie Marks, right? Charlie Marks, okay? That's sold to you. Boom. And let's knock out these right here. This is the last handful from the crate that Paul brought me, and we're about to obliterate them. And I hope y'all ready for more of a certain artist right here. So this is Robin Zander, The Best of Warren Zevon, Tony Joe White, The Heroines. Warren Zevon, I'll Sleep When I Dead anthology. Wow, look at that. Warren Zevon, The Wind. Neil Young, Tuscaloosa. Warren Zevon, Learning to Flinch. And Warren Zevon, Preludes. Rare and unreleased recordings. That is crazy. Somebody probably needs to go ahead and just buy all those if you're first. That's wild. Okay, so this is Sold to Debbie Winstead, Peter Wolford. She did want that one anyways. Okay, that's sold to Debbie for $6.99. Thank you, Debbie. Those are sold to Debbie for $6.99. Just a bunch of Warren Zevons there. No problem whatsoever. Somebody's probably about to grab them all. We'll see what happens. And first thing is Cynthia is first on Warren Zevon. Nice. So there's that. Robin Zander still available. That's Robin Zander from Cheap Trick. So Warren Zevon. There's a Tony Joe White. 2 Warren Zevons. 3 Warren Zevons. There's Neil Young. Another Warren Zevon and another Warren Zevon. And then Chris Reddings put Z. And I bet that's for Xander. He put Zeeson. I bet he was trying to get Xander in. So that's so to Chris Reddings. Mary Miles got Neil Young. And then Debbie got Tony Joe White. And then Angela's next on Zevon, unless Cynthia takes them all, which I have a strong feeling is going to happen. But we'll see what happens. Let's go back and revisit the tub, shall we? Here comes another handful. And there's more tubs after this. And more tubs after that. And then there's more CDs after this. And then here is Mark Cohn, $6.99. Tears for Fears, Raul and the Kings of Spain. I've never seen that before. Blues Collection, original artist. This is Vanessa Carlton, Be Not Nobody, Super Oldies of the 60s, nice. Mary Japin Carpenter, Stones in the Road, Only Rock and Roll, 1985, 1989, and the Jayhawks, Tomorrow, the Green Grass, the Jayhawks. Over here, Warren Zevon, and this is No Xander. So the only thing that didn't get claimed out of there was Robin Zander. Robin Zander is the only CD that didn't get claimed. Cynthia got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Warren Zevons at $6.99 each. Those are sold. First in here was Donna Turner on Blues. Sold to Donna Turner. Cynthia Herdren first on Tears for Fears. Cynthia Herdren first on Mary Chapin Carpenter. Melanie Jennings next on Blues. Donna Turner is on 60s. That is sold to Donna, Susie Breedlove first on 60s. Donna, no, that's actually a different volume. That's a different volume from a set. So that's a different volume. And then Robin Glenn put Only Rock and Roll, sold to Robin Glenn. Mary Miles second to Mary Chapin. Debbie next on Only Rock and Roll. Leslie first on Jayhawks. Angela Lewis was for Xander. RZ for Robin Zander. That's sold to Angela Lewis. And then you were next on Tears for Fears. And that leaves right here Mark Cohn and Vanessa Carlton. And I'm going to take our third stack of sold CDs right around the corner here. I have got our third full stack right around the corner. Boom. Beautiful. Bing. Bam. Boom. Done. Sold. 3 stacks. Let's keep going. How much time do we have left? Let me stack these right here. Oh, man, that Kiss collection. I was moving around tubs last night. That Kiss collection is full of CDs, too. There's over 1,000 CDs in that Kiss bootleg collection, and it's all bootlegs and just rare CDs. We're talking about $20, $30, $40, $50 CDs. There's 2 whole tubs I've seen. They were just all sealed in baggies. A beautiful sight. I went, oh my gosh, incredible. All right, that crate's done, so let me try to just work on the tub now, and I'm going to try to keep knocking these out handful after handful, okay? And I'm going to try to get to the back where we can, oh my gosh, 40 minutes. We got plenty of time. Here we go. Chad's going to have to get some water, though. I am parched. We got Bob Seger Live Bullet, more Disco Dance Mix nonstop, David Sanvour, Dirty Dancing, more Dirty Dancing, Stacks Volume 2, The Soulful Sounds. There's Sheila E. The art's upside down. Maybe somebody was looking at the poster. Oh my gosh. That's $6.99 for Sheila E. So that's available. And we got The Rascals Groovin' and Royal Crown, The Contender. Royal Crown, The Contender. Chad's going to go get a bottle of water. Holy moly. Can't talk. I feel like there's cotton growing in my mouth. I feel like my mouth is the Sahara Desert. I feel like my mouth is inside of an oven. And I'm inside of an oven and I'm breathing through my mouth. Luckily, Coca-Cola stocks us with lots of water. Okay, right back to it. First thing in the new stack is what? Let's go back to the top. It was Adam Bernardi on the stacks comp. So to Adam Bernardi, stacks. Donna Turner first on disco. That's right here. And then Donna next on stacks. Robin next on disco. Susie next on disco. Melanie Jennings, your dibs on the 2 volumes of Dirty Dancing. And then Leslie was next. And then Robert next on stacks. And that left Royal Court Review, The Contender, The Rascals Groovin', Sheila E., David Sanborn Voyer, and Bob Seger still available. Really? Live Bullet, one of the greatest live albums of all time. Are you kidding me right now? Are y'all seriously going to leave that behind? Could you? Very possibly. It is right there. Jim B on Sheila E. That's so to Jim B. Surprised no other Prince buyers bought that. That's done. And then Melanie's dibs on the 2 Dirty Dancings. And then Mary Miles on DS. And that's for David Sanborn. If so, that's so to you. All right. Moving right along. I keep looking for more in this crate, but we've sold them all. So let me go ahead and grab some stuff out of here. Let me grab all these and all these. I know that sounds terrible, but they're okay, I promise. And then here we have, first is Stacy Mitchhart and the Blues You Can Use live at Bourbon Street. 24 of the grooviest songs of the 60s. Jackie Green, Giving Up the Ghost. Chris Isaac, San Francisco Days. Jim White, No Such Place. Darden Smith, Little Victories. Donovan, Saturas. Alan Jackson, George Strait, Jimmy Buffett. There's that same CD we had earlier. Obviously, there's some damage to the jewel case. The jewel case is broken. But there's that Alan Jackson, George Strait, Jimmy Buffett concert again. That is available. And then so is Todd Snyder, East Nashville Skyline. This is the Jimmy Rogers All-Stars with Clapton, Lyle Fulson, Jeff Healey, Mick Jagger, Ron Sexsmith, Blue Boy, Kenny Wayne Shepherd, The Place You're In. I hadn't seen that one. And Billboard 1967. Billboard 1967. Those are all $6.99. Okay, right over here. So Melanie wants just the first Dirty Dancing. So Melanie Jennings got Dirty Dancing. That means Leslie Holt, you got more Dirty Dancing, okay? And then Melinda Daring was second on David Sanborn. And then over here is Melinda Daring on 60s. That's so to Melinda Daring. And then Mary Miles on CL. Or that's probably CI for Chris Isaac. Susie next on the 60s. Melanie Jennings on JG. JG was for Melanie Jennings on JG. JG was Jackie Green. And then Burt Jordan on the Alan Jackson, George Strait CD. Then Mary Miles on JR. And JR was for the Jimmy Rogers blues deal. And then Mary Miles on Kenny Wayne Shepherd. And then Angela next on Chris Isaac. Susie on Billboard. Melanie was second. Angela next on Kenny Wayne Shepherd. And that left Stacy Mitchhart, Jim White, Darden Smith, Donovan, Todd Snyder, and Rex Sexsmith. Those are all still available. And then Melanie Jennings on Jackie. Yeah, got it? That was for her JG, Jackie Green. Okay, let's grab some out of here. Get near the bottom. These were all in nice, perfect rows, and what's happened is the rows have fell over, so every time I try to grab some, it sounds like they're falling over, but they're not. How about rocking into the 50s? 14 Giant Rock and Roll Hits, Volume 1, the 50s. What about Joey Molin, the Pilgrim? Joey Molin was in a band called Badfinger. I was about to say, that's not the front of that one. Here's the front of the book. Joey Molin, the Pilgrim. Oh my gosh, there we go. Joey Molin. All right, next is MC Brains, Brainwashed. Interesting. The Best of Muddy Waters. What about William Dale and Wee Jam's Patty Ann with a new hit, Precious Love? Over here, we got Train, Alive at Last, Drops of Jupiter. Mark Knopfler, Golden Heart, Cocktail soundtrack. Over here is the Swinger soundtrack. Here we have 20 great Carolina beach music hits. Carolina beach music hits. Also, we have Super Box of Soul, Volume 1, Volume 2, no, Volume 1 and Volume 3. Super Box of Soul and Steve Wynn, Kerosene Man. Steve Wynn, Kerosene Man. Those are all $6.99. First thing I have is what? We had Melinda Daring on the 50s. Charlie Marks was second. Stephen Parton first on Muddy Waters. Donna Turner on MC Baines or MC Brains. Jackie Reynolds on Joey Moland. Donna Turner next on Muddy Waters. Mary Miles on MK for Mark Knopfler. And then Cynthia Herdron first on Train. Adam Bernardi wants both Soul compilations. Robin Glenn first on the Cocktail soundtrack. And then we have Donna next on Soul. Melanie first on the Carolina comp. And then John Griffin next on Cocktail. And Debbie next on Super Now Soul. So that left the Swinger soundtrack, Steve Wynn, and William Dell and Wee James, Patty Ann, and other collectible cuts of yesterday today, including a new hit of Precious Love. Those are all still available. What's next in the tub? We are about to find out. Let's keep this show on the road. Hey, here we go. Adam Bernardi. Who just bought this? Here it is. Let's give Volume 2 to Adam Bernardi. He just bought 1 and 3. There's Volume 2, Adam Bernardi. So now you got all 3. And then Swingers is sold to Head Nut 65, Charlie Marks. We got Royal Crown Review, Muggy's Move. We got Lou Bega, a little bit of Mambo, folks. We're talking about Mambo number 5. We're talking about Mambo number 5 here. And then we have Hideaway, the best of Freddie King. Nice. What about Marshall Chapman? It's About Time in a blue jewel case. This is Widespread Panic, Every Day. Acoustic Lounge with Eva Cassidy, Allison Krauss, Mindy Smith, Seller McLaughlin, Winona, Chuck Prophet, Let Freedom Ring. Soul Shots, a collection of 60 soul classics. George Thorogood live. Rod Stewart played again, Rod. Boys to Men. And Boys to Men, Coley High Harmony. Boys to Men. I don't recognize that cover. Okay, good to go. Everything in that stack is $6.99. Everything's available. Everything's available. Okay, next. Mega Blast 9 on King. Okay. Mega Blast 9. I'm going to have to use my memory. That's John Durden. John Durden on Mega Blast Mega Blast 9. That's John Burden. $6.99. Thank you. Okay. And then, oh boy, let me figure this out here. My brain just went blank. Okay. Next is LV. I bet that's for Lou Bega, right? Lou Bega, Cynthia Herdron. If not, let me know. Donna next on Freddie King. Susie next on Lou. Stephen Parton, you're first on Boys to Men. Your dibs on those two. Leslie on Acoustic. Leslie on Acoustic. Donna Turner on Soul. Soul Shots. Jackie next on Lounge. And then Leslie first on George Thorogood. And he wants the first Boys to Men. This one right here. This one sold to Stephen Parton. Debbie, you're next if you want this one. And that left Rod Stewart Sing It Again, Rod, which is a great compilation. Chuck Prophet, Let Freedom Ring is still available. Widespread Panic is still available. Marshall Chapman and Royal Crown Review. And that Boys to Men is still available. Sorry, I was in the middle. My brain just went, duh. That happens sometimes. Maybe I need some more water. Okay, so Boys to Men is sold to Debbie Winston. Susie wants Rod Stewart. Maggie May. Cynthia on Widespread Panic. Done. Are Rod and Al Stewart related? No. No. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Angela, you've heard Mambo number 5. A little bit of Veronica in my life. Peter Tosh, captured live. What about James Harmon Band, 2 sides to every store? James Harmon Band. Mad Season. Matchbox 20. It's Matchbox 20 Mad Season. Next is Rufus Thomas. Blue Stain. Rufus Thomas. The Bridges. Limits of the Sky. Mumford & Son. Sigh No More. Hold on. This is part of a set. We'll wait to find the rest. Clarence Carter slipping away. Clarence Carter slipping away. That's also part of a set. Cherry Poppin' Daddies. Ferociously Stoned. And D. Clark. Mambo number 5, folks. Okay, let's go back to the top here and see what we had. Mega Blast on Peter Tosh. That's John Durden. Stephen Parton on Matchbox 20. John Durden passes on Peter Tosh. Cynthia next on Matchbox 20. Debbie next on Matchbox. Donna Turner on Rufus Thomas. Cynthia got Mumford & Sons. So does Cynthia Hurgen. Charlie Marks on CPD, Cherry Poppin' Daddies. Then Cynthia, and then Susie Bree Love on Clarence Carter. And we have Peter Tosh, Captured Live. D. Clark, Raindrops, The Bridges, Limits of the Sky, and James Harmon Band, 2 sides to every story. There's that, and there's that. All right, we're almost done with this whole tub. And I'll have to go dig out another one, which will be very fun. So let's keep going here. So far, this has not been disappointing. I mean, this is a wide variety of music. Awesome. Looks like we're going to get 1, 2, maybe 2.5 more handfuls out of here. So let's keep the show on the road. And we got Sweet and Funky Gold by Sam and Dave. I'm a soul man. Ra-dun-dun, ra-dun-dun. I'm a soul man. The best of Bobby Bland. Nice. How about Bobby Bland? Midnight Run. Bobby Blue Band. Here is Swing This Baby. Swing Time Magazine and Slim Style Records presents Swing This Baby. Brian Setzer. The Dirty Boogle. Hipster Zoots. Wingtips. The 90s Swingers. Brian Setzer again. Brian Setzer again. 70 ounces of gold. Party Gold. Over 70 minutes of music by original artist. Hooked on Disco. There you go. More 70 ounces of gold. More 70 ounces of gold. And James Brown. This is the original Showman live. James Brown, the original Showman live. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and take our next stack of sold CDs into the back because we have filled this up. Hey, Facebook just sent me some money. Facebook just sent me some money. Amazing. Fantastic. Thank you, Facebook. Always nice getting paid by Facebook. Alrighty. Let's call these off then. All right. Here we go. We have what? All right, so John Durden got Mega Blast. Golly, I'm going to keep saying that. John Durden got Sam and Dave. Adam Bernardi was next on Sam and Dave. Donna Turner on Bobby Bland. I'm going to make sure she wants both. Mary Miles next on Sam and Dave. Melanie Jennings next on Sam and Dave. Cynthia on Brian Setzer. You're going to have dibs on several. I think 3 total. And then Donna on Gold. You also got dibs on, these are all different too. Gold, gold, gold. Dibs to Donna. Donna got Hooked on Disco. And Robin next on Disco. Debbie next on Disco. Susie next on Disco. Burt Jordan on James Brown. Eric next on James Brown. Robert next on James Brown. And we got Hipster, Zoot, Swing. What is this now? Hipster, Zoots, Wingtips. The 90s Swingers, which is a compilation. And then Swing This Baby. It has a Cherry Poppin' Daddies, Big Voodoo Daddy, the Flying Neutrons, the Big Six, Royal Crown Review. So those are all available. So Donna got both Bobby Blands. Donna got both Bobby Blands. Donna got all 3 gold compilations. And Hip and Swing are both sold to Charlie Marks. Oh, wait a minute. I tagged the wrong thing. Cynthia got all 3 Brian Setzers. Donna got both Bobby Blands and all 3 golds. And then Charlie Marks got those 2. We sold everything in that stack. Wow. That was a complete sellout. Nothing left in that stack. And I think I can get one more out of here before I have to walk to the back and find our next stack. We need to break this up into 2. I'm going to officially empty the tub, but we're going to break them up into 2 stacks, okay? So here is the first stack. 2 more stacks left, then new tub. Get Dancing. Uh-oh. Yep, first one I felt tonight, missing a disc. The Isley Brothers at their finest. The Isley Brothers, no disc in the first one, so it's in the trash. The Manhattans, One Life to Live. We got Red Blooded Blues. Okay, that's part of that set. And that's part of that set. I'll show that in a second. Rockin' Jukebox, hits of the 60s. Stevie Wonder Talking Book. Ronnie Millsap's Greatest Hits Volume 2. Okay, let me keep showing. Let me go ahead and knock out the rest of that stack. Old 97s, Blame It on Gravity. Jackie Green, American Myth. Bobby Bland and B.B. King. This is Roomful of Blues. There goes the neighborhood. Oh, wow. Oh, man. It was a split second, nearly a veto. A MoFi John Cougar Mellencamp. What is that, like a $100 CD? I didn't expect to see that in here. Wow. That's a MoFi CD. I'm afraid to even scan it and see what it sells for. We got Richard Marks. We got the Complete Stack Singles Volume 7. Wait a minute. I think Donna might have already bought those. Let me set that right over there. And then Big Blues Extravaganza. Big Blues Extravaganza. Okay, so let's start tagging those. The first thing we had was Man with Donna Turner. And that was the Manhattan Transfer. Eric Dog 60 on the Isleys. Stephen Parton on RM. And RM was Ronnie Millsap. Melanie Jennings on the 60s. Melanie Jennings on the 60s. Did you mean the 50s? Did you mean the 50s? And then Scarecrow is sold to Charlie Marks. Scar, right? Scarecrow? That's sold to Charlie Marks. Should I dare scan this? It could be $20. It could be $10. It could be $100. I don't know what these sell for. We're about to find out. It's about, realistically, the last 2 sold for $30 and $70. And one of them was sealed. So it's probably a $30 CD easily. Sold to Charlie Marks, Chris Redding 2nd, Jim B 3rd, Cynthia 4th, Debbie 5th, Jackie 6th, and then Donna, was that Manhattan Transfer? No, it's the Manhattans. You got the Manhattans. Manhattans. Big Blue sold to Melanie. And, yeah, the last 2 sold for 30 and 6. So, yeah, I think you need volume 7, Donna. So we'll tag that for you. And let me see what this set here was. Okay, here is Loud, Fast, and Out of Control. The Wild Sound of the 50s Rock. 4 discs, $6.99 each. And we got disc 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, that's what I've been setting to the back. I still hadn't found the rest of those, so I'm waiting. And then Rockin' Jukebox. So Melanie earlier put 60s. And I was going to make sure you wanted this, Melanie, because there was no 60s. There was a 50s comp. And then here in this stack, we have Red Blooded Blues, Stevie Wonders, Old 97s, Jackie Green, B.B. King and Bobby Bland, Roomful of Blues, There Goes the Neighborhood, and Richard Marks, Paid Vacation. Richard Marks, Roomful of Blues, BBB, Bobby King, Jackie Green, old 97s, Stevie Wonder, and Red Blooded Blues. Now, Red Blooded Blues was B.B. King, Buddy Guy, Willie Dixon, Pop Staples, John Lee Hooker, Robert Cray, Joe Louis Walker, Etta James, Joan Osborne, Paul Rogers, John Mayall, Jeff Healey, John Hammond. There's that. Yeah, we have enough. Y'all going to have to... Well, you know what? I may have enough CDs tucked away over here. We might can... let me see what's over here. Instead of me spending 10 minutes, or probably realistically 5 minutes digging out another tub. Are these CDs here? What are these? No, we've gone through those. Those have been gone through. Those are actually old leftover metal CDs. Yeah, I'm going to have to go get a tub. So no pass on that. And Mary Miles got Red Blooded Blues. Nobody on that 50 set. That looks pretty cool. What if I do all 4 of them for 20? That is the Rhino compilation, Loud, Fast, and Out of Control. Okay? I got to go to the back to get the next... yeah, let's go to the back. Dang, that's a good little stack here. Where did these come from? I don't know. Let's go through these. I don't know where these came from. They're right here. This will keep us good and busy. Adam Bernardi on Loud. All right, so those 4 for 20 to Adam Bernardi. Then Bert, and then Leslie. All right, let me clear up. I just found a little tub over here. First, there's a bunch of the same artists, so let me get those together. Well, not really. Yeah, there's more than I thought. All right, let's knock these out. First, we'll do these. How to Dismantle an Atomic Bomb, Pop, All That You Can Leave Behind, 2 copies, and Rattle and Hum. Those are all U2. Those are all U2. U2, 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 U2. Those are all available. And then back here, we've got The Dusk. We have Kim Ritchie, Rise. The Burning Blue Soul. Mind Bomb, also by The. Mazzy Star, Among My Swan. Hootie and the Blowfish. And Natalie Merchant, Ophelia. Natalie Merchant, Ophelia. And then we had another, same thing, Kim Ritchie, Rise. David Gray, A New Day at Midnight. The Jayhawks, Rainy Day Music. The Jayhawks, Blue Earth. Natalie Merchant, Tiger Lily. The Case is Dirty. And Peter Gabriel, Shaking the Tree, which is his hits, like Salisbury Hill. Climbing Up on Salisbury Hill. All right, so let's go back to the top. Mary Miles wants the B.B. King and Bobby Bland from the last stack. That's right here. That's sold to Mary Miles. Susie's first on U2, and she wants them all. So those are all sold to Susie Breedlove. And then the next thing we have is Melanie on Rattle and Hum. Joe Delgado on HB. Joe Delgado on HB. And that was Hootie and the Blowfish, right, Joe? And then Angela Lewis on MS. And MS for... What was MS? Angela MS. MS. Mazzy Star. Mazzy Star, that's sold to Angela. And then Cynthia got Peter Gabriel. Okay, so that left... she says pass on Mazzy Star. I'm in on the pre-order. Okay, you must be talking about vinyl. Okay, so Mazzy Star is still available. That left Mazzy Star, the Kim Ritchie, Natalie Merchant, Kim Ritchie, David Gray, Jayhawks, and Natalie Merchant. All right, I'll leave those there. Now, I don't have anything else. I just walked by that tub, and those were sitting right there. I hope that wasn't something important. All right, I'm kicking around the empty tub. Let me go back here. I'm sure John, every time I have to go back here, I have to dig this out, and then John has to fill it right back up. It's this endless, vicious cycle. But, man, we've made a huge dent back here. It's pretty amazing, honestly. Let me take a look in this tub so that I can get to it and see what's left in here. There's a lot of stuff laying on top of it. Let me put all these right there. Oh, my gosh, look at all these. This is a bunch of Beatles magazines and boxing, old boxing stuff. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. This is good. This is good. Okay. This is going to be a great intro to finish, or this will be a great end cap for tonight, and a great teaser, and a crate has been dug out to finish up the week tomorrow night. If I can get these out of here. Y'all going to be hearing me doing a lot of grunting. What's underneath that? Vinyl. All of that. Oh my gosh, what's in these tubs? Is that more CDs? Oh my gosh. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more tubs of CDs I didn't know was back here. 8 more tubs of CDs. We hadn't even got into the wall, really. Okay, and then from the jazz radio station, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. Times that by 2. At least 80 boxes of jazz CDs we still hadn't really touched. And I'm talking, I hope y'all can hear me. I'm about to push this up to the front. A lot better than carrying it, that's for sure. Mary Miles on DG. David Gray. Mary Miles got David Gray. Here we go. I figured the thes would sell. I'm kind of surprised. Let me put those right back there. Oh, don't fall. There we go. Yeah, the jazz collection's crazy. Okay. Golly. All right, here we go. Let's grab right here. Gina Cecilia, Can't Control Myself. Edward David Anderson, Lies and Wishes. Beverly McClanahan, Fear Nothing. Johnny Taylor, Lifetime Disc, Volume 1 and 2. A retrospective of blues, soul, and gospel. John Lee Hooker's 18 Greatest Hits. Another Tiger Lily, Natalie Merchant. The Best of Scorpions. The Best of Scorpions. The Smithereens. Golden Earring, The Continuous Story of Radar Love. Roll On Down the Highway, Bachman Turner Overdrive. The Best of Deep Purple. And Earth, Wind, and Fire, Illumination, Sealed. Earth, Wind, and Fire, Illumination, Sealed. So these are all $6.99. We've got about 8 minutes left. We got about 8 minutes left. We're going to start this tub. We're going to go until Facebook expires. When Facebook expires, I'll be saying good night, and we'll be back tomorrow at 5:30 to do vinyl. And then around the same time, we'll do this again all Saturday night. So in case I lose you, I'm about to get really focused. Just let me know what you want, and please come back tomorrow. Y'all know the drill. So Donna got Johnny Taylor. Denise was next. Donna got John Lee Hooker. Next is Cynthia Herdron on the Smithereens. She got the Smithereens. Next is Jackie Reynolds on the Scorpions. That's so to Jackie Reynolds. Thank you. Susie was next, then Patty. Susie was first on Golden Earring. Jackie Reynolds first on Deep Purple. Joe Delgado next on the Scorpions. Mary Miles first on Earth, Wind, and Fire. Angela next on the Scorpions. Donna next on Earth, Wind, and Fire. Then Arnold. Then Eric. Then Melanie. And we still got BTO. We still got Natalie Merchant, Beverly McClanahan, Edward David Anderson, and Gina Cecilia. And I actually can't show any more till I take this stack around the corner. Bad timing for that, but let me go ahead and do this. And do I have room for it over here? I bet we can get another tower done in 8 minutes. What say ye? I bet we can. I bet we can. I bet in the last few moments here, that was tower number 245. Wow. And we did one at the beginning of the show. That's 6. This is the most CDs we've ever sold in one sale tonight. This is a new record tonight in CDs for sure. It's not even close either. Not even close. Man, these titles that are coming up, this is crazy. All right, we got Santana, Shaman. Santana Supernatural was Smooth. Greg Allman, I'm No Angel. Allman Brothers, Still Truckin'. Whoa, Led Zeppelin 4. Whoa, Led Zeppelin 4. ZZ Top's Greatest Hits. ZZ Top Recycle. ZZ Top Rhythm something. Depeche Mode Exciter. Are you kidding me? Johnny Lang, and this is Johnny Lang again. Whoa! $6.99 each on everything I just showed. First handful goes to Stephen Parton on Led Zeppelin. So, is this on the writing on the jewel case? Okay. So, there's 2 Zeppelins. Let me make sure. Why did they have 2? That one's got a few scuffs on it. This one's got writing and also a few scuffs. So, I guess what I'll do is I'll give John Darden the one that doesn't have writing on the book. And if anybody else wants that other one, we'll give it to the next person unless they say otherwise, okay? I didn't know which one to give first there. That one goes to John Darden. Robert Warner on Greg Allman. John Darden also on ZZ Top. And you got dibs on 3, John Darden. And then Donna on Santana. Donna has dibs on 2. Greg Herman, I'm going to give you this Zeppelin unless you say otherwise. And then Stephen Parton got Depeche Mode. Mary next on Greg Allman. Cynthia next on Led Zeppelin. Susie next on Greg Allman. Jackie next on Led Zeppelin. Susie next on Led Zeppelin. Romulo next on Santana. Leslie next on ZZ Top. Susie next on ZZ Top. Cynthia next on Depeche Mode. Jackie next on Depeche Mode. Melanie next on Led Zeppelin. Joe DeGato next on Led Zeppelin. Susie next on Depeche Mode. Leslie next on Depeche Mode. Joe next on ZZ Top. Clay Moore next on Led Zeppelin. Burt Jordan next on ZZ Top. And then we have, I had first on Zeppelin. No problem. Keep rolling. Both. What's Led Zeppelin's? Donna says both. Okay, so the first person to Led Zeppelin, and then a pass on ZZ Top on all of them. Okay, so what we got to do is I got to figure out all this over here. So John Durden got Led Zeppelin. He said pass. He also got ZZ Top. He said pass. So the first person on Led Zeppelin, Stephen Parton. So the next person is Stephen Parton. We'll give him Led Zeppelin. Okay, then Greg Herman, I had you down for the other one, okay? So that one goes to Greg. This one goes to Stephen Parton. Now, the next person on ZZ Top was Leslie Holt on Greatest Hits. That's so to Leslie. Susie was next on ZZ Top, and that was Rhythmine, which I've never seen before, and ZZ Top Recycler. Susie's dibs on those. Down at the bottom, Donna got both Santanas. Okay? That's what happens when I show a whole pile of crazy titles like that. I still got the Allman Brothers Still Rockin', which I'm not too familiar with. Maybe that's an album from 2000. Maybe. I don't know. If so, that's a very low-budget artwork. Or maybe it's a compilation. I'm not for sure. And then Johnny Lang and Johnny Lang. Susie got both ZZ Top. Wow. Okay, let's move right along. Let's grab another handful here and see what we have. This is going to be crazy. How much time do we have? Probably just a couple minutes. I got Boz Scaggs, Greatest Hits Live. Pink Floyd Echoes, the best of Pink Floyd. Steve Wynn Chronicles, the best of Steve Winwood's solo career. Deep Purple Burn. We got Sly and the Family Stone Anthology. Buddy Miles, Bluesberries. Aphrodite's Child, 666. We got No Artwork, Traffic, Mr. Fantasy, No Artwork. And Wishbone Ash, Lost Cause in Paradise. Wow, that is crazy. All right, and then Mary Miles wants the Allman Brothers from the last stack. That's so to Mary Miles. Stephen Parton, first on Pink Floyd. Burt Jordan was second. Susie Breedlove put 3. Susie Breedlove put 3. And I bet she meant Pink Floyd. Then Cynthia next on Pink Floyd. Then Susie next on Pink Floyd. Joe Delgado on Johnny Lang. Now, there's 2 there. There's one with no artwork, and there's that one. Actually, if you want them both, I'll sell you both, Joe, for $10. Eric next on Pink Floyd. Donna first on Sly and the Family Stone. Susie next on Sly and the Family Stone. Joe Delgado first on Deep Purple. So did Joe Delgado. Donna Turner first on Buddy Miles. Joe got Deep Purple. Chris Ridling's on 66666. That left Wishbone Ash, Lost Calls in Paradise, Traffic, Mr. Fantasy, no artwork, Steve Winwood Chronicles, which is like a solo hits like Valerie, and Boz Scaggs, Greatest Hits Live. Those are all $6.99. Here comes some more CDs. I hope y'all are ready. If not, you got to get ready. Joe Delgado said he'll take both Johnny Langs for $10. Aurora, Just Enough. Aurora, Just Enough. We have Leon Marion, The Real Thing. Jefferson Starship, Across the Seas of Suns. We got Boz Scaggs, Here's the Lowdown. Hats Off, Roy Harper. Jay Giles, Nightmares. Jay Giles, Showman. I messed up both of those. Jay Giles, Nightmares. Jay Giles, Showtime. Dave Matthews Band, Under the Table and Dreaming. Robert Palmer, Shaken and Stirred. Very heavy. Whoa! Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. Whoa! Next over here is Mary Miles on BS. Now, Donna wants to pass on Buddy Miles. Buddy Miles is being put back right over here. No Buddy Miles claim. If anybody wants Buddy Miles, he's still available. Buddy Miles. Now, the next thing was Mary Miles on BS. Now, BS, that was from Boz Scaggs from the last handful. Now, was that Boz Scaggs, Here's the Lowdown? Or was that Boz Scaggs, Greatest Hits Live? We'll leave that up to Mary, right? We'll leave that up to Mary. Mary, that's up to you. Mary, that's up to you. Boz Scaggs. Joe Delgado got Traffic, no artwork. Traffic, no artwork. That was right over here. This is sold to Joe Delgado. Stephen Parton was first on Pink Floyd. And then Eric Dogg was second. Mary Miles on Dave Matthews. Callie next on Pink Floyd. Mary next on Pink Floyd. And that left Jay Giles and that left Robert Plant. Okay? And Mary Miles wants both Boz Scaggs. The show has come to an end. The show's come to an end. I'll read you what's left in those last couple stacks. That's it. No more new CDs till tomorrow. No more new CDs until tomorrow. I'm going to try to restack some of these and just remind a few people what's left, okay? And the first thing here was Robert Plant, Shaken and Stirred. Jay Giles, Showtime and Jay Giles, Nightmares. Roy Harper, Hats Off. That's a play on words. That's that the song from Led Zeppelin 3, Hats Off to Roy Harper. I've never seen this Jefferson Starship before. What is this one called? Across the Sea of Suns, 2001. Never seen that one. And then Leon Marion, The Real Thing. Aurora, Just Enough. I still got the Steve Winwood. This Wishbone Ash I've never seen before. Wishbone Ash, Lost Calls in Paradise. Mary Miles got Robert Plant. So to Mary Miles. Thank you, Mary. That's so to you. And then we still got the Gina Celia, the Cecilia. We got Edward and David Anderson, Beverly McClanahan, Natalie Merchant, Tiger Lily, and BTO, Roll On Down the Highway, which is an 18-track greatest hits of BTO. All right, that's it. That's where the show ends. Another 8 hours of solid CD and vinyl selling. About 6 hours, six and a half hours of vinyl. About an hour and a half here of CDs. And that's, folks, where the story ends. All right, we still got a few more here. We got Joe Delgado on Winwood. Joe Delgado on Steve Winwood. What happened to it? There it is. And then Melanie. Callie, that's Melanie Jennings, right? On the Tiger Lily. Got it. All right. And Sweet. This, where's that? That's a song. That's by the Sundays. This is where the story ends. That's a great song. Y'all need to go check out the Sundays. Great stuff. What's that other one? By the Sundays. They got another great one. Sundays. Yeah, here's where the story ends. That's it right there. Yep. Yes. You're not... I like this song. I can't play it long. Yeah, that's that one too. Great stuff there. Check that out. Okay. And Joe, Stephen Parton said, do you have a copy of In Utero? If not, could you order me one? I don't. Let's order Stephen Parton and Nirvana In Utero. Stephen Parton and Nirvana In Utero. Do you ever go to Wings Wildlife? Adam, we auctioned one today. Tonight I was talking about you. I said, I can't remember, and then it hit me. I was like, I think it's Adam Bernardi. We put it up for auction. It sold for $35. I can get more. I don't know when, but we could eventually get them. That was great CDs, in my opinion. Very little left over compared to what was shown. I always judge how good they are based on how much we have left over. So, but we'll get more of those for sure, Adam. I got some soup left over from Demas's. I got my mom's Butterfinger cake. Soup and Butterfinger cake is on deck for me. I didn't go to Waffle House last night. I went home and cooked salmon and broccoli. I saved about an hour, probably 1,000 calories, and money too. Food budget for me does not matter. Listen, I've got to the point, if I want something, I'm going to buy it. Steak, spaghetti, DoorDash fees, it doesn't matter. I don't care. Send it to me. There's one thing, I'm never going to shy on food. But sometimes I make decisions, nah, I don't really need Waffle House. Nah, I'm just going to eat this instead. So, all right. Yeah, I know, Waffle House. Dig deep in the glam. Angela, I hope you're getting to feel better soon. At least you got a lot of time to stay home and listen to music, right? At least you got a lot of time to stay home and listen to music. I might hit Waffle House up tomorrow, but see, right now, Waffle House is packed. 1:46 a.m., Waffle House is packed right now. Packed. No way I'd go down there now. Now, Thursday night, it's okay. When, 3 a.m. on a Wednesday night, nobody's out except just people traveling, stopping in. Good R&B. I'll be on the lookout. Donna, I'll be on the lookout. Yes. I try to grab these at random. This tub we're going to start with tomorrow has rock. Yeah, this tub we have coming up tomorrow is crazy. It's like just great rock. But I also see some 90s alternative, and I see blues. So it's going to be a great crate to go through tomorrow. And bug me. You're never bugging me. I think Tanner told me the other day, Angela, he was like, Angela knows you're always just joking with her, right? Angela knows you're just joking, right? Like when I was talking about the bare-chested men and all that, I was like, yeah, I think we're just all having fun. He's like, I hope she doesn't really think you're like trying to really upset her. I was like, no, I think everybody by now knows that if I'm ever saying anything, I'm just joking and having fun with everybody. Temple of the collection in tomorrow's auction. No, that won't be until next Thursday. I don't know if it's OG, but regardless, it won't be until next Thursday. Bojangles. Man, talk about a good breakfast biscuit. Bojangles chicken biscuit. Man. I might have to stay up for that. Yeah, sometimes we mix metal and the high-end stuff in. Well, it's really up to Laura. Laura almost has full control on what gets auctioned. I just show up and sell it. I'll let her, she's really good at deciding all that. But sometimes Thursdays is metal night. Thursdays is metal night and high-end. So we'll mix in high-end stuff because it's where the most people's watching, and we try to do metal and high-end records on Thursday. Like about a month ago, we was completely out of metal, and we just sold off autographs. I don't know if you were watching then. We didn't have any metal hardly, and we just sold autographs. And it was all, you know, $500 plus items typically. So we kind of stockpile that, and then we have a big night for all that. All right, I better end the feed and go get that soup and go eat my cake and start cleaning up, and I'll see y'all tomorrow. Thank you. Good night. Appreciate it. See y'all later. I'll be back tomorrow, 5:30. Thank you. Good night. Y'all are amazing. 5:30.